Hello and welcome back to the Golden Fanfics. I hope you enjoyed today's very special video. It is the finale of the What If Deku Was a Villain, made by the mysterious banana. And the story will be linked in the description like always. So enjoy the finale, leave a like, subscribe, and comment for another part. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 55. The Crawler. Asked Ida in confusion, never heard of such a pro-hero. I'm not a pro-hero per se, more of a vigilante. Replied the Crawler, you might recognize me as one of the vigilantes of Naruhodo. Naruhodo, right, I do recall reading an article about them. They are a group of 3 people, including Pop Step, Big Fisted Geezer and the Hauler. Crawler. Crawler. The Crawler corrected. Fine, but that still doesn't answer my initial question. Why are you here? Asked Ida. To return a favor. Replied the Crawler, I promised Tensei that I would to Yuuei to save his brother as well of his classmates. Wait, Tensei sent you, you know my brother. Wait, you're Tenya Ida. You just noticed. All of their yelling ended up attracting the nomu they had previously escaped. Crap, it found us. Said the Crawler. This is a dead end, we have no choice but to fight this thing, so we need to strategize. Said Ida, what's your quirk? Lied, I can repel the air beneath my palm to glide across the floor or latch onto walls. Replied Crawler, I can also repel the air beneath my palm to launch air bullets. The nomu can charging at them. Seeing this, the Crawler jumped to the left while Ida took the right. Recipro. Ida tried to go in for a kick, but he forgot that his engine overheated ages ago and wouldn't start. Instead, all Ida did was give the nomu an ordinary kick to the sides. It barely fazed the beast as it charged at the students. However, the Crawler leaped in from Ida, placing both hands and feet on its torso. Full repel. The repelling force of the Crawler's quirk sent both the Crawler and the nomu flying back. Ida was able to catch the Crawler, but the nomu was not so lucky and was smashed into a wall. The wall behind the nomu crumbled due to the force, exposing it to the outside. Hurry. We have to push the nomu off the building. Said the Crawler. No can do, my engine needs at least 5 more minutes to cool off. Replied Ida until he noticed the Crawler placing all 4 limbs on himself. Forgive me for this. Apologized the Crawler in advance. Full repel. Suddenly, Ida felt a great amount of force pushing him back as the Crawler launched himself towards the nomu like a bullet. Sayonara, you freak of nature. The Crawler said as he used the gained momentum to deliver a decisive uppercut, sending the nomu tumbling down the building. Slowly getting back up, Ida helped the Crawler up as the two took a brief moment to breathe. Are you okay? Asked Ida. I'm fine. Said the Crawler, now let's go, we have to save your classmates. However, upon hearing this, Ida looked down on the ground with guilty eyes. Sorry, but I can't. Ida apologized, earlier, I lost control, hit a student, swore at her, and ran from my responsibilities. The student then sat down, curling into a ball. I'm not fit to be a hero. Seeing this, the Crawler didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he recalled what Tensei said to him. Tenya, before I left your brother's hospital room, he wanted me to deliver you this message. The Crawler said as Ida lifted his head, he said that he was so proud of you, that you could look at your mistakes and not commit them twice, that you can face new challenges, while keeping the safety of your friends a priority. Hearing this, tears came rushing down Ida's face. He told me, he has faith in you, and that you truly are deserving to inherit his hero mantle. Continued the Crawler, if you want to tell him otherwise, go ahead. But if you don't want all that faith your brother gave you to be misplaced, then pick yourself off the floor and stop moping over one slip-up. Hearing this, Ida immediately got up, wiping the tears off his face, outting on a stoic mask. Right, let's go. Said Ida. Thank you, Knuckle sensei. The Crawler said to himself, before following Ida. While all of this was happening, Uraraka's group walked past the eerily silent corridors. Dread was present in the air, and Uraraka kept her hand on Mei's wrist, checking her pulse to make sure she's still alive, a technique she learned while interning with Gunhead. Recovery Girl's office is just up ahead. Said Ayama. You seem to know a little too well the path to her office. Kirishima. I often go there after training to get my stomach meds. Replied Ayama, it's only natural for me to get used to the path. Eyes. Kaminari called out, we got company. The trio of nomus stood in front of the group. Ayama, go find an alternative route, we can't risk Mei dying because of our reckless actions. We will hold off these nomus. Are you sure? Asked Ayama. Just go. Ordered Ichako with ferocity. As Ayama reluctantly ran, he turned around. Stay safe. As the blind student departed, the 3 remaining hero trainees locked eyes with the beasts. This is like the provisional exams all over again. Kaminari smirked, his fists pulsing with electricity. Alright, I'll take the one of the left, you go for the one on the right, and Ichako takes the middle. Ordered Kirishima, let's do this. Kirishima ran in for a punch, but the nomu leaped out of the way, nailing the student with 2 swift blows before he could even harden. Kaminari shot a stream of electricity at the taller one, but the jerk to the side, dodging the shock by a hair. Uraraka ran up to erase the middle one's gravity, but it was too fast and smashed the girl into the side of a wall with a tail swipe. The one Kirishima was fighting seemed to have the edge in speed, as the student couldn't even land a single hit. While the tall one was closing the distance on Kaminari, Ichako struggled to get up as the nomu she was fighting slowly walked up to her. Uraraka, look out. Kirishima warned as the nomu raised its fist, about to pound the girl. Suddenly, vines wrapped around the nomu, slamming it into the ceiling. A steel fist flew past Kirishima, punching the nomu back, and massive hands stopped the nomu that was closing in on Kaminari dead in its tracks. Kendo. Ibara. Tetsu. Ichako cried out. Hey there, need some help? Asked Tetsu. My bro. Kirishima called out, hugging the student. Suddenly, horns came flying in, as a 4th bruised-up nomu was sent through the wall. Pony? Sen. Shishida. You're here too? Asked Kaminari. Most of Class B stuck together, it was safer that way. Said Juzo, coming from the ceiling, everyone's here, even Monoma. Speaking of which, rumbling sounds interrupted the brief reunion as Monoma came running from the other end of the hallway, being chased by a stampede of nomus. Eyes. Help me. Cried Monoma. Should we help him? Asked Kirishima with an annoyed face. We'll have to fight regardless. Responded Kendo, let's do this. While the group took on the dozens of nomus, Ayama ran across the maze of hallways. Luckily, he knew alternate path just right around the corner. Unfortunately, that corner just so happened to be guarded by a nomu. Looks like I'm out of options. Said Ayama to himself as he put himself up more upright, firing his naval laser at the nomu. That attack burned the first few layers of the beast skin, but it wasn't enough to kill it. Having noticed the student, the monster lunged at him, forcing Ayama to duck and cover. However, the spastic movement caused May to vomit blood. Seeing this, Ayama knew he needed to act quickly, so he used his laser to propel himself backwards, before carefully putting May on the ground next to him. I never thought it would one day come to this, but you leave me no choice. Said Ayama, hey ugly. Get a load of this. The nomu came lunging at him. However, he was prepared. Reaching for his belt, he unfastened it, allowing it to fall off. This belt was made to regulate my power, so that my stomach won't explode when I use my quirk. Should I get rid of it, my lasers can go from concentrated to full-on lethal. Ayama explained for no apparent reason, have a taste of the raw power of the shining hero. I can't stop twinkling. The massive beam of multicolored light erupted from Ayama, riddling the nomu with holes as it dropped dead. The beams also pierced the walls, as it penetrated the entirety of the building. Ugh, serves you right. Uttered Ayama, clutching his stomach. Picking up May, Ayama used the remainder of his strength to carry May to the medical room. Uraraka's group followed shortly after, though looking beat up and tired. You made it? Said Ayama. Yeah, barely. Replied Kirishima, carrying a brain-dead Kaminari. It was a tough fight, but luckily, Class B was there to help. How's the situation looking? Asked Ichako. Well, recovery girl isn't here, but all the medical supplies are left untouched. The doors are twice as thick in here, so it should hold off most nomus. Explained Ayama, I suggest this to be our meeting spot. Uraraka, we can still call everyone else and tell them to meet up with us. Said Kirishima. Good call. Suddenly, the room started to shake. What was that? Asked Ichako. Eyes, we may have a problem. Said Kendo, peeking in. Apparently, one of the nomus called upon all of its brethren with its dying gasp, as several dozens of nomus were heading their direction. The Class B students were at an all-out war against them, it was pandemonium. These things just keep on coming. Grunted Setsuna, we can't stop all of them. Shoda's down. Kasei called out, his solid air wall barely holding. Meanwhile, some of the nomu that were called ran into the other groups that were caught off guard while they were trying to regroup. Minetta's group were surrounded by 5 nomus, and only 2 members of the group had any offense in terms of combat. Kitsuki, Todoroki and Shigaraki stood their ground just fine. As for Tokoyami and Momo's group, they were in just as much peril as everyone else. Damn it. We're getting overwhelmed. Momo cursed, blocking the blows of one of the beasts on the second floor. I don't want to die a virgin. Mineta cried as he tried to avoid the nomu's attacks on the fourth floor. We're all gonna get wiped out at this point. Cursed Tokoyami on the third floor. Tail and tongue twin twister. Sayu and Ajiro swung their respective appendages in a whirlwind, knocking back nearby nomus. While that was happening, Shiro used his tape as to wrap around heavy rubbles and had Sato swing it around like a ball and chain. Momo created massive stereo boxes, allowing Jiro's sound waves to be amplified. All of these team attacks were employed onto their opponents. However, the opponents they were up against were a lot more tenacious than expected. No good, I can't hold them back for much longer. Dark Shadow apologized as the nomus overpowered him, sending Dark Shadow flying. Betting sleepy Sato uttered as the nomu he was thrashing jammed its claws into the student's shoulder. We're all doomed uttered Shiro as the last of his tape was spent. Suddenly, a voice was heard talking on the intercom. Everyone in Yuuei. The voice called out, please, stay calm and listen. The students from Class A were able to recognize that voice. Iida. A few minutes prior, Iida and the crawler finally made it to the broadcasting room. A cold shiver ran through their skin as they saw Present Mick, slumped over by the chair, covered in blood. Present Mick. Iida yelled out. Oh? Hey cough, I guess you're here to get my autograph, Present Mick uttered, in a semi-delusional state. The crawler walked up to the downed hero. His throat was crushed. It isn't fatal, as long as he doesn't speak. The crawler speculated. The rest of the pro heroes must have also been taken out. Iida speculated. He prepared for us, he prepared for all of us, cough uttered Present Mick a little louder. Please sensei. You shouldn't talk. Iida pleaded. Nomus without ears attacked me, ones with tough armor took on Aawa, and so on, cough, we were wiped out one by one, Present Mick uttered. I'm so sorry. The pro hero kept repeating that phrase until tears started to leak out. The crawler saw this dreadful scene and wanted to cry, but he remembered his sensitivity training with Knuckle Duster and was able to maintain his stoic attitude. Where are the pro heroes now? The ones who are remaining? Asked Iida. They are at the main courtyard, evacuating all the general, support and management education classes. After all, they aren't trained in combat and are of higher reassure priority. Walking up to the microphone, he handed it to Iida. Tenya, it's up to you now. Said the crawler, we need you to rally all surviving Yuuei students to the main courtyard outside. Iida looked at Present Mick's condition, it was dreadful. Even the crawler could hear his ragged breathing. Seeing this, he walked up to him, looking him in the eyes. Listen to me, Tenya, I know it isn't easy, but there comes a time where heroes must do what heroes do. Right now, there are hundreds of confused students running around in the school without staffs to regulate things. And right now, you're the only one they can hear and trust, said the crawler. Tensei was always one who would rally hundreds to safety, I'm hoping the same coming from you. Hearing these words gave Iida courage. He was right, this is something he must do. It's something he was born to do. Picking up the microphone, he spoke in a calm and composed voice. Everyone in Yuuei. He called out, please, stay calm and listen. Everyone from Class A and B turned their attention to the voice. As we speak, most of the Gen Ed, Support Ed and Management Ed classes have evacuated. But if you are still somewhere, stumbling within the building, then meet at the main courtyard. I repeat, meet at the main courtyard. The heroes there will help you. Hearing this, Tokoyami, Momo and Mineta's group were met with relief. You hear that? To the main courtyard. Shoji ran to a nearby window, smashing it open. Shiro, pass me some tape. He ordered as Shiro did what he was told, I'm sorry for this. Shoji then jumped off the building, using his webbed multiple arms to glide in midair. While doing so, Shiro's tapes were being pulled to their very limit. Hurry up. I can't hold them off much longer. Mineta yelled back, his head bleeding like a fountain. While Shoji was descending towards the main courtyard, he turned to his left and saw a giant hamster ball crash out of the second floor, with Momo's entire group inside. An ice bridge erupted from the fifth floor, while Dark Shadow, wrapping around Tokoyami, broke out from the third floor, holding Sayu, Hajiro and, from the looks of it, Toru. Eventually, Shoji landed at the main courtyard. I landed. Now use the taper rope. Shoji yelled out. Immediately, Sato, carrying both Zero and Mineta, both passed out from quirk exhaustion, came running out of the 5th floor, using Zero's tape as rope to slide down. "Is everyone alright?" asked Momo. "I only count 14 people," said Jiro. "Eyes. Help us." A distant cry was heard. Suddenly, from the ground floor, all of Class B, along with Achako's group, carrying a bandaged up Mei, came running out. "Eyes. Where have you been?" asked Momo. "No time to talk, brace yourselves," Kirishima yelled out, pointing behind them. Suddenly, out of the holes the students made when breaking out of Yuuei, nomus came crawling out. The students looked around, but the pro heroes were nowhere to be found. "Eyes. Where are they? Where are the pro heroes?" asked Mineta. "They should be here," yelled Kitsuki. "The pros aren't coming, guys, I'm sorry." Shigaraki suddenly spoke up. "I lied and told them that the Hero Corps students had already evacuated." "You did what?" Todoroki yelled, picking Shigaraki up by the collar. "Eyes. More of that later. We have nomus to fight," warned Kendo. Suddenly, massive and thick metal doors appeared, locking up all of the nomus inside the building. "What the? Someone must have triggered a full lockdown," speculated Shigaraki. "Look. Over there," Achako pointed out, pointing towards the upper floors. From the upper floor, a man in All Might hoodie was carrying a certain familiar square-headed teen. "It's Iida," Ajiro called out. The crawler glided across the glass walls at impressive speeds, reaching the ground at an impressive speed. "Hey guys, did you miss me?" asked Iida. "Iida." The class cheered. However, Mina was not as cheerful as the others. Iida took notice and walked up to her. Hey Mina-san," Iida said awkwardly. I'm sorry I hit you. I lost control and did something irrational. If there's anything I can do to make it up for you, let me know." Hearing this, Mina gave him a pouting look before lightly tapping his cheek. A brief moment of confusion was followed by Kendo running in to give him a slap so hard that the student nearly cartwheeled. "Now we're even," Mina laughed. "Okay, Shigaraki, now that's we're in the clear." Kitsuki walked up to the ex-villain, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. "How about you tell us why you lied to the pro heroes about our evacuation?" Hearing the anger coming from Kitsuki, however, the ex-villain started to laugh. "Why? I did you all a huge favor, idiots." Shigaraki laughed. "Did you honestly think I didn't know you lot? If you hadn't been informed that there would be heroes outside, you would have discussed about going after Izuku, am I right? You should be happy I got the teachers off your back." "What do you mean?" "Oh, right, you're probably not aware, but Yuuei is not the only place that's burning." Kitsuki froze at his statement. "What's going on here?" Kitsuki asked silent but angrily. "Look, I said, Yuuei isn't the only place that's under siege." Shigaraki explained, "As we speak, not only Musatafu, but the entirety of Tokyo is in peril. Hundreds of pro-heroes have been dispatched, and Izuku rests at the center of the carnage." The rest of the student froze upon hearing this. "Oh way, that's insane," mumbled the students among each other. "That doesn't justify your actions. What about the Class B students? Do you plan to drag them into this mess as well?" asked Todoroki. Shigaraki slapped Kitsuki's hand aside. "So you're all just gonna tuck tails and run?" asked Shigaraki with an intimidating glare. The glare felt similar to Stain's as several students instinctively recoiled back. "Oh sure. While thousands of civilians tuck tails and run, students who have spent nearly a year studying in this school to fight villains and who literally have the rights to perform heroic acts are priorities to protect," asked Shigaraki. "But as always said." "I don't care what as always said. I'm currently the substitute teacher, so I have the authority, and I say that there comes a time where the most efficient route is not necessarily the safest. There comes a time where risks must be taken, a time where we must stand up and fight," Shigaraki said stoically, standing tall and facing the crowd. "If you want to run, then run. But by then, you'll just be proving Izuku right, saying that we are still dependent of the heroes, that we cannot fight for ourselves." The sun's light aligned with the metal walls of the school, shining a light down upon Shigaraki, almost masking his wrinkled face and presenting them with a silhouette that reminiscent of All Might. "I don't know any of you well, but I know that you all want to become heroes. Well, right now, a hero is what the people out there want, and here we stand on a crossroad. Will you tuck your tail and run? Or will you save the ones crying for help with a shining smile and saying those ever so reassuring phrases of 'never fear, for I am here'?" The crowd froze, moved by Shigaraki's speech. Some students mumbled among themselves. Just then, Kitsuki walked up to Shigaraki before turning around to face the rest of the students. "I'm in." A brief pause followed. Then, Todoroki walked up, standing by Kitsuki. "I'm in." The Momo. "I'm in." And then Kendo. "Count me in." Following her was Iida and then Juzo, followed by Kirishima and Tetsu at the same time. Suddenly, everyone was siding with the ex-villain. Even Monoma, though reluctant, eventually caved in and joined. Seeing this brought a sense of nostalgia to Shigaraki, to back when he was just rallying simple-minded thugs, but now, he had some of Japan's finest heroes in training by his side. While that was happening, Mei tugged on the crawler's pant leg. "Hey All Might Hootie, do me a solid will you?" asked Mei. "Okay. You need so help?" asked the vigilante. "There's a keypad in my left pocket and I can't really feel my left arm, much less move it, can you take it out of my pocket and type in number 101? While skeptical, the vigilante did what he was told. Suddenly, some rumbling was heard as the class turned around to see a black mass emerge from the rumbles of Yuuei before landing and seemingly crushing Mei. "What the hell?" yelled some of the students. "What is that thing?" asked Kendo. As the students readied themselves for combat, they were interrupted by a mechanical voice. "Don't worry guys, it's just me," said the voice. "Mei?" asked Ichako. "If you're gonna go out there and fight, you're gonna need some support gear," said Hatsune, as well as a means to reach the battlefield. "That's where I come in." Suddenly, the black mass emitted a large amount of steam as its gears shifted, transforming the 7-meter-tall pot into a 10-meter-tall mech. "Baby number 101. My masterpiece. Complete with life support and heavy-duty transport," said Mei, "as well as direct control to the rest of my arsenal." Suddenly, several other black boxes flew out of the building, carrying the students' hero costumes and support gear. "Oh, sweet. Our upgraded costumes are here guys." Kaminari cheered. "Hey, if you're gonna fight the greatest possible threat Japan has ever seen, might as well deck yourselves up with the best equipment while you do so," explained Mei, and Shigaraki. The pink-haired girl handed what seemed to be a flashlight to Shigaraki. "This is for you." With curiosity, the former villain fiddled with the controls when suddenly, a glowing beam emitted from the handle. "Baby number 78, the fusion blade," Mei introduced, a controlled beam that burns at a constant 2000 degrees Celsius, it can cleave through steel like butter. "I appreciate the homage you're paying to a movie, but why me?" asked Shigaraki. "Cause you kind of have that Sith-esque appearance, which is why I made the blade red." "No, I mean, why do this for a good-for-nothing villain?" "Cause why not? My tech is for everyone to enjoy. It's not like there's someone out there who doesn't deserve happiness." Those words struck deep for Shigaraki, but he managed to not make it show. Still, he looked at the blade and held it close, seeing it as his first ever real gift. "Well, if you're done admiring your new gift, then let's go," said Kitsuki as him and the two classes walked bravely out of the gates of Yuuei. "We have a war to win." Standing by the iron drawbridge, All Might gazed into the distant city. Flames, farther than the eye can see, with screams of terror, complementing the collapsing buildings and numerous black bodies flying about, a also perfect replica of Night Eye's prediction. "The city ahead is far too dangerous Mr. Yagi, we won't be able to drive through," said his driver, pulled over by the side. "How far are we from Tartarus?" asked All Might. "Please Mr. Yagi, don't do this, we have to get you to safety." "And let millions of innocent people die," All Might yelled back at the driver. "The heroes are doing everything they can to stop the attack. Please have faith in them," said the driver. "He's right you know," said Naosama, walking up to him, returning to Tartarus and asking All for One for help is exactly what he wants. But he's our only chance of success. He made these things, surely, they listened to him. All Might pleaded. Gazing far off into the distance, the detective took All Might's words into consideration. What he was planning was crazy, however, wasn't All Might always known for accomplishing the craziest stunts and challenges? It would frankly be an anomaly if he didn't attempt something so bonkers. "Take the safest route to Tartarus," ordered Naosama. "Detective." "Do it," the detective repeated, emphasizing the importance of his orders. A brief moment of hesitation followed. "Very well," replied the driver. Branches littered the eastern side of the battlefield as Kamui Wood's group, along with Ryuku and Edshot, disposed of the last nomu, saving most of the endangered civilians' lives in doing so. "That was the last of them, I think," said Kamui, dropping the corpse of a nomu from a high place. "The last of the winged ones are disposed of," said Ryuku as she sent two winged nomus crashing down into the pavement. The black line zipped by, dropping off a family of 4 who thanked the group before running off to the nearest safe zone. And the last of the civilians have been evacuated. Finished headshot. Looking around, things felt a lot more quiet compared to usual, giving the ruins of the city an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, headshot's ninja-like instincts picked up on an approaching target. Everybody get due. Before the hero could finish, a black blur even faster than the number 4 pro hero zoomed past Ryuku and Kamui Wood, slamming headshot into the side of the building. "The damn," uttered the hero, as he coughed out blood. The black figure, which was revealed to be a humanoid-looking nomu, then turned to face the remaining 2 heroes, staring at them with shining green eyes, slowly approaching the 2 other heroes, as the wall behind him collapsed from the punch, along with the entire building. Was he a top-E hero? The nomu growled, stuttering on his words. Kamui and Ryuku stood there, paralyzed with fear. "What is that thing?" Ryuku uttered, and took out headshot in one hit. "Whatever it is, it doesn't look like it wants us alive," replied Kamui. The nomu looked at the 2 of them, then tilted its head in curiosity. "Heroes scared? Heroes scared of me," the nomu muttered, almost looking depressed. Seeing its sad-looking face, the 2 pro heroes almost felt bad for it. Ryuku wanted to go up to him and comfort him, but Kamui knew better and used this opportunity to bind him in wood branches. "Heroes attack me, heroes hate me," muttered the nomu. "Ryuku, finish him off," Kamui ordered, squeezing the nomu with all of his strength. Oh, right." Ryuku snapped out of her trance, charging at the nomu. Transforming into her dragon form, she trashed the nomu continually, using all of her strength. Black blood flew everywhere as the 2 pro heroes threw all they got at the black beast. "Heroes hurt me so," the nomu muttered. Suddenly, it looked at Ryuku, giving her a haunting smile, which made her flinch as shock. "I hurt heroes back." The metal spike shot out of its mouth, stabbing Ryuku in the shoulder as she pulled back, clutching her injury, falling back towards Kamui. Metallic spikes sprouted out of every inch of its body, tearing Kamui's branches apart. "My wood binding," Kamui cursed. Suddenly, flames erupted from the nomu's heels and shoulder like a jet. "Look out, he's preparing something," warned Ryuku. "Ryuku, Kamui Wood, we're here to help," a voice called from behind them. Humming from behind, a squadron of SWAT and army vans drove in, accompanied by a couple dozens of pro heroes and robots. "You're in my way," the nomu growled. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he launched himself at the 2 heroes like a lance. A massive boom was heard, shattering nearby glass windows and deafening the heroes. Neither of the 2 could register any movement, instead, they just looked behind them and saw a trail of destruction behind them. All the police vans, heroes, robots, even the massive 5-story ones, were all torn to shreds. The rims of the whole were scorched by sheer friction, as the cement path where the nomu charged melted into lava. "There," muttered the nomu, emerging from the trail of carnage, "no more interference." "So fast," uttered Kamui. "We didn't even see him move, he's like a bullet," uttered Ryuku. "That would be an understatement, I can't say for sure, but calling him faster than Gran Torino would be no exaggeration," uttered Kamui. Spikes sprouted out of the nomu again as it started to wind up for another strike. "Oh shit, here he comes," yelled Kamui Wood, setting up several wood walls. However, the wood walls didn't stop the charge even slightly, as the nomu tore through them, shredding Kamui's defense and body, before changing its course mid-charge, piercing a hole through Ryuku. 3 of the top 10 pro hero, the 2 thought in unison as they collapsed, were taken out so easily. Meanwhile, a dark centaur-like creature stumbled into Wash and Yoramusha as its right arm morphed into a spear. "What the hell are you?" asked the armored hero. "Wash," yelled Wash, charging at the nomu. "Wash, stop. Don't be so reckless." But it was too late as Wash activated his quirk. Vortex. A water vortex appeared out of his chest as nearby rumble got sucked in, threatening to suck in the centaur nomu as well in order to rip it to shreds. However, the centaur dashed into the vortex, plunging its spear into its center. Suddenly, the water vortex inflated like a balloon, popping and sending all sucked up rumble flying into the pro hero's face. "One down," muttered the nomu, whose head was covered by what seemed to be a knight helmet. The armored hero lunged at the nomu, swinging its sword at him. The nomu parried with its pointy arm, which felt as hard as steel. However, with amazing technique, the hero deflected the nomu's arm to the side before spinning around, slicing the nomu across the chest. "Don't look down on me because I'm old," muttered Yoramusha. "I was formerly in the top 3 in my prime." The nomu just looked at him, grunting, before jamming his spear into the ground. The ground below them inflated like a balloon, popping in hopes of knocking the hero off balance. But the pro hero leaped into the air prior to that, catching a few debris and running them against him. The pieces of cement became sharp knives within seconds as the hero threw them at the nomu, jamming the knives into its forearm. This is thanks to his quirk, sharpening, which can sharpen any object to a lethal level by rubbing them on the user's body. "I saw through your quirks, foul beast," explained the hero. "Inflation plus an unknown number of strength and speed enhancements, along with regeneration, you won't surprise us any longer." The nomu, on the other hand, pointed its spear towards the pro hero, as its legs starting to shake and bulge up in muscle. "The head on charge, eh?" asked the hero, assuming a Seigan no Kami stance, "then have at thee." The nomu charges in at blinding speeds, but the pro hero stood its ground. "You simple-minded creatures are all the same. For someone as experienced as me, I can read you like an open book," thought the hero. "Once you take that stab at me, I'll weave to the side and sever the arm. Then, it will most likely recoil from the pain. It's take that brief moment to jump in and sever the neck." The nomu was about to enter the hero's range. Just then, as the hero expected a stab, the nomu's jammed its spear into the ground. This unexpected event was followed by the ground expanding and popping like a balloon, sending debris flying at the hero. He managed to slice the debris out of the air, but then felt impacting pain on its back. "He used the explosion to propel himself over me," thought the hero right as the nomu kicked him in the back with its hind legs. The hero heard a crack as his back snapped like a twig. A stream of blood was coughed out as the hero collapsed into the streets. Meanwhile, Hawk's group dealt with a winged high-end nomu. The wings of this nomu were as sharp as blades, with steel feathers that makes any and all swipes from it deadly. Hawk's feathers, while solid, proved unable to pierce the nomu's metal wing shield. Suddenly, the nomu found himself unable to close his wings as they were being held back by threads. "I caught the nomu's wings, get him Hawks," yelled Best Jeanist. "On it," replied Hawks, launching a barrage of blade-like feathers at the nomu. Suddenly, fire erupted from the nomu's mouth, burning all of the feathers out of the air. "That thing breathes fire," yelled Crust. "Crap. I lost most of my feathers from that attack." Hawks cursed as he used his remaining few feathers to float back down. "The nomus charging," warned Best Jeanist. "I got this, get behind me," replied Crust, setting up another golden shield wall. However, this time, the nomu sliced right through the hero's shield like butter. My shield failed," uttered Crust, as blood suddenly gushed out of his neck as he fell to the ground. "Crust," yelled the number 3 hero as he launched all of his threads at the nomu, completely restraining its wings. "Damn it." However, the nomu turned its head, breathing fire onto its own wings. The metallic feathers went from shiny silver to glowing red as Best Jeanist's threads burned away. The nomu then charged in with his red-hot wing blades, attempting to slice Best Jeanist. The hero dodged though by using its threads to lift him off the ground, but his threads were in turn sliced as he fell back down. "Jeanist, are you okay?" asked Hawks. "I'm fine, but Crust is down, I'm nearly out of threads and you're nearly out of feathers." The nomu turned around facing the 2 heroes. "Frankie, I hate to say it, but this battle is unwinnable for us." While that fight was going on, Mirko stood on a pile of nomu bodies as dozens fell to her without even laying a scratch on her. "Come on, was that all? Talk about a disappointment," complained the rabbit hero until a weak-looking nomu was seen trying to escape. Seeing this, she jumped from the pile of bodies, landing in front of the terrified squirt. "Hey now. No running away from me. Please mercy," uttered the nomu, which shocked the hero. "You can talk?" asked Mirko. "I mean no harm, please don't hurt me." Suddenly, Mirko's feet met the nomu's face as the tiny black imp was splattered onto the wall of a building. "No offense or anything, I just don't like getting cheap shot at, nothing personal," laughed Mirko. However, as soon as she turned around, she heard movement again and saw the same nomu, slightly more muscular and bigger than before. "That wasn't nice," grunted the nomu, slightly pissed off, before lunging at her. Bunny kick barrage. A barrage of high-powered kicks riddled the nomu with deep footprints as it dropped to the ground. "That ought to keep this thing down," muttered Mirko. Suddenly, she noticed that it was still moving. Not only that, but it was growing in size and muscle mass. Seeing this, Mirko ran in to kick in some more, but it wasn't stopping. Eventually, the kicks were barely bothering it. Suddenly, with lightning-fast speed, the nomu grabbed her leg out of the air. "Stop kicking me, it's annoying," said the nomu, all previous signs of cowardice vanished. "Well, what are you?" uttered Mirko. The creature delivered a killer punch, sending Mirko flying through several cars. It then jumped into the air, smashing her into the pavement. "Annoying little rabbit," grunted the nomu before turning away. "Wait just a moment." Mirko yelled at the creature as she struggled to stand up. "I am a hero, you foul monster. And I will not be bullied by the likes of." Before she could finish, the nomu grabbed her by the leg, slamming her repeatedly into the pavement over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, before she finally lost conscience. "Puny hero," muttered the nomu as it walked off, its body slowly deflating back into its previous scrawny form. Back at the observatory tower, Izuku watched the high-end class nomu dispose of the top 10 heroes with relative ease, smiling as each and every one of them seemed unique in their own way. The rest of the league also watched in content as their lifelong dream of seeing the heroes bited are finally being realized. "The high-end class nomus are doing much better than expected," commented Kurogiri. "As they should be, I designed each of them to be able to take on at least 2 of the top 10 pro heroes. All 5 of them fighting together might be too much for even All Might and Sensei together to handle, but that's all just speculation," replied Izuku. Looking across the burning city however, one hero caught his eye as he gave out a frown of displeasure. "What is it?" asked Kurogiri. "One still hanging on," said Izuku. "Oh? And might it be?" "Endeavor." At the heart of the battle, where heroes and nomus clashed, Endeavor was slammed into the side of a building before getting dragged along by the high-end nomu he was fighting, sending him crashing through the side of several buildings, some of which collapsed due to all the fighting. The flame hero grabbed the dark appendage that was grabbing him, burning it to a crisp as he was released from the nomu's grip, but several over black arms were launched at his direction. Hell flame. For the nth time, Endeavor used his signature ability to burn away the upcoming attacks, still using his footjet to keep him from falling. "Damn it, this thing is stronger than it looks. Though Endeavor, my body temperature is getting dangerously high, I can't maintain my flames for long, I have to think of something, and fast." "BDD done already?" asked the nomu, stuttering, as he sent several more of his black appendages at Endeavor. I'm disappointed." One of the black tendril got through, stabbing Endeavor in the sides, before flinging him towards the ground. A small crater was formed as the number 1 pro hero struggled to get up. Suddenly, a laser was fired his way, hitting him in the sides. Rank number 1 hero. Endeavor. Power level. 892. A few lab guard robots managed to find the pro hero and jumped in to finish him off. "Out of my way." Endeavor yelled, using his fire to melt one of them, but was unable to get another kill as the robots ganged up on him, hitting him from multiple angles. Just then, the high-end nomu came dropping from the sky, smashing Endeavor into the ground. "My limbs feel numb, my body feels like it's boiling, my vision's getting blurry. Is this the end of me?" Though Endeavor, as the robots and other nomus ganged up on the downed hero. Looking around, all the heroes that were fighting earlier are either incapacitated or dead, mostly the latter. "So this is how I die." The nomus were about to close in. One's mouth full of razor-sharp teeth was about to take a bite out of him. "Oh well," though Endeavor, closing his eyes and accepting his fate. Suddenly, a glimpse of Shoto passed by his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his pain vanished as he instinctively plunged his fist into the nomu's mouth, burning its insides to goop. Author's note. This part would go great with Yuuei. "What was that?" thought a semi-conscious Endeavor. "What am I doing?" Another nomu ran in following the one he killed, jamming its claws into Endeavor. But the hero grabbed it by its neck and slammed it to the ground. A bigger one ran in, hitting him with a massive arm amplified with several quirks, sending him skidding back several meters. Letting out a roar, he overpowered the nomu, stopping him mid-charge and throwing it into 2 more nomus that were attacking him. More of the beasts dove down from the sky to strike from above, forcing him to dodge. But upon dodging, he was caught by the high-end nomu, who threw him into a building before dragging him out of the building and into a car, then into the pavement. The hero was about to lose conscience, but stood awake by biting his tongue and burnt off the nomu's arm. However, seeing the sheer amount of foes he had to face, flames erupted from his body as he threw up a wall of flame, burning down the front line. Some attacked him from the left flank, so he shifted his aim and burned them too. Some more came from the air, so he aimed at them. He then proceeded to massacre all nearby nomus and robots with a giant wave of fire, burning all of them alive. My body's telling me to give up, yet my mind is telling me to move on. The picture of his wife, Rei, flashed by his eyes, followed by that of his sons, from youngest to oldest. Right, I still have so much to fight for. From the raging flames, the high-end nomu came charging through, punching him in the chest. However, the flames erupting from his body burned his hand away. Seeing this, the nomu tried striking his sides, his face, his legs and any other blind spot he could find. However, all of his tendrils were burnt to dust before they could even get close to the hero. Staring at Endeavor in his current state, calling him human wouldn't do him justice, more like a living son. I'm not done yet. Endeavor roared as the nomu tried to pull away, but the pro hero grabbed the creature by the arm, his mere touch disintegrating it. Seeing this, the high-end nomu pulled back, calling upon all nearby nomus to attack him at once. Nearly 100 of nomus, all varying from different shapes and sizes, closed in on of hero, some even with water quirks to counteract the fire, while the high-end nomu tried to escape. Heh, fly all the way to the moon if you want, nomu, but you'll never escape these flames. Endeavor said, for these flames of mine no longer run on my hatred for All Might, but my love for my family. These are the flames of my redemption. The flames that light up the darkness and reignite the beacon to guide those lost and despaired to hope. The nomus couldn't even make it anywhere close to Endeavor, as they only get burnt up if they did. The flames emitting from his body then rose up into the sky, forming a massive ball of flame, visible even from miles away. Its sheer heat reddened the sky as the clouds parted, revealing the bright blue sky, shining its beam down on the hero. These are the flames of the new symbol of peace. The hero of radiant flames, Endeavor. Shodo, Toya, Rei, if any of you are watching. Back at a certain hospital, Rei looked out the window when her husband suddenly came to mind. She only thinks of him out of anger, but for whatever reason, this time, tears leaked from the corner of her eyes. This is for you. Ultimate move. Radiant Sun. The shining ball of fire emitted a flash of light of bright that it covered nearly the entirety of Tokyo. Todoroki, who was still far from the battlefield, suddenly got a strange feeling in his chest, a mixed signal of happiness, but mixed in with urgency. Even Dabi, all the way on the watchtower, felt a slight bit of guilt, enough to make a tear escape his eye. The blinding light engulfed the nearby nomus before reaching the high-end nomu. The last thing the beast saw, however, before the light hit, was a man, his hand raised in the air, with a wide smile on his face. Seeing this, one name graced his simple mind. All Might. And just like that, the nomu was vaporized in the flash of light, leaving nothing behind, not even ashes. From the observatory, Izuku let out a small chuckle. So one of my servants fall. He said to himself. It seems so, a shame, he was a strong one. Said Dabi. Should we go and finish him off? Asked Toga. No need. Said Izuku, he's already finished. Back in the battlefield, Endeavor stood still, barely breathing. The last of his flames extinguished as his beaten and bloody body stood on charred grounds. The area around him was completely flattened. Just then, 4 dark figures emerged, the 4 other high-ends. These number 1? Asked Kud. I'm giving them names so that they are easier to track, the one that fought Kamui Wood's group. It seems so. Replied Duke, the one who fought Yoramusha. Should we kill him? Asked Udek, the one who fought Hawk's group. I don't think we should. What if he's super strong? Uttered Ekid, the one who took out Mirko. Hey, if you're done rambling, come and get me, I'm getting bored here. Endeavor grunted, blood leaking from his mouth and head from simply talking. Seeing this, the nomus gave out a haunting smile. He can still fight. Said Kud. He won't be soon. Said Udek. Come on. Let's go all out. Said Duke. I'll do my best. Said Ekid. As the 4 activated their quirk, they all came charging at the flame hero at the same time. Seeing them coming, Endeavor simply smiled, waiting for what's to come without any fear. Just then, several throwing knives flew in, stopping the nomus dead in their tracks. Listen, I appreciate you wanting to kill Endeavor, he's been my target for a while too. Said a voice, but seeing how this fake somehow has the heart to change, it shows that he has found conviction even in the dark delusion he put himself under. He has my respect for that. The familiar figure then drew his blade. Hence, I will not let you kill him. Seeing this, Izuku became very intrigued and smiled. Suddenly, a small black lizard brawled up next to the man and spoke. So now you're defending Endeavor of all people, you're such an interesting creature. Said the lizard, hero killer Stain. Stain realized that Izuku's voice was coming from the nomu. Instead of responding, he threw a knife, pinning the monster to the ground. I have no intention of chatting with you, Mightless. Said Stain, drawing his blade at the 4 high-ends. I'm here to have a word face to face with you, even if I have to murder your inbred children to get to you. Hearing this, the nomus laughed. "I had tough words, Voldemort, but do you really think you can take all 4 of us on?" asked Duke. "I don't think so," Stain said, suddenly charging at the nomu with blinding speeds. The beast could barely block his hit as he was knocked off balance and kicked into a wall. "I know so." Seeing this, Duke let out a growl of anger. "Let's kill him." Back at the observatory, Kurogiri looked through Izuku's files in secret and still couldn't find anything about the Silent Plague's completion. He knew something was off before, but now, something really was off, as Izuku always documents all of his experiments. Just then, the TV Izuku uses to get updates stated that the nomus have spread to the Shizuoka prefecture, where their hideout was located. For a brief moment, Kurogiri could have sworn he saw Izuku flashing a menacing grin, almost as if hearing that pleased him. Sure, knowing his attack was successfully spreading would please anyone, but this was too much pleasure. Now he knew something was off, so he opened a portal. "Kurogiri, where are you going?" asked Sachi. "To take a piss, I'll be back, just don't tell the boss." "Why is that? Do you see sitting down or something?" asked Sachi. "Please." Sachi noticed how serious Kurogiri looked and decided to agree. As Kurogiri warped back, however, he came to such a shock that he nearly screamed. The base was turned upside down. The door swung wide open and the whole place was ransacked. Walking around, he called for Eri until he went by Eri's room. The door was wide open and he could hear muffled screams. Running in, he was graced with a horrible sight. Nomus, pinning down Eri as an extraction machine had its needles at the ready, about to jam them into Eri's arms. Seeing this, indescribable rage generated inside Kurogiri, so much so that his roar caused the nomus to shudder. I8G1, 53U6, R backquote 04U8. B7 plus 8T70. In the blink of an eye, the nomus were wiped out, leaving behind a puddle of blood. Kurogiri then ran up to Eri, asking if she was alright. "Kuro, I'm fine, she reassured. "What happened?" "These scary monsters broke into our hideout. I tried to hide, but they found me and tried to sting me with something. Kuro, I'm scared." Hearing this, the bartender caressed her with care. "It's fine, Eri, you're safe now," said Kurogiri. "Now, come with me, I'll find you people who will protect us." Warping back, he told Eri to stay put as walked up to confront Mightless. "Izuku." "Oh, Kurogiri. Didn't see you there, enjoying the view?" asked Izuku. "Oh, yes, I really am. It's a real spectacle to see, you know," replied the villain boss. "Indeed, one may say that once this war is over, they will be begging us to inject them with that drug," said Kurogiri, "which begs the question, you said that you finished the drug, right? And that you are sure it works?" "Yup. So why didn't you document it?" "Oh, forgot, I was too excited. Happens to the best of us." "Alright, so let me ask you one more question," said Kurogiri, making his voice louder to attract everyone's attention. "Where's Eri?" "What do you mean?" "I left her back at the hideout. If you're still paranoid that I used her, then you can go check for yourself." "She's fine," said Izuku. "Is that so?" Suddenly, Eri walked out of cover, surprising Izuku. "Kuro? What's the meaning of this?" Izuku asked, slowly losing composure. "You know exactly what this is about. Why can't you tell us?" asked Kurogiri in a pissed off tone. "Kuro, what's going on here?" asked Spinner. "Tell him, Izuku." Kurogiri said out loud, "Tell them how you sent Nomus to out hideout to harvest Eri." The league froze at that revelation. "Izuku, you couldn't have," Toga uttered, trembling. "Yeah man. I know we kill people all the time, but little kids, that's no cool," said Sachi. "Yeah? How could you?" asked Abi, also pissed off. "This is ridiculous." Izuku yelled, "I did no such thing." "Then let's ask the victim, who's literally too young to lie." Kurogiri pointed. "Izuku, black monsters attacked me and tried to sting me with a needle." "That wasn't you, was it?" Eri asked, crying. She was scared. Scared of him. She was staring at him as if he was Hisaki. This pissed off the young lad. "I'm simply doing all that I can for the league," he uttered out. Hearing this, Eri dropped to the floor in disbelief, with Twice running in to comfort her. The rest of the league stared at him in awe and disgust. "I can't believe you, Izuku, after all that we've been through, that you would just turn on us like this," Magni accused. "Turn on you? Turn on you? I've been working non-stop for all of you, and you can this turning on you," Izuku yelled out. "You're sacrificing part of the family," Yeong yelled back. "I'm doing what's right." Can't any of you see that I too am suffering from this decision? Izuku yelled back. We've done tons of sacrifices in the past, Izuku, said Alpha, but even we know that you should never leave a wolf of your pack behind. You crossed the line, Izuku. You tried to throw away what was never meant to be thrown away, said Dabi. Izuku simply backed off, looking at his former compatriots like they were enemies. Anger twitched under the boy's skin. I can't believe you guys. Izuku uttered, after all I've done for you, this is how you repay me. Please Izuku, it doesn't have to be this way. Toga pleaded, running up to him. Don't touch me. Izuku pushed her back, all of you, you're all so selfish. We agreed to take down the heroes no matter the cost. We never feared anything. Not even death. And now, here you all are, defending that girl like Izuku uttered, like a hero would. We did the same for you at one point. Kurogiri yelled back, you're the ungrateful one. All of you, you've grown too soft. Izuku yelled at them, before turning to Eri with a psychotic stare, Eri, come to me. Eri stumbled back, not even recognizing him anymore. Eri, come to me. He yelled. Stay back. She yelled back, I wish. Eri yelled the loudest she ever had in her life. I wish you would just fuck off and die. Hearing this shocked everyone in the room. It was the first time she swore, and it was beautiful. Izuku, however, trembled in sheer anger, his face deformed into a mangled monstrosity. What did you just say? A wall of blue fire blew him back, followed by a barrage of needles. Abisachi, Izuku uttered. A throwing knife hit his leg, followed by several slashes from Spinner. Toga Spinner. The rest of the league charged at him. Don't let him touch Eri. Twice yelled out. Suddenly, with one swing of his mutated fist, everyone was knocked back. Fine, if you guys won't let me take Eri, Izuku roared, transforming into his semi-nomu state. I'll just have to take her myself. A dark portal suddenly opened in front of him, blocking his path. You guy, take Eri and run. Kurogiri ordered, I'll deal with him myself. The portal opened, leading to the tower's exit. Kuro? Don't. You won't win. Pleaded Dabi. It will be fine, said Kurogiri, it's been a while since I went all out. Izuku stared in awe as the league put their trust in Kuro, taking Eri and going through the portal. Toga was the last one to enter. Before she did, she turned to face Kurogiri. Stay safe, she said before going too. That's a ballsy move you did, Kurogiri, the traitor who turned my whole league against me. Izuku growled. Nay, it is your choices that turned them on you, said Kurogiri. Claws sprouted out of Izuku, and his eyes went pitch black and crimson red. You have a lot of balls, taking me on alone, said Izuku, remember, in terms of power. Izuku's power level. 950. I have the edge. That may be so, but it wouldn't hurt to try, said Kurogiri. You know, it's funny. Your father disowned me for being a failed creation, yet I found refuge thanks to All for One, and by All for One's orders, I was charged to take care of the son of the one who disowned me. Then I'd say it's ironic that it was by your creator's son that you will die. Not quite, said Kurogiri, but I will say that it is of great coincidence that your father used to be a hero. One who created me while trying to do what's right for the world. And in the end, only his failure was left behind. So in a way, I represent your father's will, trying to stop his son from pursuing the same path. Not a bad comparison, seeing how I was your caretaker for a while. The air in the room grew tense, as Kurogiri unleashed a wave of animosity that made Izuku tremble. And as such, I should probably speak to you as a disappointed father would to his son, so let's pick this up from the top. The light of the sun shines into the room, cloaking Kurogiri in shadows. From the shadows, his eyes go dark. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers and blooming. On days like this, kids like you, Kuro said, his yellow eyes shining through the shadows. S4H406FU circumflex 474WD47B6 backquote E87ZB5VM62R8WN6 I51N4HG6J5I7MN5YQ5.PH67ML8 plus L7IB. Kurogiri's power level. 999. Chapter 56. Are you kidding me? Kitsuki uttered in awe. Deku did all of this. Standing before the two hero classes was the ruins of what used to be a city. The battle still raging in distant areas. But where they were at, still in the outskirts of the actual battle, lies countless bodies and scraps metal. Bodies of policemen, special forces, security robots, and even pro-heroes. Are they dead? Asked Kendo, trembling. Many of them likely are. responded Shigaraki coldly. Nomus don't assume, they make sure their jobs are done before moving on. This is horrifying, uttered Sayu, clearly disgusted at the scenery. Let's look around, there may still be survivors. Suggested Achako, already digging for survivors. Good call. We may be here to stop Midoriya, but fulfilling our duty as a hero is still a priority. Added Iida. As the students got to removing debris, however, a distant scream was heard, catching everyone's attention. What was that scream? Screamed Iida, startled. And why does it sound so familiar? Wondered Crawler. Suddenly, crashing through a building came a young girl with pink hair, an eye mask, and was wearing a black skin-tight bodysuit with miniskirt and all, as well as 2 black wings to give her a succubus-type vibe. Op Crawler yelled out loud, attracting everyone's attention. Koichi, help me! Screamed the pink-haired idol as several nomus came crashing through the building shortly after, attempting to grab her. Hold on, Pop. I'm coming. Crawler called out, zipping towards the attacking nomus. Kitsuki, Kendo, Tageru, provide support, Sato, Kirishima and Tetsu block their entrance point, everyone else, dig out any trapped civilians. Ordered Shigaraki, pulling out his fusion blade as he ran to help the vigilante. One of the nomu was able to catch up to the girl, grabbing her by the ankle. Hands off. Warned the Crawler as he ran up to the nomu, blasting him back with his quirk. However, the nomu's arms extended as it got blasted back, grabbing onto the Crawler and pulling him towards him. The creature opened its maw, ready to bite the vigilante's head off like an apple. Just then, a red flash of light went between the two fighters as the nomu's extended arms were severed and the wound immediately cauterized. Thanks Shigaraki. Thanked the Crawler. Save the thanking for after the fight. Said Shigaraki, we're still in hot waters. Having its arms severed, the nomu backside bulged as a shiny and scaly tail sprouted out as the nomu charged at the two like a T-Rex. Alright ugly, we're doing things your ways then. Said Shigaraki, extending his left hand, aiming at the nomu. A brief moment passed, but nothing happened, just an awkward silence. Oh right, I don't have the force. The nomu just ignored his weird gesture, sending him flying into a car with a tail swing. Several air bullets were fired from the Crawler, taking advantage of the opening. The barrage was able to push back the nomu, but only by a little. Hey guys, I little help here? Asked the vigilante. We too kinda have our hands full. Replied Kendo, holding back one of the nomus using her big fists. The barrage eventually stopped as the nomu, having fully recovered, slammed into the Crawler as he hit the floor with a loud thud. Koichi. Pop Step called out, bouncing in to catch the vigilante. Suddenly, Kirishima was sent flying into the two, knocking all 3 of them over. Damn it, these guys are tougher than they look. Cursed the redhead as he charged back to grapple with the nomu he was fighting. We can't let up yet. Shigaraki called out, there's barely 15 of them, yet they are causing us so much trouble. One for all, full cowling 55%. Ohio smash. A huge blast of air followed Todoroki's fist, but was ineffective against the nomu he was fighting, who seemed to have a slime body quirk. The boneless body making you immune to blunt damage, huh? Speculated the students as his left side ignited to flames, then I'll just burn you instead. The student doused the slime nomu in flames, but only to have it charged out of the fire, unharmed, slamming him into the pavement. It's flame retardant too, the student cursed as it tried to use ice, only to have the nomu engulf him, depriving him of oxygen as he started to panic. If I freeze him, I'll suffocate myself. An explosive blast separated the two students though, as Kitsuki ran in, dragging Todoroki to safety. You have the fanciest quirks here, half and half, don't have us saving you. Scolded the blonde student. In the distance, Tokoyami was pinned against the wall by a nomu whose body emitted a blinding light. These guys all have our weaknesses. Yelled Ayama as his lasers proved worthless against one of the nomu's armor. Will we wiped out at this point? Yelled Mei as several nomu were crawling up on her. Suddenly, a dark figure jumped in, stomping the slime nomu before it could recover, before pouring liquid nitrogen all over the monster, freezing it solid, then threw a chain, wrapping around the light nomu's neck, swinging into the one that was attacking the Crawler, killing both of them. All the attacking nomus turned their attention to the newcomer, who eyed down every last one of them. Who's next? The man said with an intimidating tone. Its body emitted a killer aura, which made Iida think of Stain, only somehow, this guy was even more brutal looking, being both taller and bulkier to the hero killer. The nomus shuddered at the man's appearance as they scrambled back into their holes, flying or crawling off. The fight having settled, the Yuuei student took this chance to catch their breath before some of them turning to the new guy. Pop and the Crawler, however, knew that man the very second they locked eyes. Knuckle Duster. Crawler and Pop Step cheered and rejoiced, running up to their former compatriot. Yo. Koichi. Kazuho. Long time no see. Knuckle Duster greeted. What are you doing here? I thought you retired. Asked Pop Step. I did. Replied the old vigilante, but they kept dragging me back in. Hold on, I'm confused, do you guys know each other? Asked Ida. Oh yeah. We used to be a team and all, but then Knuckle here then left the group, so now it's just Pop and I. Explained Crawler. Well, that's a relief. We need every man we can get. Said Shigaraki with relief. Now let's keep going, we have to track down Izuku as fast as possible. Izuku? Who's that? Asked Knuckle Duster. Lightless. The ex-villain answered. Got it. Problem is, where do we start looking? This entire town is a battlefield. Complained Monoma. Suddenly, in the distance, several buildings expanded like balloons, before popping. Sounds of fighting and chaos followed. That looks like a good place to start. Said Kaminari. As the hero killer eyed down the 4 high-end nomus, each of which have already defeated at least one of the top 10 pro heroes, Duke growled, pissed off at Stain for striking him out of the blue, and roared. Let's kill him. As he roared, he stomped Ekid's scrawny body into the pavement, consecutively stomping on him body to the point where the ground beneath Ekid formed a small crater. The withered frame of the nomu then slowly rose from the ground, having absorbed the force of all those hits and converted them into strength as his body bulked up, making him look almost like a mutated All Might, minus the hair. I'll smash you. Ekid roared as he charged at the hero killer, all previous signs of cowardice having vanished. Stain weaved around the nomu's punches, which left craters where he hit, casually backing up as he dodged the nomus hits. How predictable. Stain laughed, throwing 2 knives into Ekid's eyes, blinding him, before running in for the kill. However, Ekid then fell backwards, as Kud came right behind the nomu, charging his spike-covered body at the hero killer. The villain barely had enough time to react to sidestep out of the nomu's trajectory, leaving a shallow cut on his arm. Pretty fast. Stain muttered, kicking up a manhole cover and lifting it to block a barrage of feathers coming from the sky. The blade-like feathers, however, went through the thick metal cover, just stopping a millimeter short from Stain's eyes. Seeing this, he threw the manhole cover at Yuuei, the winged nomu, only for it to be sliced in half midair. Duke galloped in, attempting to stab Stain, but the latter flipped over the horseman, landing on Ekid's head as the nomu went in for another swing. Lifting his blade, he thrusts his blade downwards, aiming for the nomu's neck, but came short and only got a shoulder. Kud came charging at him again, and this time was able to land a solid hit, taking him along into his charge. But the hero killer was able to minimize the damage by pushing the nomu back a bit and only ended up getting a spike through his hand. Seeing how his shoulder and heel jets were still going, he grabbed Kud by the shoulders and pointed him downwards, causing him to crash into the ground face first. Take a nap, all of you. Stain said, as he tried to lick the blood off his blade. But he quickly put his blade down, flipping out of the way as a stream of fire hit his standing spot. Yuuei redirected his aim, as his flames chased down the hero killer, forcing him to be on constant movement. Stain tried to lick his blade again on the move, but nearly burned his tongue in the process. Damn it, the flames evaporated the blood. Cursed the hero. However, the ground suddenly became uneven, as a part of the street inflated rapidly, popping and sending debris flying into Stain's everything, knocking him into the air. Ekid then ran in, punching him in the guts while he was airborne and unable to dodge, smashing him into the ground. Kud then dropped from the sky, delivering a rocket-powered stomp into Stain's stomach, making blood gush out of his mouth like a fountain. The nomu laughed as it watched the hero killer's body go limp. You're finished. Laughed Kud. However, an eerie feel started to surround the atmosphere as all the nomu's instincts awoke, sending chills down their spine. Suddenly, Stain sprung back to life, grabbing Kud by the face, squeezing him tightly as the nomu thrashed with all of his might, but found himself being unable to break free. Bloodlust and killing intent erupted out of the hero killer's body, to the point where it actually visible. Oh, am I now? The hero killer growled, his voice sounding demonic. Gee guys. Help me. Asked Kud, struggling to break free. Yuuei launched several steel feathers at the hero killer, but Stain used Kud as a meat shield, blocking all of them. Spikes sprouted out of the captive nomu's body, stabbing through Stain's hand, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he threw the spiked nomu into Yuuei, sending both of them crashing down. "Duke. Power me up," yelled Yuuei as the centaur lifted a car, smashing the nomu consecutively with all of his strength. Powered up by said sustained damage, the towering beast charged in with impressive speed, swinging at Stain. However, the hero killer lifted his blade, and in the blink of an eye, Ekid's arm was sliced apart like carrots. Recoiling from the pain, Ekid backed up, only for both of his legs to fall off. Without even saying a word, the hero killer jumped into the air, leaping 10 stories in a single jump, lunging downwards towards the nomu. Good came flying in though, slamming Stain in the sides before he could make the kill. The rocket-powered nomu smashed Stain against the side of a building, before dragging him all the way down the building, destroying several windows on the way. Yuuei, having recovered, doused the hero killer in his flames. "He's finished now. My flames can melt even steel," said Yuuei. However, melt he did not, as Stain came charging through the flames, ready to cut up the flyer who attacked him. However, just then Ekid came in, carrying a steamroller and crushing him beneath it. This was followed Duke, galloping on top of the steamroller, lifting his front legs, stomping the steamroller so hard, the vehicle was split in half. "He should have been flattened by that stomp," said Duke. "We won. But still, it was impressive that he took on all 4 of us at once for so long," commented Yuuei. "Budgie guys?" asked Ekid, reverting to his scrawny form. From the piles of rubble and debris, Stain stood up, covered in blood and bruises, his right arm dislocated, as he looked at the 4 with pure, wide eyes. "Was that all?" grunted Stain. "I'm still going." How yelled Cood, "How is he still alive?" "This guy, he's too damn tenacious," Deku replied. "But look at him. He can barely stand," said Yuuei. "Then let's finish him off," replied Cood, as all 4 of the nomu lunged at him all at once. Suddenly, a massive foot came down on the 4, smashing Yuuei, while the 3 others dodged. "Looks like the cavalry is here," grunted Duke. From behind Stain came Gang Orca, Mount Lady, Death Arms, Gunhead and all sorts of other heroes and police force members. "It seems we were late to the party," said Mount Lady. "It's time to turn the tides." However, Ekid, the nomu she just stomped, absorbed once again all sustained damage, flipping the giantess over. "More heroes have arrived," said Ekid. "If they assist the hero killer, this might be troublesome. The rest of the pros are still fighting our forces. If we help them wipe out the other heroes, these reinforcements won't be an issue," replied Yuuei, spreading its wings. "Very well then, split up and assist our forces," ordered Duke as the 4 retreated in different directions. "Should we follow them?" asked Death Arms. "No," answered Gang Orcas. "Right now, we must fulfill our duty and assist our fellow heroes. Our forces are down to less than 100, and in many parts of the city, the battle's still going strong." "Rightfully so, but what about Stain?" asked Gunhead. "Stain?" asked Gang Orcas back. "Yeah, right." Gunhead suddenly realized that Stain was no longer there. Where did he? Suddenly, a massive crash was heard at the observation tower in the center of the fight. What was that? A mere 10 minutes earlier. Lightless stared at his former subordinate, anger apparent on his smoke face. Attempting to provoke him into attacking first, he took up a cocky attitude in order to get under his skin. "Honestly, I'm not surprised that you would betray me. After all, I guess it's only natural for you Eris to be defending each other." Kurogiri let out an annoyed grunt at his banter. Seeing how it was working, he continued. "But it's a real shame I couldn't harvest you. After all, your blood, if you had any, would have had catastrophic effects on my plans. I guess it's only fitting, for a failure like yourself." The bartender stayed silent. "What? No words. Cat's got your tongue. Afraid I might have stolen Shinso's quirk," laughed Izuku. "What's wrong? Scared? Nervous? Or are you just so damn confident that you can win against the likes of me?" "If you are trying to provoke me, Izuku," Kurogiri eventually answered. Suddenly, Izuku's left arm was severed as black blood gushed out, causing the villain to yell in pain. "You succeeded." Author's note. I recommend either Megalovania or Helsing Die Fledermaus at 038 for this part. The black string rose from the ground as Mightless narrowly dodged, barely keeping his right arm from getting cut off as well. "Portal strings. You can make portal strings. These portals are a part of my body, I can thus shape them into anything I want," replied Kurogiri. "Believe me when I tell you I wasn't even using a fraction of my power back at the lab." The black mass leaked out of his arm, taking the shape of a sword. "Orb saber." Mightless's left arm regenerated into a blade as the blood that came out of him became several nightmarish-looking nomus, all charging at Kurogiri. Spatial distortion slash. Kurogiri swung the sword once, sending a flying slash, which cleaved the nomu clean in half, before heading for Mightless, deleting all that crosses its path. The villain dodged to the side, making the distance and swinging at Kurogiri. The blade passed right through Kurogiri's body however, and was deleted right as it came out the other side. Seeing this, Mightless quickly backed up, avoid Kurogiri as he tried to swipe at his head. Placing his hand on the ground, Izuku used Chisaki's quirk, shattering the floor's surface, before reforming it, sending a wave of spikes at the bartender. However, several portal appeared around Kurogiri, warping every single spike away from him and lodging him into Izuku's body instead. Having pinned his opponent, Kurogiri then created a lance with his portals, aiming at Mightless. Seeing this, the villain decayed the spikes that were pinning him down, allowing him to just barely dodge the upcoming javelin, which flew out of the tower, leaving a massive gaping hole. However, a portal appeared next to him, and the spear came through it, grazing Mightless's chest. Growing claws, Mightless inflicted several cuts upon himself, spawning several nomus to fight for him. These nomus charged at Kurogiri from every angle. Seeing this, the bartender's blade extended in length, as well as going limp, turning into a whip. With a crack of said whip, every nomu coming his way was cut to bits, along with the walls and ceiling. However, Izuku dashed in right after the nomus died, allowing him to attack him while he was open. However, a portal opened between the two, sending Izuku face first into a wall. Okay, I know it's filthy rich coming from me, but your powers are bullshit. Izuku grunted, wiping some blood off his nose. What did you expect then? For me to do easy on you? Laughed Kurogiri, I don't think so. However, Izuku then smiled. There is a limit, right? Asked Izuku. Huh? Your portals, there is a limit to how long you can maintain all of them. Said Izuku, am I right? So you figured me out, congrats. Kurogiri clapped sarcastically. Hehehe, I knew it. Mightless laughed, you're far from invincible. You have plenty of exploitable weaknesses and I will dig them out one at a time. In the blink of an eye, the villain closed the distance between the two, as Kurogiri was once more unaffected. However, the villain kept attacking, constantly creating new blades, as his previous ones gets deleted the second they come into contact with Kurogiri's body. Your first weakness, Mightless deduced, dodging a hit from Kurogiri, is that you can't control both your weapons and yourself at the same time. So when you're using your portal-based attacks, your main body becomes vulnerable, hence why you warped me when I lunged at you, while you had your whip out instead of just taking it. The bartender swung at the villain, before backing off to make some distance, panting rapidly. Your second weakness is that even that portal body has a time limit, which is why you attempted to keep your distance for most of the fight. Added the villain. Hundreds of small black portals floated out of the bartender, turning into daggers as he launched them at him. And your third weakness? The knives hit, shredding all that came in their path. However, Mightless blocked it by creating a 3-foot thick wall using Chisaki's quirk. There's only so much mass your portals can wrap before closing, meaning it is still possible to block your attacks. Mightless smiled as Kurogiri coughed out a butt of blood. Oh? Time's running out already? What a shame. However, instead of panicking, the bartender gave him a prideful applaud. I expected no less from you, Midoriya. Congratulated the bartender, picking up on my weaknesses so quickly, as well as developing countermeasures. It's kinda flattering that you're using such brains on someone like me. What now? Getting desperate? Thinking you can just reason your way out of this after ruining my plans? Oh, definitely not, I'm just saying that I'm happy that you see me as that big of a threat. Said Kurogiri, but I will warn you though, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't reveal his true limits if it's unnecessary. The bartender then raised his left hand. Feeling that something big was coming, Mightless set up another wall, nearly a meter thick this time. Bad choice. Said Kurogiri. Suddenly, a massive portal, nearly the size of the room, appeared to Mightless's right. The villain didn't notice it, but when he did, it was far too late. He turned to his right, it was dark purple. Then appeared a black wall. From the outside of the observatory, people witnessed as a giant black portal appeared over the very tip of the observatory, before going down and engulfing the top of the tower, as it's 25 meter tall and 8 meters in diameter, spiky tip shot out of the top floor. From the inside, a huge part of the floor has already collapsed, the wind blowing away the thick cloud of smoke, revealing Mightless, who was gravely wounded. Hey jackass, you missed a spot. Mightless cursed, both of his legs torn off, his left arm broken and bending in 8 different directions, black blood leaking out of his head as he lied there, on his stomach, struggling to get up. Still alive, huh? Kurogiri asked rhetorically, before vomiting out his share of blood as well. As the villain's wounds were slowly healing however, Kuro brought out his portal whip, lashing onto the villain's body, shredding his flesh into mincemeat, destroying what was getting rebuilt as the villain yelled blood-curdling screams of pain. So this is the League of Villains, huh? A memory of Izuku first joining suddenly flashed by Kuro's eyes. His hands shook a little, but he quickly got over it, impaling the villain in every single vital spot he knew, the lungs, the kidneys, the heart, the liver, the throat, and with each, his grew weaker as well, as his body was at its limit, burning from overusing his portals. I did, Kurogiri. I killed my first hero. Another memory flashed by, Izuku looked so happy, the League congratulated him. Kuro's breathing got funny for a moment, but that only made him more pissed, as his initially slowing strikes now doubled in speed. Izuku's body was slowly losing its form, then regaining it, then losing it, and so on, but at the center of it all, his head was generally avoided, so that he still had the nerves to feel all the pain, to the point where he started to cry for mercy. Sachi. You made it in the League. Let's celebrate. Happy 15th birthday Midoriya. You know Kuro, I never really met my dad, but I think you make up for it fine. Memory after memory, the one feeling the most pain turned out to not be Izuku, but Kurogiri, who, among Izuku's cries for mercy, eventually dropped to the ground, puking out another fountain of blood. It's not over yet, the head. I must destroy the H-head, uttered Kurogiri, picking up a protruding piece of rebar, and slowly trudged towards Izuku, whose body was regenerating a lot slower now, despite having 2 layers of nomu class regeneration. Picking the body over to its back, Kuro lifted the rebar, aiming for the head. You know Kurogiri, I was initially skeptical about this League. A flashback went by Kuro's eyes. Oh really? Replied Kurogiri at the time. Yeah, you know, living your whole life being told that villains are bad, when really, most of them are just misunderstood. Well, what changed your mind? Asked Kurogiri. Well, everything, to how everyone treats me, to the kind of people I'm with, I feel like I finally fit in. We are in a building full of murderers, serial killers, psychopaths and a man-child with a hand fetish. Kurogiri regarded, ticking off Shigaraki, and you think you fit in here? What do you have in common with these people, huh? I was alone. Just like all of you. Said Izuku, I mean, sure, I had my mother, but we all did at some point. Any group I'm in, I just get singled out, beat up, laughed at. Treated as black sheep. Isn't everyone here the same? Isn't that why they hang together? Kurogiri didn't respond to that, not because he didn't want to, but because he was touched. I'm respected here, they see me not as a tool, but as a respected member. Sure, they can be a little rough around the edges sometimes, but if they didn't they wouldn't be called villains. But in the end, we are all human. Be nice to someone, and they will treat you with equal kindness, right? That way of thinking will get you killed in normal circumstances, kid. Said Kurogiri, sitting down next to him, before gentle ruffling his green hair, giving Izuku a reassuring smile, but not this time. Hearing this, Izuku went in for a hug, hugging Kurogiri tightly. His parental instincts kicking in, Kuro wrapped his arms around Izuku. It's warm, Kurogiri. Said Izuku. It's all okay now. Kurogiri replied, we stick together as a league. And I promised, I won't harm you in any way. It's warm, Kurogiri uttered mightless, snapping Kuro out of his trance. He then realized he was crying, and his tears dripped onto Mightless's bloody and cut-up face. Seeing this, the bartender dropped the rebar as tear flowed out of his eyes, his arms feeling numb as he covered his face, trying to block the tears. You just couldn't do it in the end, could you, Kuro? Izuku uttered, you didn't have it in you to finish me off. Suddenly, blood came gushing out of the bartender's mouth as one of Izuku's arms regenerated, impaling Kurogiri. And that is your biggest weakness. Chapter 57. As All Might approached the metallic door, which held captive the world's most dangerous criminal behind, alarms rang throughout the prison, signaling a system breach. The guards, noticing the alarm, left their initial stations to spring into action, taking on the outside intruders, not knowing what they were up against. Seeing how no one was gonna open the door, All Might decided to take matters into his own hands, manning the controls and opening the metallic door himself. In front of him presented All For One, the same position he was in last time they visited. Oh? Back so soon? Smiled the ex-villain boss, things must be getting heated up there, wish I could see for myself. Save your formalities, All for One, we both know why I'm here. All Might retorted. Indeed we do. Replied All for One, so, have you made up your mind yet? Millions are dying out there, people are crying for help, despairing. All Might pointed out, I simply can't bring myself to stoop to such a low level, to seek help from the very cause of this. All for One lifted the spot where his eyebrow should be. The former hero noticed. Alright, the contributor to Mightless's transformation. That's more like it. The sound of the outside doors getting torn open broke their conversation, followed by the pained screams of the guards. The lights in the room started to flicker. It was about time. All for One smiled as he heard the sounds of the malfunctioning turrets. I actually wanted to see what my little boy has accomplished. Listen All for One, you're still not out of the frying pan yet. With this prison about to collapse and you restrained, we will both die, the world itself will fall. You are the only other person I'm sure these nomus will listen to. And what do I get in return exactly? Or are you just using me for your own ends? Cause if that's the case, then enjoy your last minutes to live. All Might heard the noises getting closer. What do you want? Asked All Might. The ex-villain smiled. I already got it. All for One smiled back. Suddenly, a nomu busted into the room. All Might ended up trapped under the metal door that was kicked down. The hero cursed as he tried to break free. However, just then, he noticed that the nomu was paying attention to him. Instead, the beast made its way into All for One's cell, shattering the glass. Oh no. If that thing lets All for One escape, then it'll be the end as we know it. Thought All Might, struggling to break free. However, that didn't happen, as the nomu lunged its razor-sharp claws into All for One's stomach, as the latter coughed out a ton of blood. As All Might stood there in awe, All for One, now free from his restraints, grabbed the nomu by its wrists and snapped it in half. He then burned the nomu alive with a combination of napalm, acid and lava quirk, before collapsing. Haha, I should have known. Laughed All for One, lying in a pool of his own blood, they aren't gonna listen. But how? You made them. Izuku made them. All for One clarified, and judging by how it now attacks even allies, I'm gonna have to say that the League have finally betrayed him. Betrayed? What do you mean? How do you know this? It was all part of my master plan. All for One explained, now please, as a man who won't let anyone die under his watch, can you please help me up? And let me see the light of day, one last time. Freeing himself from the rubble. The hero hesitantly looked at All for One's hand. Just then, he heard more of the nomu in the distance, approaching fast. Without anything left to lose, he grabbed the villain by the hand to try and lift him to his feet. However, that very instant the two made contact, a surge of energy was felt, flowing through him. The world around his dissolved into darkness. And he stood at the center of his, under a pile of charred wood, the ember barely alive. Just then, walking in from the darkness came All for One. However, his true face was revealed. His dark, short and well-tailored hair mixed with his chocolate brown eyes, giving out a manipulative stare. All Might tried to say something, but then, he realized that his mouth had vanished, dissipated into smoke. The rest of his body followed. Half a year. All for One said, that's how long you have left to live. All Might nodded, despite not having a neck. I see. Said All for One, sitting down by what's left of the fire, but let me ask you this. If I choose to help you, will you actually trust me? All Might nodded again. Very well. Replied the villain, throwing himself into the fire as his body faded away, turning the dying embers into a raging bonfire. Suddenly, the hero came back to his senses as dark lighting fizzled out of his body, causing him to revert to his muscle form. His hair went from blonde to black and his eyes turned red. All Might. Look out. Some of the guards called as some nomus got through, charging at the hero. Reaching out with his left arm, black tendrils came out of his fingertips, impaling each of the nomus. Then, a surge of electricity fried each of the beasts he impaled. What is this? All Might asked to himself. Simple. A voice responded in his head, one for all is a quirk derived from my original quirk, All for One, and hence naturally reacts to its original creator. Because of this, while I am unable to steal the quirk, I can however manifest myself into it, turning myself into the fuel for One for All's flames. You mean we fused? All Might asked. Indeed. Replied All for One, we are now one. No longer All Might nor All for One. We are. All Might for One? Asked All Might. I was gonna say All for One Might, but whatever. A dark portal opened somewhere in the battlefield as the League of Villain came out with Eerie. Right as they made it out, Toga dropped to her knees, tears flowing out of her face. Why Izuku? Why do this? she cried, only to be comforted by Dabi. Please Toga, I understand you must be devastated, but we cannot fret. I'm not sure how much longer Kuro's gonna hold. If we don't get moving, the nomus will get us. Reassured the scarred villain, before turning to Mr. Compress, do you know anywhere we can escape to? I heard they were evacuating injured citizens in the outskirts of the battlefield. If we make a beeline for it, we might make it. Replied Mr. Compress. Then let's go then. Said twice, the faster we get out of here, the faster we can get Eri to safety. Wait, look over there. Said Spinner. Suddenly, from the distance, a group of familiar-looking people were approaching them. A few minutes earlier, Class A and B continued to make their way through the battlefield. Knuckle Duster and Pop Step lead the way as the two classes tried their best to fight off any upcoming threat. Eventually, they split up into groups after seeing how big the entire battlefield was. Just then, while heading towards the source of an earlier distant battle, they ran into a gravely injured Stain. Stain Ida called out, preparing to fight. What are you pipsqueaks doing here? Asked Stain, pulling out a knife. You picked the wrong heroes to mess with. Tetsu yelled out, activating his hardening. However, before Stain could land a blow, Kendo ran in, separating the two. Hold on. Can't you see how injured he is? Asked Kendo. So what? He's a villain. Yelled Awais. And? Look at yourselves. Are we, 39 students trained in combat, really gonna gang up on one injured man? Hold on Stendhal. Asked Knuckle Duster, is that you? Knuckles? Ah yes. I remember you. My face still aches where you punched me. Laughed the hero killer. As the vigilantes engaged Stain in a conversation, the rest of the students stood still, shocked by the fact that these vigilantes knew Stain on such a personal level. "For sentient nomus?" asked Crawler. "Yeah, all very strong. It took Endeavor all he got just to bring down one," explained Stain. "They beat me up pretty bad before retreating after reinforcements arrived." "I see," said Knuckle Duster. "Don't mess with them, you'll die. I suggest we try to take them down one at a time," explained Stain. "But they are all dispersed." Momo cut in, "By the time we take one out, the others will probably have done untold amounts of damage. Plus, we're here to go after Mightless." Shigaraki added, "Not fight some nomus. So you are just gonna let all the other heroes die to them? I'm an ex-villain, not a hero." "But we are." Todoroki cut in, "And if these 4 nomus are as tough as you suggest, chances are they represent a vast portion of Izuku's forces. Take them down, and Mightless will have less to lean on once we reach him." "So what? We're just gonna waste our time fighting this endless horde of mindless armies?" asked Kitsuki. "We have to reach Deku before it's too late." "Then you go ahead." Kendo suggested, "We will stay behind to fight off the high-end nomus." Most of Class A and some of Class B froze at her suggestion. "Kendo, you can't be serious, this is finally our chance to get more action than those Class A guys, and you're suggesting that we throw that chance away," Monoma yelled at her. "It was never about the fame, Monoma," Kendo yelled back. "Kendo's right." Juzo cut in, "We are heroes, and our duty is to save and protect. Right now, our forces aren't gonna be enough to pull both tasks off one after another fast enough, doing it simultaneously is the only way. Besides, Izuku's a Class A student. If anyone's gonna reach him out of all of us, it's them." Setsuna added. "Then we will help too." The Crawler stepped in, siding with Class B, followed by his vigilante friends. "So am I," May responded. "Guys, are you really okay with this?" asked Ichako. "Don't worry. We're stronger than we look," Kendo replied, flexing her arm. "Very well then," responded Ichako, as the two groups separated. "Good luck." "Good luck, Class A," Kendo murmured. As Class A made their way deeper into the battlefield, they came across the League of Villains, who seemed to have just exited from a portal. "Hey. Look over there," Ida pointed out. "Is that the League of Villains?" Kirishima cut in, activating his hardening, as he and most of the class prepared themselves for battle. However, the League didn't fight back. Instead, they looked relieved. "Oh thank God, you're all here," uttered Toga, slowly walking up to them. "Please." She slowly approached Ichako, who noticed her despairing eyes, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, she collapsed into her arms, clenching on her suit as she felt her tears dropping on her shoulder. "Help us." Slowly pushing her away, most of the class were taken aback by what they were witnessing, besides Mineta, who snapped a picture. "Hold your horses, what's doing on here?" asked Mina, pulling her away from Ichako. "Izuku's lost it." Spinner cut in, "He wants to purge the entire world of quirks, and he's planning on using Eri to do it." Eri, where is she? What did you do to her? Todoroki yelled, grabbing Spinner by his outfit and pulling him closer. Stop. A young girl's voice cut in as the before-mentioned hostage ran between them. These people aren't bad. They took care of me. Showed me love and care. They aren't bad people. Please stop. Seeing this, Todoroki quickly let go of Spinner as he saw the girl run up to comfort the lizard man, who patted her head in return. What's going on here? Zero exclaimed, this whole time, we thought you guys were hard-boiled criminals that show no mercy. Well, you thought wrong. Magni cut in, we can show care as much as you do. And now, Izuku has gone nuts, and the only one that's keeping him at bay is Kurogiri. We need your help. Seeing how worried they were, and well as recognizing genuine care in their voice, the students walked closer to the league. Where is he? Asked Kitsuki. At the observation tower. Magni pointed. And just like that, Class A walked past the villains, heading to said designated area. Thanks. He replied. Wait. Toga pleaded, pulling on Ichako's arm, as she, along with Mina and Sayu turned around, looking at them with her teary face. Please, save him. Save him for our sake, for my sake. Hearing this, Ichako pulled her closer, holding her hand with both of hers. I promise we'll bring so sense back into him. Ichako smiled with determination. Yeah. You can count on us. Kirishima cheered. We won't let you down. Jiro added, giving them a thumbs up. Hearing this, Toga smiled, wiping away her tears. Thank you. No, thank you for caring so much about Midoriya. Said Sayu, we're happy to know that he was at least happy with you guys. It was our pleasure. Toga replied, stay safe, Asui-san. Call me Sayu. But, I thought you only let your friends call you that. I do. Hearing this, Toga gave out a flattered smile as she watched them run off to the observation tower. Alrighty then, guess that's settled. Said Irina, now, I think it's about time we found a safe place for Eri, right Sachi? No response. Sachi. Suddenly, the league noticed while counting their members after that moment of silence that Sachi was missing. Where did he? Somewhere far off, nearly a mile away from the initial warp zone, Sachi ran through the ruined streets and flaming building. His thoughts raced through his head, making Hai almost oblivious to his burning lungs and legs. His eyes darted around like crazy as his mind was exploding, trying to process everything that's happening around him. No. I joined the league because I wanted a better world. I wanted to finally let my dad rest in peace. But not this. He thought as he dashed through the battlefield, crawling with nomus. Near him lied numerous mangled corpses of heroes and civilian alike. Several with horror plastered on their face before their lives were taken away. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted. None of this was what I wanted. Help. The voice broke him out of his conscience. A few meters away lied a crashed evacuation bot. Hundreds of stranded civilians were trapped inside as the outside was swarming with nomus. All nearby heroes were dead as the nomus were slowly tearing the hull open. Sachi froze, standing there helplessly as he was about to witness a massacre. What do I do? What do I do? I can't take on that many nomus, and why do I care? Those people rejected us. They call us villains. Why should I save them if they're just gonna be assholes to us? However, a sudden memory came back to him at this very moment. His father. The same man who became a villain to provide for him, and even at the face of death, he still saved the very people he hated working for. A man like that was to be admired, but instead he was shamed. This whole time, he wanted to get revenge of this world for doing so, for generalizing villains to all be bad. It was then that he realized. Assuming that they would reject them, lashing out at the world there clearly being friends at his side, he realized what he was truly doing. Insert My Hero Academia, you can be a hero. I'm such an idiot, Sachi thought, tears flowing down his face at the revelation. I thought I was redeeming your honor, father. Instead, I became everything I hated. No, this will not stand. If they can't recognize you as a hero. His body ran almost automatically towards the crashed ship. Then I'll show them the kind of man you truly were. Insert Jet Set Run. As the hull was torn open, the whole ship was overturned. Some of the civilians fell out as the nomu smiled sadistically. Addie. A young girl who fell out cried as her father tried to catch her. Maiko. Her father cried back as the nomu lunged at her. The girl covered her eyes, prepared for the worst. However, nothing happened. Opening her eyes, she saw a man holding onto the nomu's wrist as he snapped the creature's arm with a twist and shot it in the face, killing it almost instantly. It's okay now, little girl. The man smiled, picking her off the floor, because I am here. One of the nomus jumped at him, but he reacted in time to dodge it, flipping out of the way, as well as shooting the nomu in the face. They will just keep coming, Sachi called out to the survivors in the vessel, you have to run. What about you? Asked the girl's father. I'll be fine. He smiled back, now go. I'll hold them off. As the civilians flooded out of the plane, Sachi faced the horde of nomus as they came charging at him. There's around 12 of them. If I go about this carefully, I can maybe do this. One of them came from the air, swiping at him with its claws. Sachi flipped over the initial swipe, but left himself airborne long enough for one of the nomus to come charging at him, smashing him into a stop sign. 2 more came from the top, ready to take a bite out of him. Seeing this, Sachi flipped under the hulking nomu, causing the 2 smaller ones to bite the nomu instead of him. He aimed at their eyes, firing a round into each of them, blinding them. One came from behind, grabbing him by the leg as it swung him into the roof of a car. The nomu went for another swing, but Sachi shot the nomu in the throat before he hit the ground, causing the nomu to fling him into one of the flying one. Finally getting the flyers in range, he pointed all 10 fingers at them, firing 10 rounds at once, blowing 3 of them to bits. However, a 4-1 came swooping in, hitting him mid-air and dragging him against a building. Looking down below, he saw the remaining ones recovered and were going for the civilians. Don't you dare. He yelled, shooting the nomu right in the exposed brain and guiding its corpse as it crashed into the other nomus. 4 left. One of the remaining ones grabbed him by the neck, slamming him into the wall. His claws digging into the wall's concrete, bolting him against the wall. Its hand then detached as it prepared a fire breath attack. Seeing this, Sachi aimed at its mouth, firing into it as it hit the spine, killing that nomu instantly. 3 left. However, he was still bolted to the wall, leaving him open for a muscular one to smash him through the wall. Coughing out blood, the ex-villain wiped some off his head before dashing back in, tackling the 3rd one like a football player. He then got on top of it, firing 5 rounds directly into the nomu's face. 2 left. The hammer arm met his face, smashing him into a car. His nose was spraying blood like a hose as he dropped to his knees, only to get pummeled back into the car as the nomu attacked him with a barrage of punches. Not yet. Sachi caught one of the fists as the nomu pulled it back, using the momentum to fling himself into the air, away from the car. He then fired a round into the car's battery, causing it to short circuit and send sparks everywhere, before firing a 2nd round into the gas canister. Sparks met gas, causing the car to explode in the nomu's face. Just 1 left. However, looking at the last one left, his jaw dropped. I'm impressed. Said the nomu, clapping, really, I am. You are. The high-end nomu, Duke. Replied the nomu, I'm amazed that you were able to pull off such a feat. Not good, Sachi mumbled. Sadly, now, you die. Said Duke, lunging at him with his lance. Seeing the upcoming attack, Sachi pulled back, trying to dodge. However, the ground beneath him expanded like a bubble, blowing up in his face. Debris was sent flying into him as he took a face full of cement. The centaur then dashed in, stomping at him, a stomp so powerful that it caused the whose section of the streets to cave in. This is insane. Sachi uttered. The centaur didn't give him even a moment to breathe as his lance extended toward Sachi, grazing his sides. The ex-villain flinched in pain but pulled through and gave the nomu a middle finger. Looks like you missed. Did I now? Suddenly, more spikes sprouted out of the lance, stabbing Sachi through the arm and sides. You're finished. Laughed Duke, all I have to do is pump air into the areas where I stab and you'll pop like a bloody balloon. Sachi could feel the air entering his body at a rapid pace. His arm was getting bloated, along with his chest. He tried to exhale to let the air escape, but it wasn't working. Even though air was coming out of every orifice of his body, he still felt like he was about to blow. Just then, in a panic, a blow bang was heard as suddenly, Duke's arm was blasted off. Ah. My arm. You bastard. Do you know how inconvenient it will be to regenerate this arm? As the Sachi was slowly deflating, he looked at his hand. I fired that bullet. He thought, then looked at his hand. One of his fingers was all purple and swollen, causing him to fall down in pain. Ow 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 ow. How the hell did I fire that? There's no way my body could have generated enough air to propel my bullets at that speed. Just then, he realized. The shot was fired while he was expanding like a balloon. The excess air. When my body was about to blow, I accidentally fired a shot. That amount of condensed air must have amplified the speed and power of my bullet. Sachi mumbled, which means if I can just inhale till the point where my lungs feel like exploding, I can increase the power of my bullets. What are you mumbling about? Duke yelled, lunging at him again. Sachi smiled back. I've just figured out a way to beat you. Sachi smiled, rapidly inhaling, as his chest expanded a little and as he aimed at Duke. Just imagine squeezing a water bottle. Keep on squeezing until the bottle cap. Another high-powered bullet was fired. Pops out. The bullet was so fast, Duke couldn't dodge in time, as it tore though part of his stomach, making it cough out blood. I did it. Sachi cheered, but then felt a ravaging pain in his finger, which was also broken. So the sheer amount of force the bullet has will break my finger, thought Sachi, which means what I'm essentially doing right now is limiting my ammo to how many fingers I got. You bastard. Yelled Duke, charging at him. I got 8 shots left. Sachi fired another supercharged shot, but his aim was predictable, so Duke dodged while Sachi clenched his other hand, trying to bear the pain. The centaur jumped in, lunging at his from the top. Sachi flipped out of the way this time and made sure to keep his distance from the lance. He then fired a 4th shot, which only grazed the nomu's arm. The nomu noticed him and kicked him into the wall with a back kick. Sachi struggled to get up as Duke slowly walked up to him, ready to lunge at him again. But this time, Sachi waited for Duke to lunge. As the lance came in, he aimed his thumb at it, firing a round which tore through the entire arm of the nomu. One hand down. Duke stared at him, pissed off, as his arm regenerated again, picking him up by the neck. Sachi aimed his other hand at him, but this time, Duke saw it coming and slammed him into the pavement before he can fire. You lived long enough. Duke muttered, die. As Sachi struggled to breathe, he could no longer muster enough air to fire any more of the supercharged shots. So he resorted to normal rounds, but those barely even made it through the nomu's skin. Eventually, his thrashing stopped as Sachi's limp body lied there, beneath the high-end nomu. It's over, you trash. Duke grunted. The sheer fact that you put up such a fight disgusts me. Said Duke, as such, I'll calm myself by slaughtering every single one of the civilians you saved. As the centaur made its way towards the civilians, however, a rock was thrown at it. Turning around, Duke saw Sachi as he slowly got up. Don't touch them, Sachi uttered. You're still alive. Duke laughed, and if so, why are you still trying? Wouldn't it be way easier if you stayed down? What do you think you can accomplish? You'll never win. You're nothing. Author's note. Insert One Punch Man emotional soundtrack cover. That may be so sure, I spent most of my life a wandering nobody, maybe I was a villain, all the way up until now, maybe, no definitely, there is no way I could possibly win. Sachi uttered, but still I stand here to fight you, still I stand in your way, because I am the only one keeping you from harming their innocent people that deserves no such harm. Sachi clenched his bloody fist. It's not about if I can win or not, nor is it about fighting a fight to prove the world what I really am. It's about what my heart tells me to do. Sachi said with triumph, and right now, my heart is telling me to follow in my father's footsteps and save these poor souls crying for help. And to do so, I have to defeat you right here and right now. Don't give up. A voice suddenly called. From behind came every single civilian that Sachi saved, looking at the two. Just then, the same voice came from Maiko, the little girl that Sachi protected. Please, mister. You can do it. You can defeat that monster. Yeah. You were so awesome earlier. Are you a hero? Cause I'll subscribe to your fandom if you survive. Another called out. You saved our lives. We can't just give up on you. Another called out. We'll stand by your side and cheer you on. So please win. They all said together in unison. Hearing this, Sachi slowly stumbled up, clenching his fist as he charged at the beast full force. Do you want to die so badly? Asked Duke, then so be it. Dozens of lances were fired at him as Sachi dodged them one by one, getting close enough, he unloaded another shot into the nomu's chest. What is this feeling in my chest? Sachi thought to himself. Duke recovered as several of his lances were lodged into the walls and ground as the latter expanded, exploding and sending debris flying towards Sachi. Lifting his arms, he blocked most of the upcoming debris, only to receive a kick to the face, crushing his jaw. This force driving me to move forward to fight with something other than my life at stake. Barely standing his ground, Sachi fired another round, blasting his front leg off and unbalancing Duke. Father, was this what you felt back then? Duke's leg regenerated as he let out a war cry, turning both of his arms into lances, his muscles doubled in volume as the nomu came charging at Sachi. Sachi on the other hand let out an equally ferocious war cry, running headfirst towards Duke. Is this what it's like to be a hero? As Duke lunged at him however, Sachi pointed his third shot downwards, propelling him over Duke as he was about to lunge, and flipping over him, aiming at his nape. Railgun round. Firing his second to last shot, the bullet went right into the nomu's nape, severing the spinal cord, causing the beast to collapse. Seeing this, the crowd cheered, as Sachi collapsed to the ground, barely having enough strength to even lift a finger. Damn it. This can't be. Duke uttered, "You." Suddenly, his bottom half rose bat up, stomping Sachi's down body. "You bastard." Duke yelled, his humanoid half gone completely limp. "How?" Sachi uttered, "I hit your spine." "One of my spines," said Duke, sadly, "my bottom half has a separate set of nerves, as well as its own spinal cord. Meaning you only paralyzed my top half." Seeing this, Sachi cursed to himself for blowing his load so quickly, instead turning to the civilians he saved. "Get away. Quickly." Seeing this, the civilians ran one by one. Eventually, the last one left, as Duke lifted his leg, ready to stomp Sachi's head in. "Any last words?" asked Duke. "No. Regrets," Sachi replied, as the hoof descended upon him. "Some people die a hero, other live long enough to see themselves become a villain," thought Sachi, "looks like I did both." Suddenly, a giant foot descended upon the sky, crushing Duke before he could deal the finishing blow. Sachi, taken by surprise, looked up to find a giant gargantuan monster, nearly twice the size of Montana Lady, standing over him like a Goliath. While he had human features, his long spiky hair covering his back made him look more like a hedgehog than anything, not to mention the radio dangling around his neck. What the hell?" Sachi uttered. Moments earlier, as Kurogiri collapsed in a pool of blood, he felt his vision doing dark. Across from him, Mightless was slowly but surely regenerating. While he still could barely move, Kuro found that he couldn't do much either. Instead, he mustered the last of his strength to call one last portal. "Remember Kurogiri?" A flashback of him and All for One flashed before his eyes. "Should anything happen to me, you will be given the permission to use him." Suddenly, violent shaking took over the tower, as Mightless was rocked back and forth and to and fro. Suddenly, peeking through the window came a giant, eyeing down our two down villains. What is that?" asked Mightless, turning to Kurogiri, "Is this your doing?" "There is one secret I hid from you," gasps the League of V villains' final trump card, Kurogiri uttered, "Gigantomachia." The giant grabbed Kurogiri gently, placing him of its shoulder. But then, it realized that the floor was not gonna hold for much longer and was about to collapse, so it let go of the building, rapidly scaling down as it jumped from high-rises to high-rises, until finally hitting the ground. Just then, it felt something squishy beneath its feet. "I stepped on someone," muttered the giant, lifting its foot to see a mangled black corpse that used to be a high-end nomu. "My bad." Hold on," Kurogiri uttered, "is that?" "Whoa. Kuro bro. That monster got you too," Sachi yelled from below. "Gigant, lower me to that man," Kurogiri ordered. "Understood." As Gigantomachia gently bent down to place Kurogiri next to Sachi, the latter let out a small chuckle. "Haha, I knew it. I knew you couldn't have died." Sachi cheered with what little energy he had left. "I guess one could say we were pretty lucky." "Sachi?" a distant voice suddenly called out. Suddenly, the rest of the League of Villains showed up and gasped at the sight of a returning member. "Kurogiri?" Most of them cried, jumping at the injured bartender to hug him. "Guys. It's fine. Don't hug so tightly, my wound aches enough as it is," Kurogiri uttered. Meanwhile, Irina and Yeong ran to Sachi, lifting him up slightly. "Hi Irina, sorry you had to see me like this," Sachi uttered, as Irina hit him in the head with a karate chop. "Stop making me worry so much, you dummy," Irina cried, before digging her face into Sachi's chest. "I was so scared that you weren't gonna make it." "I'm sorry Irina, it won't happen again, I promise," Sachi replied. "Still, I'm impressed. One of these high-end nomu is the equivalent of 2 to 3 of the top 10 heroes, and you defeated one single-handedly," said Kurogiri, who was getting healed by Eri. "Yeah. That was awesome," said Spinner. "Aw, guys, you're flattering me," Sachi replied with a blush. "Wait, don't tell me the whole reason you strayed from the group was just so you can steal all the glory of beating that thing," Yeong accused. "Yeah. What gives? You just ran off without a warning?" Irina asked. Hearing this, Sachi sat up as Yuri ran up to him to heal him. "Aye guys," Sachi said hesitantly, "are we really gonna just let these people die?" Suddenly that question hit every single one of them close to home. I never thought of that, said Toga. What does that have to do with us? Asked Abi. We're villains. Isn't saving people a hero's job? Aren't against heroes. We are against the heroes because they ditched us, left us behind. But if we give these people, mere bystanders caught in the crossfire, the same treatment, aren't we any better than them? Asked Sachi. Just then, Twice looked down at Eri. We saved Eri, didn't we? And in return, she cured my split personality. Said Twice, when we took in Izuku, he lighted up our lives and brought us, drifters forgotten by society, together. The League of Villains was and had always been a sanctuary for people like us, people rejected by society. I don't see why we shouldn't finally leave this shadow. If we can save Eri, then those people crying for help out there are not much different. I'm in. Eri called us her hero. If us villains can be heroes in the eyes of such an innocent child, then maybe we can show he world that things aren't so black and white, so I'm in. Mr. Compress replied. We can finally show the world how fake the heroes really are by setting a new standard of what a hero can and should do. I'm in. Said Spinner. Little by little, every member of the League of Villains agreed with Sachi, stepping forward. Then it's decided then. Said Kurogiri, come on guys, we got some nomus to defeat. Began Tamachi and knelt down, opening his palm to welcome in every member of the league. Wow. We get an awesome mount as well. This plan is already awesome. Spinner cheered. Buckle up boys. Kurogiri exclaimed, we got some heroing to do. Chapter 58. The war raged within some areas of the city. As the police force and special forces proved useless in fending off the nomus, they resorted to evacuating any stranded civilians. As Backdraft and Manuel used their water quirks to put out the fires of the burning buildings. However, the overwhelming strength of the opposing force was overwhelming what remained of the pro-heroes, as the security drones ended up carrying away any injured heroes out of the fight, any that aren't dead that was. Crap. There's too many of them. Yelled Airjet, his equipment having completely run out of fuel. Fall back. We can't handle this many. Ordered Death Arms. However, while backing up, another group of nomus and enemy bots cut them off from the other side, wiping out most of the back line. Police opened fire at the upcoming beasts, but the bullets proved useless as the bots in the front line acted as shields, completely impervious to the amount of lead raining down upon them. Closing the distance in no time, the nomus came in, tearing through the lines, quickly wiping them out. They got us surrounded. Yelled Tiger, Pixabob. Can you use your quirk to make a wall of some sorts? However, his partner didn't answer. Turning around, he noticed her crouched by the down body of Ragdoll. Tiger. Mandalay. Please, do something. Pixabob cried in desperation, it's Ragdoll, she isn't breathing. Moving closer, the two other heroes gasped in horror. Ragdoll, their partner, was lying in a pool of blood, her chest cut open, pouring with blood, as Pixabob, who was trying everything she could to stop the bleeding, was stained in her blood. Ragdoll. The two cried out as they quickly picked her up. Her heart's barely beating, we need to get her to an emergency hospital or else she's done for. Tiger analyzed. We'll never make it in time. Mandalay cried back. Ragdoll. Please don't die on us. Pixabob cried, tears flooding out of her eyes, forming a small puddle. We'll all be wiped out at this rate. Snatch said, before one of the nomu grabbed him by the shoulders, freezing his torso on contact to prevent him from turning to sand and lifting him up to its mouth. Snatch. Cried some of the heroes. No. Not like this. Not like Snatch muttered before the nomu chomped down on him, biting his head clean off. Snatch. Native, stabbing the nomu in the neck. Damn it. We're done for. Grunted one of the policemen, dropping his empty gun. What are you doing, rookie? We have to keep fighting. His sergeant yelled at him. And for what? The heroes are all gonna die at this rate and we are surrounded by like 30 of these things. Who else is gonna show up? Suddenly, a gargantuan figure came crashing through one of the buildings. On its shoulder, there seemed to be some people, a dozen about. Alright boys, let's do this. Kurogiri yelled out. Yeah. The group replied. Let's start by evacuating the civilians. Suggested Alpha, Tracker, what do you see? Using his radar quirk, he scanned the area. Several red silhouettes appeared in the burning building across as well as below. I sent 6 people trapped in the burning building and 14 trapped under the rubble below. Replied Tracker. Then let's get to work. Said Spinner, Giant Bro. Lift us to the 5th floor of that building. Began Tamachia slowly approached the building, lifting Tracker, Mr. Compress, Twice, Toga and Spinner to the 5th floor. Toga jumped through the window and into the building, followed by Tracker, Spinner, Twice and Mr. Compress. "There's 4 on the floor below us and 2 in the room right next to ours," said Tracker. "Got it," said Spinner, kicking down the door to find 2 kids, barely over the age of 10. They trembled at the sudden intrusion, despite the raging fire that's creeping into the room. "It's alright now, we are here," comforted Toga, gently picking them up. "Are you hurt? Where's your mommy and daddy?" They are," the boy said, sobbing. They are d." Hearing this, Toga hugged the 2 reassuringly. "We are very sorry about what happened, but now, we need to get you to safety. Come on now, let's see a smile." Hearing this, the kid snorted back his leaking snot, wiping away his tears and putting on a stoic look. Good, now let's get out of here," said Toga. "Wow, you are surprisingly good at this," Mr. Compress pointed out, compressing the wall into a marble. "I had practice," replied Toga, probably referring to Eri, jumping out of the hole Compress made and onto the hand of Gigantomachia. Meanwhile, Twice and Spinner reached the bottom floor as they heard the 4 other people behind a door, stuck in a room due to the fire, and calling out the window for help. "Damn, the main entrance is completely consumed by fire. We need an extinguisher to put it out," said Spinner. "Don't worry about it," said Twice, cloning himself. "We got this." "Oh? You've gone over your fear of self-cloning?" asked Spinner. "Nope," Twice replied. Is that supposed to mean yes? Or are you literally meaning never mind, what the hell will your clone do?" asked Spinner. "Just watch," said Twice, ordering his clone to open the door. However, as the clone made it to the fire, it turned back, too scared to go further. Just then, the actual Twice came in with a plank of charred wood, beating his clone over the head as the latter dissolved into goo. The goo smothering over the flames, weakening it slightly. "Alright, now to do that 3 more times," said Twice as Spinner watched with a drop of sweat running down his head. After killing 2 more clones than expected, the fire was put out thanks to Twice's clone goop. As the fire was put out, the 2 opened the door. "It's alright, you're safe now," said Spinner. "Now let's go, we can't stay here for too long." "Wait," said one of the 4, accompanied by a woman, a couple without a doubt. "We were separated from our son and daughter. Please save them. They probably think we are dead. Our colleagues are evacuating the rest of the building, rest assured, your children will be saved," reassured Spinner as the 2 guided the civilians out the building. While that was going on, some of the nomus flew towards the giant, threatening to take it down, while it crouched down to drop off the rescued children and reunite them their parents. "Boogie's on our 6. Doc called out, firing her gun at them. "Ordinary bullets won't work, we need the big guns," said Dobby, aiming his palm at them. Demon breath. A massive cloud of fire engulfed the nomus as Gigant then dropped Rabbit and Alpha off to the rubble pile where Tracker claimed had trapped civilians under. Rabbit activated his quirk, lifting the chunk of building that was pinning down 2 people as Alpha dashed in, quickly rescuing them. "They're coming at us from the ground too," Doc called out as a couple of nomus charged at Rabbit while he was holding up a overturned bus to help a few trapped civilians escape. Luckily, Yeong ran in, slicing up a few of the nomus, holding them at bay. However, the forces were still too overwhelming, allowing a few to get through. Just then, Magni jumped in, slamming one of them into the ground and then using his magnet to repel the nomu into his friends. But one of them got through, lunging at Magni. Suddenly, a portal appeared between the 2 and closed as the nomu entered halfway, cutting it in half. "Thanks for the assist, Kurogiri," thanked Magni. "No need to thank me," replied the bartender. Rabbit on the other hand, struggled to hold the overturned cargo truck and the victim trapped under had broken legs, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, the ex-military member felt the weight disappear as the 20-ton truck he was holding up turned into a 2-pound toy version of itself. The victim too shrunk down and was resting in the palms of one of the league's wildcards. "Thanks for the assist, Arena." "No problem, now let's get the rest of these civilians healed up and evacuated," replied Arena. While all of this was going on, the heroes stared at the event that were unfolding in awe. "Am I dreaming this?" uttered Tiger. "Nope. It's all real," a voice replied as the 3 jumped suddenly, noticing a young girl in a white dress, which matched the color of her hair. She looked like an ordinary civilian if it weren't for the fact that she seemed way too calm for the situation being. "Is your friend okay?" Realizing the ragdoll was still dying, they quickly reacted, hiding her from the sight in fear that the sight of a soon-to-be corpse might traumatize her. However, she noticed before they could hide their dying partner. "I see she's bleeding a lot," said the girl walking up to her, placing both palms on her wound as her horn emitted a faint light. Oh pain, Began, terrible pain. In an instant, Ragdoll's wounds closed as she slowly woke up, giving her partners a confused look. What did I miss? She asked. The Moko-chan. Pixabob cried in joy, hugging her partner. Seeing this, the girl gave a satisfied smile as she ran off to assist the others. Wait. Who are you, little girl? Asked Tiger. The name's Yuuei. She responded, the League of Villains' little helper. The hero's jaws dropped after that reveal. However, their shock was short-lived as a nomu who was sent flying dove down on them, attempting to smash them, only for Dabi to roast it alive. The fire user then ran to Yuuei, hitting her over the head. How many times do we have to tell you to not stray from the group? Dabi scolded, you could have gotten seriously hurt. Oh sorry, Yuuei muttered in guilt. As the League of Villains continued their work, the heroes stared at their teamwork and were left in awe by it. Why are the villains helping us? Asked Backdraft. That's the last thing you should be asking right now, Backdraft. Replied Manuel, the teamwork, the technique, the cooperation, this isn't something any normal bunch of crooks could pull off. Not even most pro heroes can manage this much coordination. The giant is like a walking fortress, with its hunched over back and relatively slow movement, but high power and durability. It serves as the perfect carrier for a team to get to a location. DOGA the villains' names are public. Spinner and Yeong make for perfect rescue operatives. With their agility and nimble movement, Tracker's radar quirk can keep the whole team informed about enemy and victim whereabouts. Dabi and Sachi are perfect for ranged attacks. One being high-powered and specializing in causing massive area damage for crowd control, and the other for making precise and accurate shots. Irina and Mr. Compress are made for removing obstacles like rubble blocking exits or roadblocks. Twice, and his clones make the perfect expendable scouts. Should they be injured, they can rely on Eerie or Doc. Rabbit makes for the perfect crowd control, and should things go haywire, Kurogiri can warp everyone away to safety. Speculated Ragdoll, without a doubt, this team is like an impregnable fortress. Suddenly, Tiger noticed that Yeong got knocked over by a nomu. Almost by instinct, the hero ran in, punching the nomu away. Tiger? What are you doing? Asked Pixabob and Mandalay. What else? Helping them. Replied Tiger, I don't care what we think of them now. Because right now, they are the real heroes. And I won't stand for villains doing our jobs better than us. Then we will help too. The other heroes said in unison. All of a sudden, the heroes ran in, assisting in the villains' work. Rabbit was about to lift a car to save the kid hiding under, but the car ended up getting picked up by Death Arms. You did good. Said Death Arms, mind if I tag in? Not at all. Rabbit smiled back. Meanwhile Ragdoll read one of the nomus with her search quirk, uncovering its weakness. Telling it to Mandalay, she then telepathically told Yeong, who was fighting the thing, to stab it in the knees. She did so, and effectively, the beast went down. In the distance, as all of this happened, a bulky figure watched the wild thing unfold. He was left completely speechless. What is going on here? Uttered the man. Yes, quite a spectacle, isn't it, All Might? Asked the voice of All for One, villains saving heroes, heroes helping villains, villains fighting villains with heroes who are after a villain that's a former hero whose plan is to exterminate all heroes. A sight of unimaginable chaos. And yet, so beautiful as well. Why? Why would villains and heroes fight together? Asked All Might. Because they all have one common enemy now. All for One replied, Mightless. This is unbelievable. And yet here we stand as the ultimate symbol of union between heroes and villains. All for One Might, the fusion of the symbol of peace and the lord of the underworld. A living yin-yang, a perfect balance of absolute good and absolute evil. I thought we settled on All Might for One. No, you settled on All Might for One, I said we go for All for One Might. My body, my rules. All Might replied. Meanwhile, with the last civilian evacuated and the last nomu disposed of, the League let out a victory cry, raising their arms into the air. The heroes cheered along with them, some even wrapping their arms over their former enemies' shoulders. However, their celebration was cut short when one of the pro heroes in the back was sent flying. Everyone shifted their attention to the source of the hit. There stood a nomu, slightly bulky, but also short and flimsy looking. What's this pipsqueak still doing here? Asked Rabbit, think we would spare you cause you're cute looking. The nomu stared blankly at the villain, before laughing a little. You asked for it. Rabbit yelled out, smashing the nomu into the pavement. However, the creature seemed to have bulked up from said strike, now being as big as a normal human. Not giving much though, the villain activated his quirk, smashing the nomu into the ground and following up with a barrage of punches. As the nomu was pushed back into the pavement, Rabbit ended his onslaught with a decisive blow to the head, cracking the area around him and forming a small crater. However, a massive hand reached out, grabbing Rabbit by the face. Surprised, the Hound member tried to tear away, but the grip was far stronger than he originally anticipated. The nomu then got up, now nearly twice Rabbit's size, nearly 10 feet tall, lifting him into the air with one hand. The villain thrashed at the nomu's hand, trying to make him let go. The nomu let out a chuckle, dropping Rabbit, before uppercutting him in the guts mid-air, fragmenting his ribs as the bulk of the hounds was sent flying like a volleyball. "Next," growled the nomu. Seeing this, several heroes charged in. Steel cutwater jet. Big arms barrage. Canyon cannon. Backdraft Montana lady and death arms hit the nomu at the same time, causing it to stagger a little. Blood shot out of the nomu's body as his muscles were torn, trying to keep him from falling. However, the nomu's torn muscles then rapidly morphed and reformed as the nomu practically doubled in size and muscle mass. His calf bulged up as he charged through the attacking heroes, running them all over. "Ekid," muttered Kurogiri in the back, "I should have known he would show up sooner or later." Everyone now had their focus on the high-end nomu as the heroes and villains banded together to take down the beast. Dabi opened with a cloud of flame, engulfing Edik. While the nomu was caught up in flames however, Fourth Kind ran in, barraging him with punches. This nomu must have some sort of damage absorption ability which converts damage taken to power. His regeneration must be what's keeping him in one piece. Speculated Doc, examining the nomu from afar while treating Rabbit. "Our best bet is to overwhelm his regeneration, and by then, the thing will go down for sure." "Leave that to us," replied Tracker and Alpha. Ekid grabbed all four of Fourth Kind's arms, snapping them like twigs. Just then, Alpha ran in, leaving several cuts on the nomu's wrists. Just then, sniper rounds hit the monster's eyes. "I'm so glad I kept this baby," Toga commented, reloading her sniper rifle that was given to her back in Hosu. "Don't let up," Tracker exclaimed, tagging in once Toga started reloading, firing his share of sniper rounds. Irina enlarged one of Dabi's gas gauntlets, as the amount of gas the support gear now emitted was enough to cover the whole area. "Everyone take cover," Irina yelled out as Dabi activated his quirk once more. Fire covered up the entire block, incinerating everything in sight. From inside the inferno however, they noticed movement. But before anyone could react accordingly, the nomu charged through the flames like they were never there and lunged for Dabi. Luckily, Magni reacted fast enough to pull the villain back, allowing for Dabi to avoid getting grabbed. Suddenly, a portal appeared next to the Goliath as Mr. Compress appeared through it, using his quirk and compressing Ekid's arm. "You may be able to absorb blunt damage, but there is nothing to absorb when your arm just magically disappears," Mr. Compress cantered. "Annoying," grunted Ekid as his arm immediately regenerated, bigger and bulkier than ever. "I take it back, looks like you did get stronger," uttered Mr. Compress as the nomu crushed him like a grape, only to find it was a clone. "Ha! Gotcha you dumbus." Twice laughed while showing his butt at the nomu. "I packed something extra special into that clone." Opening his palm, Ekid suddenly realized that there was a bomb hidden in the clone's body. Upon noticing, the bomb blew up in his face as the explosion engulfed his 20 feet body. The pro heroes followed up quickly, trying to pile on the damage before the nomu could recover from that. "Hey Kuro. Why isn't the big guy attacking?" asked Spinner, watching the heroes striking him with all sorts of different quirks. "It's too much of a gamble." Kurogiri replied, "If the nomu can regenerate from even one hit of Gigantomachia, then he'll be too powerful for even all of us combined. We need to wear down his regeneration before we can swing in with our trump card," replied Kurogiri, concentrating in warping away the injured heroes, pointing at the nomu's injured leg as it was regenerating a lot slower compared to earlier. "Until then, all we can do is wait." As Udek shook off the dozens of heroes that was piling up on him, his body grew bigger and bigger, now nearly 50 feet tall. Attacks who could hurt him prior now feel like bug bites. However, he also seemed to be panting and out of breath. "Are you done?" said Ekid, panting. "Now," Kurogiri ordered as Gigantomachia descended his giant fist. Ekid took the fist at full force as Gigantomachia felt his fist briefly stop before the nomu was sent flying into a building. "Did we do it?" asked Sachi. However, the nomu sprung back to life, punching Gigantomachia across the face, sending him flying into another building. Having fully absorbed the force of the punch, Ekid was now as big as Gigantomachia. Kurogiri was caught off guard as he was flung into the building along with his ride. "You fools," roared Ekid, "I am the strongest out of the 5 high-ends, you're gonna need a lot more than that to keep me down." Gigantomachia let out an annoyed grunt, running back to punch him again. The hit connected as the nomu staggered a little, spitting out a bit of blood. However, he caught his balance, uppercutting the giant in the stomach, which lifted him off the ground. Followed by a backhand, the giant was sent spiraling into another building. "Kurogiri," Magna yelled, catching his unconscious body. "He's out cold, we have to fall back for now," Spinner replied, pointing at the high end who was slowly approaching. "Jesus, how much more can that guy take?" asked Montana Lady, running in and nailing the Ekid across the face. However, Ekid barely flinched from the punch as he grabbed Montana Lady by the wrist and threw her over its shoulder, slamming her into another building. He then dragged her along the pavement, throwing her into Gigantomachia, who was charging in for a hit, stopping him mid-charge and tackling both of the giants, sending them tumbling down again. "It's like a goddamn kaiju fight," Spinner yelled out. "That wouldn't be too far off," said a new voice that surprised everyone. As they league turned around, they were taken aback by who was standing in front of them. "Stain," they yelled in unison. "What are you doing here?" asked Dobby. "Sign me costume please." Spinner dashed in, only to be held back by Twice and Mr. Compress. "I was gonna take on the Mightless until these things attacked me. I got injured badly so I had to retreat and recover," answered Stain, looking at Ekid, "so I left these things alone for 20 minutes, and this is what happens. I'm sorry, but someone thought it was a good idea to attack the guy with everything he's got." Alpha growled, glaring at Rabid, who scoffed back. "Well, that's just great, and it took me everything I got to sever his arms back when he was still relatively normal-sized," ranted Stain, watching as Ekid had both Montana Lady and Gigantomachia in a headlock. "Now the thing is over 100 feet tall and are swinging those other 2 giants around like ragdolls. Thus, let's retreat and maybe wait it out until that thing loses all its strength," suggested Spinner. "And let him regain enough stamina for his regeneration to kick in," asked Stain, pointing at the nomu's injuries that appeared to have yet to heal. "I don't think so. His regeneration is now overclocked, so we need to take the thing down before it gets any stronger." "But how do we do that?" asked Toga. Stain stared at Toga for a bit, or rather, her support gear. "Little girl, that backpack of yours, what does it do?" asked Stain. "It fired needles that are connected via tubes," replied Toga. "And are those tubes strong enough to hold the weight of a person?" asked Stain. Yes," replied Toga. Stain let out a smile. "Pass me your support gear, little girl," said Stain. Toga followed Stain's demands with confusion. As the hero killer dawned on her needle pack, he drew his blade, taking aim at Ekid. "What are you gonna do?" asked Spinner. "I going to cut that son of a bitch right in the nape, Attack on Titan style," replied Stain, who noticed Spinner's surprised face. "What? You're staring at me like you've never seen an Attaku before." No response, just dead silence. "Oh well," Stain muttered, firing off 2 needles, lodging in Ekid's hip. The tubes retracted, flinging Stain towards the feuding giants. "Your coolness factor just went from a 10 to a 100. Spinner muttered, crying tears of joy. Swinging around the giant nomu, Stain's wires dislodged and retracted, flinging him into the air. As Ekid noticed the small figure flying by, he left himself open for Gigantomachia to land a hit, punching him across the face. This was followed by a dropkick from Montana Lady. However, Ekid stood his ground, grabbing Montana Lady by her 2 legs and swinging her into Gigantomachia. Stain, on the other hand, launched 2 additional needles, hitting Ekid in the shoulder, allowing his to swinging around the nomu to behind its head. However, Gigantomachia jumped into the air in that very moment, delivering a dive punch, which Ekid blocked. The recoil bumped Stain off course, sending him tumbling down, falling over 100 feet. However, a portal appeared underneath him as he was warped back onto Gigantomachia's shoulder. Confused, he took a look back at the league at ground level. "You got this, Stain, we have your back," said Kurogiri. "Yeah. Go get him," cheered Spinner. "We'll cover for you every time you mess up," Magni exclaimed. Looking next to him, he saw the giant look at him and nodding. Seeing this, Stain smiled. "Then follow my lead," Stain called out, leaping towards Ekid. "Annoying fly," Ekid yelled, lunging at him. "Black mist, portal, now," Stain yelled out as Kurogiri warped him away from the upcoming fist, sending him on Ekid's arm. Gigant, keep that arm in this position so that I don't fall. Gigantomachia ran in, grabbed the extended arm of Ekid, who tried to pull back. As Gigantomachia struggled to hold the arm in place, the League ran up to the stunned Nomu, firing at its feet to keep it occupied. Ekid noticed that Stain was running towards his head, so he lifted his other arm, attempting to flatten Stain like an ant. Mask dude, marble his leg, giant, pull him towards you. Ompress ran in, compressing his left feet several times, causing Ekid to lose balance. Gigantomachia then pulled Ekid inwards, causing him to fall on its stomach. Seeing this, Stain leaped into the air. Magnet guy. Float me higher. Ordered Stain. I'm a woman. Magni yelled out, using her magnetism to propel Stain nearly 150 feet into the air. Meanwhile, while Ekid tried to get up, both Gigantomachia and Montana Lady ran in, pinning him down. Let him Stain. Montana Lady yelled out. Finish him. Yelled everyone in unison. Stain descended like a meteor, spinning his blades around so quickly that he started to catch fire. Sadly, Ekid on the other hand just broke free from the two giants' grasp. Stain noticed that now, his trajectory was off and that he was gonna splatter onto the pavement. It's over. Ekid roared as Stain barely grazed his cheek. Just then, a portal opened below him as Stain fell through before another portal opened behind him as the hero killer, keeping all of his momentum, came shooting out like a cannon, slicing Ekid's head clean off. The Nomu's body started to slowly shrink as the two giants ran in to catch Stain. Father, I failed, forgive me, Ekid uttered as its corpse hit the floor, causing the whole city to shake a bit from the impact. Heroes and villains stood alike in awe. We did it. They cheered in unison as Montana Lady gently put Stain down to ground level as several heroes threw him along with a few other League member into the air in celebration. Spinner even ran in and kissed a random hero. A small victory. Kurogiri commented, now come on, with 3 high ends defeated, Mightless's forces grow ever weaker. It's now or never, let's take the fight to him. Yeah. The heroes and villains cheered in unison, raising their fists. Moments earlier. Where did that little bastard go? Yelled Tetsu, clutching onto his bleeding arm. Mei. How's the others? Asked Kendo, who had her guard up as well. Doing about as well as I would without life support. Mei replied as she desperately tried to keep Tageru, Ibara, Kadai, Shishida, Pony, Manga and Rin student alive, each of them mortally wounded in some way. Damn it, how did this happen? Monomoke cursed, trembling in fear as his borrowed quirks had just worn off. Mere minutes ago, as the students of Class B separated from Class A, they shortly ran into a decently small Nomu. It seemed to be alone. However, as soon as Tetsu approached it, it sprung to life, prancing around and laughing uncontrollably. Hey. What's your problem? Tetsu yelled out. Tetsu. Watch out. Yelled Juzo. Suddenly, the Nomu jumped towards the student, stabbing him through the arm. Luckily, the steel student managed to react in time and block the strike with his arm, otherwise, the stab wound would have been in the throat. Sadly, he couldn't activate his quirk in time, as such, the spike went right through his forearm and grazed his neck. You bastard. Tetsu roared, swinging at the thing, who flipped away. Suddenly, and at impressive speeds, the Nomu started to bounce all over the place, jumping from wall to wall, off lampposts, cars and windows. Seeing this, the students banded together, going back to back as the Nomu surrounded them. This thing's fast. Said Rin, trying to shoot down the Nomu with his scales. Suddenly, the beast dashed in, biting off the student's arm. Ayaya. My arm. My arm. Rin cried in pain as Setsuna and Kanoko ran in panic to tend to his wounds. Can you do anything about this, Komori? Asked Setsuna. I can grow my mushrooms on his wound to stop the bleeding, but he'll still pass out from shock. Relied Kanoko, sending her spores into Rin's veins and arteries in an attempt to stop the bleeding. That damn bastard. I can track him with my nose, but my movement can't keep up. Shishida muttered. Let me try something. Said Manga. Kaboom. Clank. Bonk. All of the onomatopoeia Manga yelled out came flying out of his speech bubble face. The words crashed into buildings and cars, but were unable to hit the Nomu. However, a few of the letters' trajectory changed and homed in on the Nomu. Thanks to Ryuko's poltergeist, she was able to psychically manipulate the words to flying in unpredictable directions. However, the Nomu jumped onto one of the letters and was now using every single one of them as footing, leaping in and trying to slash Ryuko. However, one of the words the nomu landed on felt like mush as its feet sunk into it. "Too bad for you, I had my hands on that letter," said Juzo as the letter melted, dragging the nomu to the ground before rehardening, encasing the nomu inside. "He's open, get him Shishida." However, as the beast ran in to smash the trapped nomu, flames shot out of the beast's shoulders, allowing the nomu to break free and in the blink of an eye, cut open Shishida's stomach. "Shishida!" Manga cried, only for the nomu to run in and stab the student in the throat. "Damn it." Tetsu yelled out, trying to hit the nomu, but the monster dodged, kicking him in the stomach. The student's tough shell stopped the spike from doing any significant damage, but couldn't prevent him from getting sent flying into kendo. "Kadai. Get out of there," yelled Kasei, using his solid air quirk to create a shield around his classmate. The nomu, however, zipped around the shield, stabbing Kadai in the sides. "Kadai!" Kasei cried until he saw that the nomu was coming for him next. "Get out of the way, you fool." Monoma called out, pushing Kasei aside and tanking the nomu's spike. Luckily, Monoma copied Tetsu's quirk prior to this and was able to stand his ground, grabbing the nomu by its wrist. "I caught him. Get him, Bondo." Bajiro obeyed Monoma's order, firing his cement like glue onto the nomu, trapping him within a layer to cement. Togeru and Ibara followed as Monoma backed up, attempting to connect a follow-up attack. However, hundreds of steel spikes shot out of the cement statue, piercing several holes in Ibara and breaking through Togeru's blades with ease, downing both of them. Two pairs of horns, guided by Pony, flew in, causing the nomu to dodge. They homed in onto said nomu, who responded by shattering them with its spikes. However, one suddenly picked up speed, as if being hit from behind by a hammer, and rocketed past the nomu, grazing said beast, and leaving a shallow wound on its cheek. "Yes. Our twin impact horn cannon combo worked," cheered Niranjeki. However, the nomu didn't seem too pleased, furious in fact, as it lunged in at the two students, brutally stabbing Pony in the stomach. "Get off her!" yelled Sen and Awase, jumping in to attack, only for the nomu to let out an angered roar. "How dare you, you bastards!" roared the beast. "I am Kud. The fastest of the 5 high-end class. I hold on my speed with so much pride that I refuse to receive a regeneration quirk." Kud pointed at the graze, in which blood leaked out. "And yet you low-lives managed to make me, bleed my untouchable reputation, shattered by the likes of you," continued the nomu. "This will not stand." With that, Kud dropped Pony's injured body, backing into the shadows. And that brings us to now, where with 7 students mortally wounded and the remaining 14 having no clue where Kud ran off to. "I checked every street corner and alley, no sign of him," said Kowaro, using his quirk to scout for the nomu. "Eyes, you got to see this. This is amazing," said May, now hunched over and analyzing one of the hacked lab robots. "Whoever made this is a goddamn genius, not even I can duplicate such technology." "Well, that's great for you, but I would like to remind you that we have a monster on the loose," Monoma called out. "These parts seems relatively intact. If I can use these, maybe we can get a better insight on what we have to deal with," said May. "Right now, my mech is decrypting all of this machine's memories." "Well, that's just wonderful. How about you tell us about these things after we're gone fighting them?" asked Monoma. "He's right, you know." A rough voice came from below. "You never know how long you last." Suddenly, Kud came bursting from below, impaling Satsuna. 13 remaining," laughed Kud. "I don't think so," said Satsuna as her top and bottom half split, both flying in separate directions. "I'll soften up the ground. He'll have no place to stand on," said Juzo. "Don't." May suddenly called out, "He can fly." "Huh?" Juzo asked in confusion. Suddenly, Kud came flying at him, kicking him into a car and knocking him out cold. "May. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" asked Tetsu. "I only just received all of the high-end nomus's data. What did you expect?" asked May. "I'll hit him with brute force," Niranjeki called out, running in to punch him. "Don't he has an exoskeleton?" May added, as Niranjeki's fist bounced off Kud's body, inflicting no harm as Kud stabbed him in the chest. "May. Just spill the beans, what does he have?" yelled Monoma as he helpless watched Bondo get impaled in 3 different areas. "Okay, so from what I have gathered, with a power level of 920, Kud has 15 quirks, shoulder jets, which allows him to amplify his speed and fly, exoskeleton, which allows him to go to such speeds without damaging anything, as well as sprouting out spikes without hurting any muscle tissues, enhanced stamina, and 12 whole layers of speed enhancement. This thing's whole purpose is pure speed," explained Mei. "Okay, so how do we beat that thing?" asked Tetsu as Ryuko was kicked into a wall. "I don't know." Mei chuckled nervously. "Damn it, Mei." Monoma and Tetsu yelled in unison. "Are you done?" asked Kud, dropping the mangled bodies of Awase and Sen. "Eyes, we're running out of time," Setsuna exclaimed, sending her body parts flying towards Kud using her quirk in order to distract him for a bit. However, the distraction didn't even slow him down as he dashed in, slamming Setsuna into the pavement before charging in and tearing a hole through Mei's mech. "Damn it all." Tetsu yelled out, flailing at Kud, who dodged him with ease as he delivered a series of stabs, cracking his armor. Tetsu, you need to calm down. If you let your emotions get the better of you, then you'll end up fighting recklessly and injuring your own friends. Kendo called out until suddenly, something clicked. Tetsu was eventually sent flying back. "Damn you. I'll kill you." Tetsu got back up, yelling. "Hold on Tetsu, I have a plan." Kendo called out before turning to Kinoko. "Komori, can you release your spores at the nomu?" asked Kendo. "Of course." Kiniko replied, releasing her mushrooms towards the nomu. "Hey. Kud. If you think you're so fast, try to dodge Kiniko's spores." Kendo yelled out loud. "Kendo. What are you doing? He's gonna know the nature of Kiniko's quirk." Monoma whispered. "Just trust me on this." Kendo whispered back. "Ha. Spores. You think that just because the very air I breathe has spores in them that I can't dodge it?" laughed Kud. "Just watch me." Kud's legs bulged as he dashed in, closing the gap so quickly, not a single spore latched onto the nomu. "You see? I'm clean as a baby," boasted Kud, eyeing down Kendo. "So what is that?" asked Kendo. Kud then noticed a small black mushroom sprouting out of his forearm. What is this? I could have sworn that I dodged all of them," Kud uttered. "Looks like you're not as fast as you boasted," laughed Kendo, intentionally making her voice sound mocking. "No, my speed failed me," Kud uttered. No. 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 The nomu started to recklessly thrash around, laying waste to everything in sight. "Kuroi, now," Kendo ordered. Suddenly, that mushroom that was sticking out of Kud turned out to be Kuroi's thumb. The student was able to sneak onto the nomu due to its black skin. His quirk allows him to dissolve into anything that's black, while Kendo presented him with a challenge. He then stuck out his thumb to make it look like a mushroom, making it seem like Kud lost the challenge. The student now sprouted out his arms, tripping the nomu over. "And no way I lost balance," uttered Kud. "What is going on with my body?" His movements started to become more and more predictable. "What going on with him?" asked Tetsu. "It's his pride." Monoma figured, his pride was damaged. "Indeed," replied Kendo. "What do you mean?" asked Tetsu. "You see, when Pony grazed him, we noticed him shift from a calm demeanor to a furious one. However, instead to attacking us, he retreated. It was then that I realized that he needed tons of concentration to make precise movements. Taking his pride into account, I managed to set up a situation what could shatter said pride, hence making him lose all composure." "You bastards!" roared Kud, who charged at them at high speeds. However, this time, he made it real clear that he was gonna charge in a straight line. "I can read him now." Kasei cheered. "Way to go, Kendo." As Kud charged at the students, it smashed its head on Kasei's air walls. Sprouting spikes to shatter them, he ended up making them too big, preventing him from moving. This allowed Tetsu and Monoma, who had copied his quirk, to run in, delivering a decisive blow to the nomu's stomach. "No. Must regain composure," Kud uttered. "Oh no. You're not getting away a second time," Kendo exclaimed, delivering several karate chops to the nomu. The rest of Class B also came in, attacking the nomu from all sides. Eventually, the exoskeleton was destroyed as Kud collapsed, trembling. "Why you win, I concede." Hearing this, what remained of Class B threw their arms into the air in celebration. However, unbeknownst to them, Kud had regained his composure. "I'm sorry Daddy, I took far too much damage to be able to take them all on. You were right, I should have taken regeneration," he thought as his calves bulged up, "but at least, I'll take one of them with me." "Die!" he roared, springing towards Kendo. However, the sprouted spike stopped short, only an inch away from Kendo's head. And the one who grabbed it was Monoma. "It's quite disrespectful, attacking a friend from behind," grunted the student as his hand turned black. "He's copying my quirks." Lifting Kud into the air, Monoma activated his newly copied quirk, delivering an axe kick, smashing the nomu into the pavement. Tetsu then walked up to Kud, kneeling down as he raised his fist into the air. This is for Rin. 1 punch. This is for Tageru. 2 punches. For Pony and Shota. 3 and 4 punches. For Manga, Shishida and Ibara. 5, 6 and 7 punches. For Juzo, Satsuna, Mei, Bondo and Ryuko. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 punches. For Wace, Kabara and Kadai. 13, 14 and 15 punches. By the time the 15th punch connected, the nomu was smashed into the pavement, beaten into a bloody pulp. And this Tetsu yelled out, his arm bulging in muscle, as for trying to kill Kendo. The finishing blow caused the entire street to sink in a little. After finishing said punch, Tetsu collapsed on the ground, exhausted. It's up to you now, Class A, said Kendo, looking into the distance. Class A has finally arrived at the observation tower, taken in awe by the amount of damage the structure sustained. What happened up there? Asked Uraraka. I dunno, but I have a bad feeling about this, replied Kitsuki. Was there a hero attack prior? Asked Zero. If that was the case, then there exists another hero as strong as All Might because the tower's tip is going through the top floor, said Mineta. Whatever the case, we're not gonna get anywhere by just standing here, said Shigaraki, let's go. However, as Class A was about to enter, Kota noticed something perched on a nearby building. He tried to warn the group, but they were long gone. Not wanting to give too much thought to it, Kota ignored the figure and pressed on. However, the imposing figure just so happened to be Yuuei, the last of high ends. That's right, little sheep, entered the tower. But, a small warning, the nomu chuckled as it raised its steel wings, very few of you are coming out alive. His wings were pointing directly at the center of the tower. Once they reach the middle part of the tower, I will fire my steel feathers at them. Suddenly, and without knowing, several are going to get their limbs severed and their organs impaled. I tremble to just imagine such a thing. Thanks to his sense enhancements, he can hear the distant footsteps of the students. A little more. They reached the spot. Beat this. No you. A random voice came from behind as Yuuei was smashed off the building. Getting back up and coughing out a bit of blood, the winged nomu roared out in anger. Who goes there? Yelled the nomu until noticing his attacker, All Might. Wrong, replied the attacker, but right at the same time. How? One for all, show be gone from your body, why are you still here? Yelled Yuuei. Because there are people in need of saving, replied the hero, and justice never dies. Very well then, said Yuuei, firing his feathers at the new enemy, I'll just have to do what All for One failed to do and kill you. However, as the feathers approached All Might, his body went ablaze, melting the feather before they could reach him. What? Combustion plus heat manipulation x2 plus heat amplification. All Might muttered, interesting combo. Multiple quirks. How? Asked Yuuei. What's a story for another time? Replied a different voice coming from the All Might lookalike. Yuuei swooped down, trying to slice the hero, he jumped into the air, dodging the slash. Let's try out this combination, said All Might, weight increase plus steel body plus air propulsion plus strength enhancement x2 plus speed enhancement x2. At astonishing speeds, All Might stomped the nomu down the entire building, bringing down the whole structure. A huge crash was heard as Yuuei was sent flying out of the rubble, a fist mark in his stomach. That punch just then, uttered Yuuei, there's no mistaking it, that was one for all, hence you are really All Might. I never denied that I wasn't, said the lookalike, walking out of the rubble. Then how about you tell me how you got this many quirks? Yuuei yelled out, breathing fire at his opponent. However, his opponent's arms became steel, shielding him from the flames. Endeavor's flames were hotter. Chuckled the hero lookalike, charging through the flames. However, upon getting past the raging inferno, the black-haired All Might was met with a barrage of red-hot steel feathers, raining from above. Don't underestimate me, All Might, out of the 5 high ends, I'm the most skilled, commented Yuuei as he continuously pummeled the black-haired All Might with his burning blade feathers. Well, with your friends gone, that makes you the best of everything, chuckled the doppelganger, despite having a few feathers lodged in his flesh. I see, so the others have fallen, commented Yuuei, ceasing his barrage and charging in as its feet shifted into talons, grabbing the All Might lookalike by the shoulders, the claws digging into his flesh as he carried him several hundred feet into the air before charging downwards to smash him into the ground. However, midway down, All Might's arms shifted into blade, slashing Yuuei's talons as he was forced to let go. Air propulsion plus weight decrease. All Might muttered as he started to float, stopping himself from crashing into the pavement. However, Yuuei dove down shortly after, slamming the hero who was caught off guard through a few surrounding buddings, before throwing him at the feet of the observation tower. "How about now?" asked Yuuei, "Gonna tell me who you really are?" However, just then, the All Might lookalike let out a haunting smile, one that let out an aura of malice, sending shivers down Yuuei's spine. He had felt this before, back when he first laid eyes on his father Izuku, but this was on a whole other level. "Sure, why not?" laughed the All Might lookalike as his face started to shift to the nomu's surprise. Just then, the All Might lookalike raised his arm as Yuuei was ready to dodge. But the punch instead went to his own crotch, causing the hero to collapse in pain. Just then, All for One's voice came out of the same person. "Tashinori. What the hell was that? I look way too creepy when I saw that. It ruins my image." All Might's voice followed. "It's our image now. Frankly, I feel disgusted doing your work. How about you think of my image next time?" asked the All for One voice. "We murdered a nomu by bashing his head in with the head of another nomu we tore apart while laughing like a maniac. Isn't that enough to satisfy you?" asked the All Might voice. Seeing this, Yuuei quickly put the pieces together. "You're All Might and All for One, aren't you?" asked Yuuei. "Yep." The two voices said in unison, "We are a fusion of the perfect good and ultimate evil, All Might for One. I mean All for One Might. All Might for One. All for One Might. All for Might for One for all." "What?" Seeing this, Yuuei couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well then," said Yuuei, "I will admit that I cannot defeat you. However, I must protect my father at all cost." As the two minds were arguing, Yuuei's wings expanded in size, each one becoming almost as big as an 8-story building, before the steel feathers started to curl and compress, forming into two massive fists. "Hence, I will not hold back, have at thee. 'Cause I'm coming at you with everything I got." Hearing this, the two minds stopped arguing and instead smiled back. Likewise. Wings of the Archangel. 1 for all plus spring-like limbs plus shock amplification x4 plus strength enhancer x3 plus hypertrophy plus rivets plus crystallization plus hardening x4 plus shockwave plus spear-like bones. As All Might for One's arm expanded, looking identical to the one All for One used back in Kamino, only this one was sizzling with the energy of One for All, Yuuei descended towards the fused hero, lunging at him with his two giant steel fists. Holy Retribution. Southern States of Smash. As Class A arrived on the top floor, they saw how much of a wreck it was in. Slash marks, craters, cracked and broken windows, holes galore. It was like the result of a small-scale war. Blood was present at the scene as Momo ran in to investigate. "What the hell?" muttered Shigaraki. "Took the words right out of my mouth," replied Iida. "Momo, is that?" "Yes, Uraraka, that's blood. But certainly not Midoriya's, his blood is black, remember?" "What do you think happened?" asked Sayu. "I don't know, it's almost as if he was fighting someone," speculated Kirishima. "That someone was my former caretaker, Kurogiri." A voice was heard as Izuku was seen, stepping out of the shadows. Black, gooey flesh covered his arms and his mouth, which revealed a wide jaw, filled with fangs. "Midoriya!" several students exclaimed in unison. "It's Mightless now," corrected the villain boss, glaring at Kitsuki. "Midoriya is long dead. One might say, he took the advice and jumped." Kitsuki felt a pulsating pain in his chest, one of guilt. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing his childhood friend in that state. "Deku, what happened to you?" uttered Bakugo. "I was betrayed, can you believe that? All because I wanted to mash a little girl into quirk killer juice, but no. They all chose now to get all sentimental. Next thing you know my bartender turns out to be as strong as All Might and I end up in a pool of my own blood on the ground, all 4 limbs severed and forced to wait forever for my regeneration to kick in and an additional pinch of eternity to regain my stamina," laughed Izuku, sounding more and more psychotic by the second, "but that's beside the point. You came here to save me, didn't you? Wanting to convince me with your words. Listen, Midoriya." Todoroki spoke up, "I know that deep down, there is still good in you. I can feel it. Please. Call off your nomus and let's just forget about all of this. And let me guess, we still love you. I want my good old Deku back. There's still a chance for you to turn back." Mightless cut off, guessing everything they were gonna say next. "Did I get them all?" Seeing this, along with a bloodlust prominent in his eyes, Todoroki immediately got the message. Kitsuki soon followed, assuming a fighting stance. Shigaraki drew his heat blade. The rest of the students hesitated, who after looking at Izuku's expression, they reluctantly activated their quirks and support gear. That's more like it. Izuku smiled. Suddenly, he lunged at Kitsuki. Die. The blonde student received a giant mutated fist to the face as he was sent flying back, nearly flying out of the tower. Luckily, Sayu grabbed him with her tongue at the last second. Ejiro ran in, swinging his tail, followed by Toru, delivering a few invisible punches. 2 students were sent flying back. Todoroki shot a stream of ice the villain, but he jumped back, dodging the iceberg. Too slow, Todoro. Suddenly, Mina came skating in, using the ice as ramp as she scattered her acid at the villain. Mightless blocked the attack, noticing that it was only melting off his arm's foreskin. Non-lethal, huh? What, still think you can save me? However, having an arm of such size obstructed his vision as Jiro sneaked in, jamming her earphone jacks into Mightless's sides. It was then revealed that there were thick rubber bands at the very start of her ear. Haminari. Now. Haminari ran in, grabbing both of her earphone jacks. This might numb a little. With a blast of light, Kaminari electrified Jiro's earphone jacks, with rubber bands preventing the electricity to course through the rest of Jiro's body. Having a concentrated point to regulate all of that electricity allowed for the shock to be amplified. Jiro also activated her sound, comboing with the electricity that was frying Mightless. That's more like it. Mightless yelled, despite being stunned. The 2 students disconnected as Shoji wrapped his arms around Tokoyami, encasing him in darkness to allow Dark Shadow to go all out. The full power arms of Dark Shadow then grabbed Kirishima, throwing him full force into Mightless. That's right. I'm an oversized bullet with an attitude. Kirishima boasted as he was thrown into Mightless, feeling his ribs crack. Ha 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 ha. Yes. That's the spirit. Actually try to kill me. Mightless laughed, raising a massive fist, bringing it down on the class. However, the arm was severed by one decisive strike on Shigaraki's part, who then proceeded to run towards Mightless, swinging his heat blade at him. Wow. The school made that for you? Asked Mightless, constantly dodging Shigaraki's strikes. You're so lucky. The very second you go quirkless, you get taken into a hero school, given attention by All Might, offered a place as the substitute teacher, and even get your own support gear. Mightless weaved through Shigaraki's strikes, grabbing him by the neck. You know, back in my days, they used to blow up quirkless kids' notebooks and tell them to kill themselves. Mightless laughed with a sarcastic cheerful tone. Shigaraki could feel his skin rotting away as Mightless's 5th finger descended. However, an explosion separated the 2. And here's the star of the evening. Kakin. Mightless continued. Shut up. Kitsuki yelled, blasting him in the face. Oh Kakin. Mightless laughed as he fired several tendrils at him. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that. However, the 2 both weaved to the side as they both sensed Ayama, who shot at Mightless with his naval laser. Too slow, Yuga-san. Bantered Mightless. However, the beam flew near Momo, who used her quirk to make a mirror, deflecting the beam back into Mightless, sending him flying upwards. Iida came running in as a follow-up. Forgive me for this, Midoriya. Iida cried out, delivered a rocket-powered axe kick to Mightless's back. However, several large pieces of rubble flew upwards towards Mightless, all covered in purple balls, threatening to stick to him and carry him to the ceiling. Seeing this, Mightless concentrated, carefully weaving through the gaps and reaching the floor safely. Not a bad combo, Mineta and Uraraka. Mightless laughed. However, the ball-covered rubble didn't float to the ceiling, instead, they flew into a net made of tape that Zero set up on the ceiling. Parry the net, my feathered friends. Through Koda's command, the net filled with debris and balls were carried down by a flock of birds, devoid of weight thanks to Uraraka, as Mightless was caught in the net. Release. Uraraka then released the zero gravity, causing all of the debris to get stuck on and collapse on Mightless, with the net pinning him down. As the class paused to take a breath, Mightless struggled within his makeshift prison. It's over, Midoriya. Said Kitsuki, we caught you. However, Izuku placed his hand on the rubble, his eyes going black and red. I told you to stop calling me by that name. Mightless roared as the net exploded. He broke free, asked Zero. It's Overhaul. Explained Kitsuki, he's using Chisaki's quirk. Overhaul. How the class exclaimed in confusion. It's quirk that can blow things apart and reconstruct them to his heart's content. Explained Kitsuki. Indeed. Mightless laughed, and thank you for the ammunition. Mightless reformed the debris into spikes, launching them at the students, who all struggled to dodge them except for a few. Dashing past these spikes with ease include Iida, Shigaraki, Kitsuki and Todoroki. However, Iida's foot got stuck on one of the spikes. Mineta's balls were mixed into these spikes, Iida exclaimed, noticing the purple patches on the spikism before getting slammed into the ground. "Thanks for notifying," said Kitsuki, blowing a few up before continuing to twirling and flip towards Mightless. Shigaraki eventually tapped out and was pushed back, leaving only Todoroki and Kitsuki. One for all, full cowling 65%. Howitzer. The two managed to close the distance. Impact. Kitsuki's explosion went off first, sending Mightless flying back. West Virginia smash. Todoroki was boosted forward by the explosion, smashing into Izuku with his powered-up fist and sending him barreling towards the edge of the tower, coughing out a stream of blood. As Mightless vomited out a wad of blood, Todoroki sent a stream of ice, freezing said blood before it nomuffies and encasing Mightless's arms. "It's over, Midoriya, we won," commented Todoroki. Izuku, on the other hand, trembled in anger. No, this can't be happening. I was so close. I was so close, thought the villain, looking up at his former classmates. All of this planning, foiled by them, this will not stand. Suddenly, Mightless unleashed a feral roar as he busted out of his ice restraints and lifted two super-powered fists. "I see my plan through to the end." The two students figured out what this meant. "Everyone, take cover. Even if I have to bring down this entire tower." Slamming his fists into the ground, Mightless caused the whole structure to collapse. In that instant, Todoroki created a massive ice dome around the entire class. As the structure on top was destroyed, however, Yuuei and All Might for one clashed, shattering the bottom. What resulted was a massive collapsing building, alerting the attention of everyone in the city. As the dust cleared, it was revealed that the ice dome barely held, as Uraraka briefly erased its gravity before it hit the floor, though causing her a nosebleed. "Is everyone okay?" asked Shigaraki. "Yeah," Iida muttered, whipping off a bit of blood, "we are." "What about Deku?" asked Uraraka. As the students looked around, Mineta noticed a moving figure. Over there. Crawling out of the debris was a mortally wounded Mightless, barely alive and in agony. "Arg. It hurts. Everything hurts." Mightless cried, "Kuro. Warp me away." But there was no response. "Toga. Dabi. Sachi. Anybody. Help me." But no one came. Just then, Yuuei's body was sent flying next to Mightless. "Forgive me, father, I have failed you." Humming from the other side was All Might for one. "All Might," Class A exclaimed. "Kids, what are you doing here?" asked All Might. "What are you doing here?" asked Class A. However, Mightless noticed a presence within All Might. Sensei, is that you? Please. Help me." Mightless pleaded, crawling towards him, trailing blood along the way, not black blood, but red. However, All Might's face shifted into that of All for One's, surprising everyone. "Hello, Midoriya," greeted All for One. "Oh, thank God, Sensei, please, save me," pleaded the villain. "Sadly, I don't think that's possible," said All for One. "What?" asked Mightless. "You see, I'm not All for One, nor am I All Might. Instead, I'm a fusion of the two. I am All for Might," replied All for Might, finally settling on a name. I don't understand." "Allow me to explain then," explained All for One. "The action you've done thus far have turned your league away from you. But at the same time, they have brought heroes and villains together, working as one to fight a common enemy. You, that is. So to summarize, I have created a being so powerful that it united good and evil. You, my friend, have not failed, but succeeded in making this world a better place." Mightless was in awe. No, this can't be true. Peace will never exist unless quirks cease to be. You can't be plotting against me. Your plan was to wipe out all quirks, a plan started by your father, am I right? Asked All for Might. "Yes, it was, so? Must I remind you who was the first one who attempted to foil said plan was?" Suddenly, the League of Villains showed up with the heroes. "Hey guys. We're here to help." Some called out. From the other side came Class B and the Vigilantes. "We are here too. Let's kick some Mightless ass." As Mightless struggled to stand up, he eyed everyone down. "You can still feel free to carry your plans through. But by then, we will all be your opponents," said All for Might, including me and my 100 quirks. Seeing this, Mightless let out a psychotic laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. All of you? You are all my opponent, fine by me. Mightless yelled out, "Here I thought things would change once I had a quirk. Here I thought people would listen to me, to agree with my ideals. But now I see, it's not about power, it's about how dearly you people hold on to quirks." Miletus pointed at them all spastically. "Blind. All of you are blind. The quirkless, my kind, they suffer discrimination because of you. It's all quirks first, people second because of you. Discrimination will never die because of you." Mightless yelled, "So if I want to save my kind, to save my people from this wrenched world, I'll have to transcend all of you altogether." All of a sudden, a loud stampede could be heard. Nomus, from all over the ruined and flaming city, came running towards Mightless. "My daddy needs me." Yuuei sprung back to life, latching on to Mightless. "Daddy? I'll help." Kud cried, crawling towards him. "You can count on me, Dad." Duke roared, limping towards him. "I'm here for you, Papa." Ekid cried. Seeing this, All for Might ran in, trying to stop the flood of nomus, but the wave was too strong for him to do anything besides maybe stop one or two. All of a sudden, the fused hero's eyes widened as he realized what was going on. Mightless was absorbing all remaining nomus. "You can bring an army if you want." Mightless roared, as this voice was becoming distorted. "If you have 100 quirks, then I'll take 200, 300, 400, 600, 900. The black mask covered that last human detail on Mightless's face. "I'll take 1000 quirks." Suddenly, a huge blast of energy enveloped the battlefield, followed by the entirety of the city, and eventually Japan. For a brief moment, everyone on the planet got chills down their spines. As the blast cleared, the League of Villains, the heroes, the Hero Corps students and All for Might, they all stared at the being standing before them. All of Izuku's previous human features were gone. His body was nothing more than a crystal silhouette, and a white flame hovered over where his head once was. The being descended, walking towards a piece of flat stone. Upon picking up the stone, the slab turned from rock to glass. The being used it as a mirror, looking at his reflection. "This is me." His voice was haunting, yet majestic. "I've done it. Deku." Kitsuki uttered, scared shitless. He wasn't alone. As if caught under a spell, no one was able to even lift a finger, all paralyzed with fear, even Stain was afraid. "I have transcended good and bad, and even humanity for that matter," Izuku spoke, shaking with joy. "Young Midoriya, please." All Might's voice spoke out from All for Might. "My name is no longer Midoriya, nor is it Izuku, Deku or Mightless for that matter." "Then what are you?" The two voices of All for Might spoke at once. Suddenly, with a blink of an eye, Izuku walked past All for Might as a hole appeared in the fused hero's chest, making him vomit blood. God. Chapter 59. As All for Might collapsed in a pool of his own blood, God stepped forward, each step sending a golden ripple throughout the ground as the area around him was frozen, then turned to gold, then liquefied, then turned back to normal, showing his sheer power. The others gasped in shock as the fusion of both the strongest hero and villain didn't even last a second against the transcendent being. Glassy, multicolored wings sprouted from God's back, flying him up and above the opposing army. "I must admit, even though it was all of you who pushed me to my near death, I must thank each and every one of you. Without your help, I would never have dreamed of achieving such power. And to think I started off below all of you," said God in an echoing voice. "But now, it is time I put an end to this meaningless war and finally bring order into this wretched world." However, it seemed as though All for One had one of two regeneration quirks at his disposal, as All for Might slowly rose back up, despite still rocking noticeable injuries. Seeing this, Todoroki charged in as well, catching his class off guard as lightning coursed down his veins. "God or not, we will get you back, Midoriya," the student shouted as he covered his left side in ice. Meanwhile, All for Might's arm bulged and morphed, turning once more into the massive arm All for One used in Kamino. The two charged at him at once, one for all coursing through both of their veins. One for all plus spring-like limbs plus shock amplification x4 plus strength enhancer x3 plus hypertrophy plus rivets plus crystallization plus hardening x4 plus shockwave plus spear-like bones. One for all full cowling 1000%. A small chuckle was heard from within God's head flame as the two One for All users threw their all at the being. 50 stars and 13 stripes smash. A massive shockwave knocked everyone else in the battlefield out of their trance as a massive burst of energy sent ripples all the way down to the Earth's tectonic plates, causing a small earthquake that shook the entire ruined city. As the shaking settled, the heroes and villains picked themselves off the floor as they tried to peek through the wall of dust. However, both their and the eyes of Todoroki and All For Might widened as they saw their opponent holding back both their fists with one hand. Our strongest attack, thrown with all of our might, uttered All For Might, was stopped with one hand. Todoroki finished. Are you done? Asked God, lifting his index, cause it was very rude of you to attack me mid-monologue. The ground beneath the two emitted a blinding light. Suddenly, a barrage of beams shot out from below, shredding through the two as they cried in agony, before getting shot back. Todoroki. All Might. Ichako cried out, trying to catch both of them. However, the beams that were shot out stopped midway in the sky, before changing directions, raining down on the rest. Seeing this, Kurogiri put up multiple portals, attempting to block the light beams that were raining down upon them. He stopped a few, but many got through, blasting the heroes and students alike. So perhaps a few of you are still foolish enough to challenge me. Speculated God, I guess I won't be sparring you after all. Ugh eyes? Asked May, scanning the godly figure from within the safety of her mech. What was All Might's power level again? 1000. Answered Kurogiri, maybe 2000 in his prime. Why? God's power level. 9999. No reason, May uttered nervously. God winded up his right arm. Seeing this, panic coursed through All For Might's body. Everyone get down. God smash. As All For Might ordered everyone to get down, all the danger he sensed suddenly vanished into thin air, then came a black wall. The impact connected, peeling off the very crust of the planet and flipping the entire city over its head. Standing on top of all the destruction, the transcended being once named Izuku let out a small chuckle. I should have known you would jump out at the last second, Kurogiri, said God, looking down as the villain had managed to warp everyone away to safety. That's enough, Izuku. Kurogiri called out, you have done enough. Enough? Asked God, I'm just barely getting started. Suddenly, God teleported behind Kurogiri, walking up to Montana Lady. Montana Lady, I can't even count how many times you used your hero privilege and looks to get your way. Not to mention the sheer amount of property damage done, even when you aren't on duty. God scolded, the sheer amount of people that forgive you for causing more damage than villains pisses me off. Then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Backdraft. Ah, Backdraft, your water quirk helped save the lives of many and also helped put many firefighter agencies out of business. Why can't you let the weaker links have a chance to shine? Then, without anyone seeing, he appeared next to Fat Gum. Fat Gum, it must be nice to have a quirk based around eating, huh? I bet you ran for so many weight loss commercials thanks to your ability to instantly thin down. Oh, how I wished I could eat anything I wanted and stay skinny looking. Then he appeared next to Iwabami. Iwabami, the snake heroine, what's this idea that models can be heroes? Heroing means saving lives and maintaining peace, right? And yet you treat it as your side job, taking more priority in your modeling career. If you care so little about heroing, then leave your spot for someone who actually gives a shit about heroism, won't you? Suddenly, the being felt a slight pull. Turning around, he saw that the Yuuei staff had arrived. We made it. Called out 13, trying everything she could to pull God into her black hole. Before God could say anything, however, a blast of flames cut him off. And we are here too. Called out Endeavor, showing up with the rest of the top 10. Midnight. God continued nonchalantly ranting, if it weren't for your pro-hero degree, I wouldn't be able to count how many times you would be charged with sexual harassment. And then, he picked up Nezu by the collar, ripping him straight out of the mech he was piloting. And Nezu, fake cities. Giant robots. An annual multi-million-dollar costing sports event. Do you think Japan's economy is infinite? Are you really trying to hammer in the upper plane heroes exist in by treating them like kings? Enough. Shigaraki called out, rushing to him and pointing his heat blade at his neck, get to the point. My point, Tenko Shimura said God, grabbing the blade like it wasn't even hot, is that there are so many things I wanted to say out loud to the heroes, things I wanted to complain about. But now, with this heavenly appearance, my voice will finally be heard. Because Kaken was right, the strong really do control the world, and the weak can only obey. Well now, I am strong, and you are all ignorant fools. The powerful aura emitted from his body. And it's my job to put you all in your rightful place. Suddenly, Kitsuki lunged at God. Then so be it. Yelled the blonde student, I'll just have to beat some sense back into you. Suddenly, an explosion hit Kitsuki in the face, sending him flying back as the other Yuuei students charged in. Follow Kitsuki. Seeing this, Aawa gave a pissed off glare at Shigaraki, who let out a nervous laugh. Ayama shot a full-power laser at God, but the beam veered off course before it could even approach Izuku. Momo created a giant parasol for Tokoyami to sit under, making Dark Shadow go all out and charge at God. Meanwhile, Mina launched a wave of acid at God, while Zero and Mineta fired their projectiles. Kaminari ran in for a full discharge, while Jiro launched a powerful sound wave at him. Uraraka and Sayu launched a barrage of rubble at the being. God barrier. The transparent dome appeared, blocking all attacks with ease. Half-ass attacks like those will never reach me. Suddenly Montana Lady came running in. How about this? Irina, Kodai, now. Both sides activated their size manipulation quirks, stacking on Montana Lady's enormous eyes. The 20-meter-tall woman doubled to 40 meters thanks to Kodai, then quintupled thanks to Irina, bringing her up to 200 meters. Montana Lady Everest mode. Titan stomp. The massive foot descended upon the divine being, causing the ground beneath him to fragment. Suddenly, a huge amount of force sent the heroine flying into the stratosphere. God repel. The air blast also sent the Class A students flying back. Suddenly, a barrage of feathers flew in, stopping short against God's barrier. Not good enough, huh? Muttered the winged hero. The top 10 are making a move. We should assist them. Said Toga, huh? Dabi. Is everything okay? Dabi was eyeing down Endeavor, who in turn, stared back. I'm fine, go on ahead. Dabi muttered, walking towards Endeavor. Oh, okay then. Just, get done with whatever you need to do and help us, we need all the help we can get. Said Toga, before dashing off. As the heroes and villains banded together, Dabi glared at Endeavor, his eyes filled with rage. Boy I'm. Spare me the apologies, I don't want to hear it. Dabi cut off, and don't ever call me by that name, I ditched it long ago. Endeavor immediately shut his mouth. A brief moment of silence followed. Listen, Endeavor, I don't care what you do. If you want to change, then fine, do it. Said Dabi, but that isn't what disgusts me the most. Then what is? Asked Endeavor. Is that you're doing all of this for me? Dabi yelled, so what? If Shoto or I aren't around, you're not gonna behave. Just so you can get me to forgive you, you decided to change. What if that wasn't the case? What if you never had a son? Would you have changed? My greatest flaws come from my lack of parenting skills. If you didn't exist, I wouldn't have a problem, or would have noticed it and changed. Oh, I'm sorry, I was under the impression that heroes were symbols of peace. Fighting villains shouldn't be the priority, saving the hostages. But frankly, your disregard for the weak just won't allow you to see that, so it's hopeless for you. Muttered Dabi. Hearing this, Endeavor looked at himself and never felt more dirty. Dabi was right, he never acknowledged anyone. He kept pushing away those who were weak, staring at even his fans with cold, gruesome eyes. He was no hero, a hero saves for the sake of justice, he did it to feed his ego and reclaim the pride he lost when All Might stepped over him. Do Dabi tell me, what do I have to do? Asked Endeavor. Hearing this, Dabi sighed. The fact that you had to ask mean you're already beyond help. And with that, Dabi took off, without another word. Back at the battlefield, the battle was raging. The heroes, villains, students and vigilantes threw everything they had at the guy, but to no avail. Twice used nearly all of his energy, cloning a copy of Gigantomachia, as the clone and original charged at him at the same time, punching the barrier at full force. However, the impact didn't even crack the thick glass wall, as the damage dealt was sent back, hitting both giants into the air. It's no use. Said God, this barrier can withstand even a nuke without a scratch. However, a portal appeared from inside the divine being's barrier, as gang orcas came rushing out, blasting God with his strongest hypersonic wave, one that would even stop the heart of a blue whale. This sonic wave was then followed by a rain of marbles being thrown above Mightless, only to have them pop and expand, revealing miniature-looking buildings. Size reversion. Irina deactivated her quirk, and those decently small falling rubbles became massive buildings, dropping on the godly being. God pillar. Lifting his right hand, a massive rising beam of light blasted out of the ground, vaporizing the falling debris. Just then, branches came in, binding the godlike being. Kodai used her size change quirk on the branches, doubling its volume. The ground beneath him softened as he sunk in like quicksand and the pavement around him wrapped around him, encasing him in a half-a-meter thick layer of cement. We got him pinned. Get him. Yelled Kamui Wood. Mirko, Edsha, Ryuku, Yoramusha and Crust jumped in. God roar. A sudden burst of deafening sound blew the god out of his encasement and stunned all attackers, along with the middle line, composed of gang orcas and his sidekicks. His arm morphed into a multicolored blade. Odd edge. The massive flying slash came flying at the heroes, who were all unable to move, their bodies frozen stiff. Get down. Magni used her magnetism, forcing everyone who was stunned down to the ground, before ducking herself. The slash grazed her by a hair, as it sliced through every building and land it came across, disappearing into the horizon. Damn, this guy's insane. Uttered Kamui, still paralyzed. Even with all of this, he's still not showing even the slightest concern. Sachi fired a powered-up shot at the godly being, but the bullet stopped short, like the others fired by the hounds beside them. Ectoplasm fused all of his clones together, creating a giant version of himself, lunging at God, while Montana Lady jumped at him, having recovered from her previous hit, all the while Gigantomachia ran in for another punch. The attacks hit, or so they thought, as God casually walked past them, even letting out a yawn. How boring, muttered God, you all bore me. Midnight unleashed her sleeping gas, surrounding the being. This was followed by Stain and Knuckle Duster, both wearing Momo-made gas masks, dashing in to land a slash. However, within a millisecond, both found themselves embedded to the ground, followed by their bones breaking. If I were you, this would be the part where I'd start running away in fear. Suggested God, not that that would do any of you any good. Speak for yourself. Kitsuki roared, sneaking a blast in and blowing up the being at point-blank range. You still have yet to take down any of us. All Might, now. All for Might then took advantage of the moment of distraction to jump in and land a hit. Suddenly, a white beam was fired through the dust, piercing the fused hero's chest. That's because if I tried to, then this fight will already be over. Suddenly, he appeared next to Wash, punching a hole in the hero's stomach. Yoramusha jumped in, swinging his blade, but with a light wave, God shattered the blade and sliced the number 9 hero's chest open. Following that, Gigantomachia lifted Montana Lady, throwing her into the air as she came in for an aerial dive kick. However, the giant sudden appeared where God should have been, leading to the hero drop kicking him instead. Threads were fired at him, but were burnt up before they even came close to him. Then, forming a gun with his hand, God shot a hole in the stomach of the number 3 hero, who attacked him. Ryuku entered dragon form, diving down to attack him, but with a few waves of his hand, God delivered a barrage of high-powered slaps, pummeling Ryuku as she fell out of the sky. Half of the top 10 are down, uttered Mineta. But we can't give up now. We have to win. He yelled, running in to do an axe kick. However, God saw him coming and aimed at him, firing 2 red beams. Seeing them, flames burst out of the student's engine as he dashed circles around the villain, building up momentum. However, the beams changed directions, chasing down the student. Those things are homing in. He gasped as the beams were catching up. However, right before hitting the student, the beams changed direction, swirling into 13's finger. Black hole, huh? A troublesome quirk indeed, muttered God, might as well deal with you first. Hearing this, Hound Dog and Ectoplasm ran in from a 13, trying to protect her. The dog-like hero charged at the godly being, attempting to thrash him with his claws, and Ectoplasm followed, sending in all of his clones at hit him at once. However, legs and claws phased right through the being, who faded away, revealing to be nothing more than an astral projection. Turning around, the real thing dropped 13's beaten-up body. However, just then, massive branches shot out of the ground. I'll encase you with my strongest move, shouted Kamui Wood. Hour of Yggdrasil. The massive tree engulfed God, lifting him off into the stratosphere. I can't hold him for long. Go. The hero ordered, telling the others to retreat. However, the tree decayed before anyone could react, and God descended, stomping Kamui Wood to the ground, followed by firing a beam through Crust's chest. Mirko jumped in from behind, landing a devastating kick to the being's back. This resulted in a tail sprouting from behind the godly being, wrapping around Mirko's leg and crushing it, before flinging her into a totaled-over building. He then extended his arm forwards, grabbing Edgeshot mid-dash, and squeezed him like a tube of toothpaste, crushing his ribs and organs. The top 10 have fallen, said God, slowly walking up to the League of Villains, now to deal with the traitors. Hearing this, Kurogiri opened a warp gate behind him. Everyone. Get out while you still can, yelled Kurogiri as he launched everything he had at God. Oh, Kuro-san, naive as always, laughed God, deflecting his portal attacks with his hands. However, a high-caliber rifle bullet was fired at God, followed by a blast of blue flames and a stream of needles. What are you doing? Yelled Kurogiri, I told you to run. We're not gonna leave you behind, yelled Toga, not another time. We are a team. And a team must always stick together. yelled Dobby, increasing the intensity of his fire. Magni used her full power, forcing God to the ground with her magnetism quirk. This was then followed by twice cloning Mr. Compress, sending him in to compress their opponent. However, the real Compress and God suddenly switched places, and the clone ended up compressing the real thing. Let's see if you can get out of this one, magician, once I smash your clone. God punched a hole in the clone's body, causing it to melt into goop. Compress. Twice cried, now knowing that the real thing is forever trapped in a marble. Just then, God warped in from of twice. Since you are real now, won't it be fun to finally see yourself bleed? Hearing this, Twice turned around, running away in panic. I guess you like to do things the hard way then, said God, aiming his homing beam at him. As the beams were closing in, Yeong jumped in, taking the blow for him. The beam melted right through her katana, burning her chest as she was shot down. Yeong? Irina cried out. Quickly Rina, try shrinking him, I'll distract. Sachi ordered, before turning around to see God was staring directly at him. Never mind, he found me. Sachi, God muttered, walking up to him. Get away. Irina yelled, only to be frozen solid. Izu bro, please don't do this, Sachi pleaded. Then hand Eri over, and you will all be spared. God ordered. Like hell we will. Dobby yelled, blasting God with a wall of his strongest fire. The sheer amount of condensed heat caused the flame's colors to change from blue to white, incinerating all nearby structures. Useless, God laughed. God wind. With the puff of his breath, a massive hurricane formed, blowing away Dobby's fire as well as all nearby heroes. Mr. Compress's pearl was blown away, lost in the wind. Luckily, Twice caught it at the last second, while Magni caught them both. Dobby barely stood his ground, as his body was burning due to the overuse of his quirk. The wind was getting stronger, and Dobby was on the brink of collapse. However, looking beside him, he saw his younger brother, Shodo, bleeding from everywhere and being dragged away in the wind. A rush of anger filled the young villain's eyes as he let out a roar, overpowering the wind and catching God off guard, engulfing him in flames. I will never let you harm my brother again. You heard me, die. 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 Dobby yelled, pouring all of his energy into his flames, as the surviving heroes gasped in awe at the flames displayed. However, as the last of Dobby's energy was used, he looked up at the sheer amount of destruction he had caused. A silhouette suddenly emerged from the charred ground, walking slowly towards Dobby. Those were magnificent flames, Dobby, truly godlike. God congratulated, despite looking unharmed, and such, you shall be rewarded with a painless death. Crystals hovered around the godly being, forming into a lance, which he then launched towards Dobby. Bracing for impact, he heard the tip of the spear connect with flesh. But it wasn't his flesh. Looking up, he was met with the tip of the spear, stopping only an inch short from his head, and an imposing figure, standing in front of him. Looks like I made it, said the man. Seeing this, tears welled up in Dobby's eyes. Shodo caught a glimpse as well, as a stroke of sadness overtook him. Dad. The Todoroki cried out. Endeavor stood in front of Dobby, the lance going right through his chest. Hearing the voice of his sons, the hero felt at ease, as he collapsed. Dobby crawled towards his fallen father. Why Endeavor? Why did you save me? Cried Dobby, both mortified and confused at why. Because cough you look like why you needed saving, Endeavor uttered, coughing out blood. Isn't that what hero do? Hearing this, Dobby clenched his fist, hugging his dying father. I didn't want this, I didn't want any of this. We all make mistakes, Toya Endeavor replied, some worse than others. What counts is that we learn from our mistakes and move on to fix what we broke. I know I've been a terrible father cough, but in the end, I was just a broken man who wanted to do nothing but to fix himself, and in trying to do so, ended up hurting the ones he loved most. Endeavor. Toya, I know what I did, and I know there isn't a thing I can do now to fix it. I knew that since the beginning, but tried to run from it at first. And when it came time for me to accept my sins, I failed to redeem myself. But, as a man who has taken and not given for life entire life, who bathed in his own pride, forged in the blood of enemies and family alike, can I ask one last favor from you? One last favor? Asked Dobby. Can you call me Dad one last time, before I go? Asked Endeavor. Hearing this, Dobby slowly flipped his father on his back. Alright Dad, Dobby muttered. I guess my hard work finally paid off, Endeavor laughed weakly, as his grip went limp, his flames dying out. Dad. Dad. Dobby cried, shaking Endeavor's body. God on the other hand stood there, watching this scene unfold and wondering why he hasn't taken action yet. I should have finished them off by now, yet why do I feel so guilty for doing this? Thought the divine being, slowly walking up to Dabi, who looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, the being was riddled with bullets from behind. Damn it all. Yelled Alpha, firing at him with 2 heavy machine guns. The divine being on the other hand, turned around, blasting him away with the energy pulse. Rabbit and Tracker followed, but Rabbit was blasted back, while Tracker snuck in, only to have his combat knife broken on contact with God's skin. I expected much out of you, yet I was met with disappointment. Critiqued God, this charade has gone on for long enough, it's time I ended this. Hearing this, most of the heroes, including Midnight Montana Lady, Cementus and many more came charging at him, trying to stop him. Seeing this, God unleashed a power energy wave, tearing through them like nothing. Class A and B followed, as Zero launched taped at the evolved being, Mineta bolted him to the ground with his balls, Momo locked up his legs with titanium restraints, and Tsuyu and Jiro wrapped around his other arm. Sato, Shoji and Kirishima piled up on his body, attempting to restrain him as Kaminari, Iida and Ajiro jumped in to attack him. However, his body suddenly emitted massive amounts of heat, forcing everyone to let go. He then dashed in, delivering a devastating punch to Ajiro, before swinging his fist, knocking over Sato and Shoji, before smashing through Kirishima's defenses. However, with every blow delivered, God felt a slight pain pulsing in his chest. Although, it wasn't unbearable, it was definitely noticeable. Assuming to be the work of a random hero's quirk, the godlike being lifted up his right hand, firing a rain of light arrows pelting the entire battlefield and hitting most of the students. Walking through the wreckage, most of the heroes and villains were either defeated or dead. All that was left was to retrieve Yuuei. "Yuuei. Come out wherever you are," sang the divine being, "I can sense you." Yuuei, on the other hand, sneaked by the wreckage, trying everything she could to save the dying heroes. However, she stepped on one of Kamui's branch, as God turned around. "Found you." However, as he was dashing in to grab her, All for Might ran in, punching him across the face. While that happened, Todoroki ran in, grabbing Yuuei to take her to safety. "Bold move there, All for Might, seeing how outclassed you are," laughed God. "Tell me, Midoriya," said the 2 voices, "do you bleed?" God tiled his head, thinking. Suddenly, All for Might dashed in at blinding speeds. "You're gonna." With that, God was hit with a punch almost twice the strength of All Might's full power, sending him flying back. God stopped mid-air, launching several light arrows at All for Might. Just then, black portals appeared, warping them away. "I got your back, go get him," Kurogiri called out. Seeing this, All for Might swung another punch. God tried to block it with his God barrier, but a portal appeared directly in front of him, punching him in the face. "So there is a physical face underneath that flame," said All for Might. God let out a pissed off grunt, attempting to blast All for Might, but then, a portal opened next to him, and Mei, within her mech, jumped through. "Magic," she called out, punching God, before leaping through another portal. She then popped out behind him, punching him from behind. "More magic," she called out, then kicking him, magic with a kick. She lunged at him one more time. "Magic with a." "Insolent." God grabbed her mid-air, ripping her out of her mech and throwing her into Kurogiri. Turning around however, he was met with a mutated One for All charged fist, smashing him into the ground, followed by the ground lifting God back up, as the fused hero pummeled him with a barrage of full-powered punches. Then grabbing him by the neck and smashing him in the stomach. The flames on the god's head grew massive, enveloping the hero, but was countered when an ice-covered fist reached through, grabbing God's face, as the fire slowly went out, revealing God's true face. This was followed with All for Might's arm bulging up and exploding with energy. United States of. God managed to land in one stab to the fused hero's sides before the fist connected. Smash. The fist connected with God's unprotected face, followed by another punch of the same power. Smash. The ground sunk beneath them. Smash. The city sunk beneath them. Smash. The whole country sunk a little. While that was happening, Todoroki tried to gather what remained of the forces. Just then, an idea hit his mind. "Remember, young Todoroki, One for All is a quirk that gets stronger with each successor. Hence, I will only be able to pass you a smidgen of my power, otherwise, you'll be taking in the power of 7 other heroes, all nearly as powerful as me, and it will blow you body apart." "Yuuei, can you rewind people more than once?" asked Todoroki. "With enough focus, I can keep someone in a permanent rewinding loop if I wanted," replied Yuuei. "I trained my quirk a lot to keep it under control, yo no." "And how long can you do it?" asked Todoroki. "Why? Suddenly, the two bumped into Momo. "Todoroki. Thank God you're here. We need to do something," said Momo. "We're all gonna die if this keeps up." "Listen, Momo, I may have a way to defeat Izuku, but it'd be really risky," explained Todoroki, like threading a needle. "Really, what do I do?" asked Momo. Suddenly, Todoroki lunged in, giving her a deep kiss. As the two disconnected, Momo fell to the ground, blushing. "To Todoroki, what the hell did you do?" she asked, embarrassed and slightly pissed off. "What did you do?" A sudden surge of power coursed through Momo's body, making her feel as if she could create an entire planet with her creation quirk. But at the same time, her bod felt like it was tearing apart. Suddenly, all that pain disappeared as her body reverted back to normal, all the while feeling a lot stronger too. "What do you do, Todoroki?" yelled Momo, grabbing him by the collar. "Pass it along," said Todoroki. "Huh? All Might's quirk, pass it along, Erie's rewind bubble will last you about 10 minutes. Explained Todoroki. Wait, what are you doing with All Might's quirk?" "Well, you see, Todoroki decided to explain. Long ago, a man with a quirk that could steal quirks and give them away, forcibly gave his seemingly quirkless little brother a quirk that allowed him to stockpile power within his body." Author's note. If you are still reading this, I salute you for your sanity. However, the little brother already had a quirk with no effect other than that it could be transferred to others. The little brother's quirk and the quirk given to him by his older brother merged and became one for all. The little brother somehow discovered this. He had a strong sense of justice and he tried to defeat All for One, but given the huge difference in their abilities, the brother failed. The little brother decided to entrust the quirk to future generations of heroes, hoping that they would cultivate One for All and one day put a stop to All for One. Few knew the truth about One for All. Author's note. By now you probably guessed that I just copy-pasted the wiki page. The quirk was passed down for 9 generations, growing stronger with the passage of time. Currently One for All is one of the most powerful quirks in existence, although it is quite difficult to master. One for All allows the host to access power from the previous users of the quirk. Author's note. Seriously, stop reading this paragraph, this is only for a comedic moment, nothing else. It has not been shown if the quirk that stockpiles power simply gains more energy as it is passed on. The first holder could not beat All for One, but a recent holder could. Which suggests a power increase, or if it is able to imprint other quirk abilities as it is passed from user to user, and most believe that the people who use the quirk use it in Different for All, receives its name from the fact that it can be inherited by others. It is one quirk for all people. Like a torch, it is passed on from person to person. The method of inheritance and transference of One for All is done by the recipient ingesting the current wielder's DNA. Traps are gay. Whoa. Momo stopped him, that is way too much information to take in within 12 seconds, how did you even talk that fast? I'll just transfer this to the next person I find. With that, Momo grabbed Irie, using One for All to leap through the air with ease and landing near Iida, handing him her hair. Pass it along, she said, giving him Irie. Iida then ran to Ichako, giving her a strand of his hair. Pass it along. Ichako then went to Shiro. Pass it along. Shiro to Shoji. Pass it along. Shoji to Tokoyami. Pass it along. Tokoyami to Tsuyu. Pass it along. Tsuyu to Ijiro, who passed it to Toru, who passed it to Mina, who passed it to Jiro, who passed it to Kaminari. Meanwhile, All for Might looked a lot more shriveled, having exhausted every quirk in his arsenal. God slowly rose from the crater All for Might put him in. Looking at himself, he wiped the blood off a freshly opened wound. Which instantly healed. All that for a drop of blood, said God, extending his hand forward at All for Might. Not yet, I can still. Force separation. All for One and All Might were suddenly split into 2 people. Seeing this, All for One reached out to All Might. Yagi-san. Take my hand. We need to refuse. But a kick sent the villain Kingpin flying back as God walking up to All Might, deflated and coughing out blood. Look at you, All Might, said God, stepping on his hand, making him yell in pain, defeated, on your knees, 2 steps away from hell. I never imagined that I would see you in such a state. God lifted his foot, ready to stomp the man's head in. Any last words? Inko says hi. However, upon hearing those words, that brief pain within God returned, making his head spin and pulsate with pain. His chest felt like exploding, and tears dampened his eyes. Why did you say that name? God roared, losing his cool. Suddenly, an eruption of energy caught the transcendent being off guard as he jerked his head to the left, staring at a multicolored pillar of light, flowing with power. As God's eyes tracing the pillar down to its source, his was taken aback at who it was. "So this is what All Might's power feels like," said one for all current user, and it's not him alone either. Round face, square head, half and half. Kirishima, I feel all of them inside me, especially Kirishima, why couldn't he just give me a piece of hair? What? What is this? God yelled out, why do you have it, Kaken? This? Asked Bakugo, this me surrendering. Excuse me. I fought an inner battle against you in the past, Deku, back when you tried to befriend me, claiming I would be even stronger with friends. My stubbornness however made me determined to prove you wrong, a key contributor to my lone wolf nature. Explained Kitsuki, giving a sincere smile. But now, I admit that you're right. Because without my friends backing me up, I would never have reached this level of strength. So Deku. Thank you. Izuku on the other hand trembled with rage, letting out a roar of fury as he dashed in, his fists glowing with the power-enhancing abilities of 1,000 quirks. However, Kitsuki released his power as well, his year of quirk control training, which he did to try and catch up to Todoroki, made him familiar with quirks like his. One for all 1%. God smash. Izuku swung his fist of devastation at Kitsuki, threatening to destroy all of Tokyo along with him. Wisconsin smash. An equally powerful hit cancelled out Izuku's punch, even sending him flying back a little. That was me only at 1%, yet it felt more powerful than all the punches All For Might threw earlier combined. How many? Izuku asked in anger, how many people did One For All pass by before reaching you? Everyone. Answered Kitsuki. One For All 5%. Rhode Island smash. Kitsuki delivered a punch 5 times the strength of his initial attack. Seeing this, Izuku activated his God barrier, stopping the punch dead in its tracks. My barrier will hold. It holds up against anything. 10%. Cracks started to appear on the barrier. 15%. The barrier started to cave inwards. 20%. Colorado smash. Bumping the power output to 20%, God took a direct hit to the chest, cracking his crystal body and sending him flying back. The divine being barely managed to stop himself, falling to his knees and coughing out blood. That does it. Roared God, I'm going all out now. Kitsuki looked back at Yuuei, who gave him a nod in agreement. Then looks like I'll do the same. The two burst into flames, power emitting from their body like fire, as the entire planet started to shake from the two powering up. Author's note. Put any and I'm battle music here. I suggest his world. Suddenly, Izuku warped in at the blink of an eye, swinging his leg at Kitsuki, who ducked under his leg as the strike cleaved a distant skyscraper in half. He then turned around, giving a straight kick to Kitsuki's back, sending him flying into the air. Sprouting wings, Izuku dashed after him, his arms morphing into blades as he sent a barrage of slashes his way. Kitsuki activated his explosion quirk, allowing him to maneuver through the barrage of flying slashes, delivering another 20% punch directly into Izuku's chest, sending him flying back. Kitsuki then rocketed towards him, delivering a barrage of 5% punches. However, the Izuku he was punching turned out to be an afterimage as a showdown loomed over him suddenly. I brought you a present, Kaken. All the internet you'll ever need, fresh from outer space. Izuku yelled out from above, throwing a satellite station at Kitsuki. Seeing this, Kitsuki winded up his fist. One for all 40%. Nevada smash. The powerful strike tore through the satellite as Kitsuki gave a satisfied grin, only to see that Izuku also dragged down a punch of asteroids. Seeing that, he dodged the first one, jumping off of it and then running along every other falling pieces of meteorite, even punching one of them back at Izuku, who pulverized it with a punch. The two winded back their fists as they punched each other at the same time. New Mexico smash. God smash. The shockwave that parted the clouds rippled throughout Japan as the people below stared in awe at this battle. Kitsuki Kirishima muttered, don't lose. Overpowering Izuku's punch, Kitsuki's attack tore right through the god's arm, flying over him, before smashing him back down towards the ground. However, Izuku stopped short, lifting all nearby building, practically floating up the entire city, and flying back towards Kitsuki, launching a barrage of buildings at the One For All user. This guy, how much power does he have? Kitsuki muttered, as a building smashed into him. The powerful punch was enough to tear the building in half though, but two more followed, sandwiching Kitsuki in between. All the while the rest are swirling around him at a tornado. Every time he breaks through a building, another comes in. I see he's not trying to crush me with these buildings. Muttered Kitsuki, punching through his 10th skyscraper, he's trying to wear me down and trap me. However, punching through an upcoming building, he found Izuku on the other side, punching him in turn and sending him tumbling into another upcoming structure. Then, Izuku cupped his hands together as every last piece of floating debris closed in, encasing Kitsuki in a miniature moon of sorts made of the rubble of the battlefield. "I know that this won't be enough to keep you down, Kaken," Izuku called out, firing a barrage of energy beams into his own man-made moon, piercing it multiple times. The black figure came flying out and Izuku flew after it, thinking it was Kitsuki. However, when he punched it, he realized it was just a slab of rock and the real Kitsuki took advantage of the distraction, jumping down, delivering a powered-up drop kick to Izuku's dome. One for all 55%. Colorado Smash. The hit was so powerful that it shot Izuku into the ground like a bullet, making him lose control of the floating ball of debris as it started to fall. Kitsuki then used his explosion quirk, amped up by One for All, blasting him over the giant ball. One for all 60%. New Jersey Smash. Kitsuki punched the giant ball of debris down on Izuku as it caught fire midway like a meteor, smashing into Izuku and creating a giant explosion. As Kitsuki also landed, he looked upon the sheer amount of destruction caused. It was unfathomable. Suddenly, Izuku shot out of the ground, his crystal body shattered, and a black ooze leaking out. "To hell with you, you prick. My plans will not be ruined by the likes of you," roared Izuku, slowly losing his majestic voice. "I'll kill you." Seeing how close he was, Kitsuki didn't say a word, not wasting a second, and dashed in, punching Izuku in the guts. 70%, Illinois Smash. "Screw you." Izuku roared, uppercutting Kitsuki in the stomach, breaking 2 ribs. 80%, Montana Smash. Kitsuki flinched at the pain, but managed to up his power, punching Izuku in the same spot. "Why won't you die?" Izuku roared, barely recovering as his arms multiplied, nailing Kitsuki from all sides. The student felt his consciousness fading. So, biting his tongue, he shot himself awake and punched Izuku with even more power. 90%, Texas Smash. The black ooze that was initially leaking out of Izuku's body now started to erupt like a volcano as Izuku held onto his body as if he was trying to hold it together. No. Quirks. Don't go. I am your master," Izuku cried, losing his godly voice. "One for all 100%. I will not be defeated like this." Suddenly, Kitsuki's whole body erupted into blood as if imploding onto himself. "I'm sorry," uttered Yuuei, "I couldn't hold you any longer than this." Kitsuki suddenly felt all the pain from since the fight began coming back to him, along with the overwhelming toll One for All was giving him. His limbs felt like they were about to explode off his body, his head felt like it was already in pieces, and painful doesn't even begin to describe the agony he was in. Seeing this, Izuku let out a laugh. "Ahaha, I did it," Izuku uttered, "your last line of defense has fallen." Izuku raised his hand into the air in victorious fashion. "I am the victor." "Is that so?" A sudden voice called from below. "No," Izuku uttered, you shouldn't be standing. How are you still standing?" Kitsuki felt a presence, no several of them. Looking around him, he saw his classmates, teachers, heroes, even villains, everyone that One for All was passed to before being given to him. He didn't even feel like he was standing, rather, he turned around and saw a woman with black hair and a hero outfit that strongly resembled that of All Might's, but with a cape. "Go now, my child," said the woman, "you can win, we believe in you." "Because," Izuku Kitsuki uttered, "much like and unlike you, I too have become God. But I achieved this feat thanks to the people behind me, the ones who I believe in and who in turn believes in me. I represent everyone, I fight for everyone, I am One for All." Kitsuki lifted his fist as lighting coursed through it and as the flames of One for All erupted from his body like a raging inferno. "And you? No. No. Have lost. One for All 100%. United States of Smash." Kitsuki delivered one last punch to Izuku as the power coursing through his body was released onto the villain. Izuku on the other hand, slowly backed up as his body started to bulge and pulse up. "No. Quirks. Stay with me," Izuku cried, "don't leave me." Kitsuki did it. Uraraka cheered. "Yeah." Everyone else cheered in unison. However, Izuku stared at this in disgust. "Oh, you think you have won, huh?" Izuku yelled as everyone heard. Suddenly, a blast of dark energy enveloped Izuku as the entire planet started to shake for the third time. "Fine. I will be defeated. I will be the loser." But if I'm going down, Izuku yelled, as his dome of dark energy expanded, I'll drag every last one of you down to hell with me. Oh shit. He's self-destructing, Spinner yelled, this really is like the final level of a video game. Seeing how close Izuku was to detonation, Kurogiri created a portal near Kitsuki. Kitsuki? You have to run. Ordered Kurogiri. And leave Deku behind, not this time. Kitsuki replied. Izuku is done for. Kurogiri yelled back, if you don't run, you'll die too. Kitsuki looked back at Izuku. Seeing him in such agony put a knot in Kitsuki's stomach. Please, don't do this, uttered Kurogiri. Kitsuki didn't listen and ran towards Izuku. Kitsuki? Echako cried out. Get down. Kurogiri yelled, warping everyone and himself away. Suddenly, a massive explosion was seen. Everyone else was warped to safety, sent to a hill a few miles away. The students of Class A looked into the distance, some dropping to their knees, crying over their loss. Echako stared blankly into the distance, watching the ball of fire. Seeing this, Todoroki walked up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Uraraka. Said Todoroki, if only I was stronger, maybe we could have prevented this. Uraraka turned to Todoroki. It's fine, Uraraka uttered, trying hold back tears, heroes don't cry. Meanwhile, Spinner finally managed to smash open Mr. Compress's marble, freeing him. Whoa there. What did I miss? Asked the magician. Looking around, he saw everyone. Most of his friends looked badly injured, and several body bags were found, fully loaded, and twice was comforting Toga, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Izuku isn't in one of those body bags, is he? Asked Compress. Spinner shook his head. You? I thought he was dead for a second. So, where is he? Asked Mr. Compress. At the center of that giant explosion. Replied Spinner with a mortified tone. Explosion? What explosion? All I see is a giant dark purple dome. Said Mr. Compress. What are you talking, Abo? However, turning around, Spinner and the others noticed a giant black dome where the explosion once was. The dome was at the size of a mountain, looming over the flattened city. What is that? Asked Uraraka. Meanwhile, Kitsuki woke up in a white plane of emptiness. He looked at himself. All of his prior wounds were healed. Looking around, all he saw was whiteness, as far as the eye could stretch. Calling out for Izuku, his voice echoed into the infinity. Hello, Kaken. A voice called him from behind, welcome to my world. Chapter 60. Your world? Kitsuki asked in confusion, looking around to see what he was talking about, seems pretty empty to me. Izuku let out a small chuckle and snapped his finger. A leather cushion chair appeared behind Kitsuki, as well as a small wooden table, almost identical to the one he used to own at his house, with 2 All Might-themed cups. Take a seat. Ordered Izuku, sitting down on another chair that appeared out of thin air. I can make some tea if you like. Giving Izuku a doubtful look, Kitsuki took a seat as the cups on the table magically filled with green tea. Kitsuki picked it up, giving it a whiff to make sure it wasn't poisoned, then drunk. The warm liquid felt soothing as he felt his burning throat freshen. You must be tired after such a long day, why not take a nap? Asked Izuku in a friendly manner. Hearing this, Kitsuki aggressively threw the teacup as it flew past Izuku. Cut the crap already, Deku, what's going on here? Kitsuki yelled, we defeated you and you exploded, what is this? Izuku sat down. Well, long story short, instead of releasing all of my quirks at once, I used each and every last one of them as they were leaving my body, and with my nomu genes and multitude of quirks, created an environment where I can contain and control my 1000 quirks, without needing all for one. Izuku explained, and now, I have a world where all is controlled by me. So this is your last-ditch effort. Your final trump card. To run away and retreat into your fantasies. More like physically manifesting my inner mind, but yeah. But what will you do now? Your giant bubble will just float in the wasteland of Japan's capital, asked Kitsuki. Aren't you worried that the military won't crack your world open from the outside? Like I said before, Kaken, this is my world. Izuku smiled, and soon, it will be yours too. What do you mean? As we speak, my world is roughly the size of a tenth of Tokyo. But, it is slowly expanding. Within 24 hours, my dark bubble will engulf the entire planet and I will become one with everyone inside. I will then take their quirks to use as fuel and expand my world even further, eventually consuming the entire universe as we know it. Explained Izuku, and for those within my world, I will make sure they live the lives they always wanted to live. Free from discrimination, free for fear, and finally happy, that is my final plan. Hearing this, a sense of panic and urgency returned to Kitsuki as he fired up One for All and charged in. I won't let you engulf this planet, Deku. Detroit smash. With one punch, Kitsuki shattered Izuku to pieces as his body parts shattered into ash. Seeing this, Kitsuki fell to his knees. Is it over? I don't know, you tell me. Izuku's voice came from behind. Seeing Izuku, who was now behind him, Kitsuki spun around, kicking him to pieces again, only to have him appear behind him. It's useless, Kaken. Shut up. Kitsuki destroyed Izuku again and again and again, eventually running out of breath. However, everything he smashed his friend to bits, broke his neck, exploded him to pieces, another one appeared right after. Eventually, he collapsed, out of breath completely. It's like I said, Kaken, this is my world. As long as I am in here, I am invincible, I am immortal, I am omnipotent. Explained Izuku. Kitsuki slowly looked up. It wasn't common for him, but for once in his life, he felt helpless, a feeling that not even God was able to afflict onto him. But back then it was because he knew he had friends backing him up. Now, he was alone in an infinite void of Izuku's creation. How? Kitsuki uttered, how did you end up like this? Izuku laughed, seeing his anguished face. You'll never understand, Kaken, none of you will. That is why you will soon all be one with my world. Replied Izuku. Kitsuki trembled as droplets hit the floor. And now you finally cried in front of me. Izuku laughed, I guess you finally accepted the fact that there is nothing you can do to stop me. These tears aren't for me, Kitsuki muttered, facing him, they're for you. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. For me? What is there for you, emotionless monkey, to feel bad about? Kitsuki slowly got up. For your personality to contrast so much from the Deku I knew, a lot must have happened. Kitsuki muttered, I'm sorry. Izuku froze. If only I knew how you felt, maybe I could understand you more. Maybe, Kitsuki muttered hesitantly. Maybe I might agree with you. Kitsuki responded. Hearing this, Izuku let out a booming laughter. I like where your head's at, Kaken. Izuku laughed, grabbing Kitsuki by the neck. Wait. What are you doing? Kitsuki uttered, stop it. Stop. Author's note. Remember when I said I had a torture for Kitsuki planned out that was worse than quirk loss? I might not be able to take your quirk right now, as it would require physical contact from my real body, but what I can do is alter your memory. Yes, soon, you'll forget everything you knew these past 5 years, and you'll remember things differently as well. You'll forget about your training, you'll forget about all your Yuuei friends, and most importantly, you'll forget about your quirk. Eventually, the last of Kitsuki's memories were altered and the student dropped to the floor unconscious. Suddenly, the world around the student started to change. Kitsuki's age started to regress, his uniform turned into the All Might themed shirt he wore 5 years ago, and the blank void was replaced with his room. I forgot to mention the time practically stops to a halt in here. Izuku said to himself, so in a mere hour, you will relive your past 5 years all over again, only this time. A villainous smile drew on Izuku's face. Certain things will change. A portal opened near the giant dark bubble that stood where Izuku exploded. The thing seemed to span several kilometers in diameter and stood equally tall. Todoroki slowly approached it. Are you sure anything is even alive in there? Asked Uraraka. They have to be. Todoroki grunted, we lost Midoriya once, we can't lose him again, Kitsuki too. Toga turned to Kurogiri. Can you warp me in to see what's going on inside? No, can do. Replied the bartender, the space inside is heavily distorted, I can't seem to find a stable spot to drop off my portals. Wait, you guys are actually planning on entering that thing? Asked Iida, turning to the league. Yeah, why? Asked Sachi. That's suicide. You don't know what waits for you on the other side. Exclaimed the student. We do, Izuku. Answered twice, and he needs our help. He needs us more than ever. Are you crazy? Iida yelled, reflecting on the time he went after Stain. I can't believe you people would just throw their lives away so carelessly. Izuku would have done the same for us. Said Spinner. You don't know that. We know that. We know him better than even his own mother. We know his birthday is July 15th. And that he loves beef katsudon. We know how he used to think All Might, the All Might mascot at the 4 PM mall, was the real thing until the age of 6 when he found him taking his mask off. That happened. Yes, it did. And he felt comfortable enough to tell us that secret. Exclaimed Spinner, don't think we don't care about him just because we're villains. In fact, the fact that we are villains is what brought us so close. We are family, and family members don't leave each other behind. As Class A was silenced by his speech, a clap was heard from behind. As the group turned around, Stain came marching in. "That was an amazing speech," complimented Stain. "I could feel your compassion from all the way back. I guess maybe I was wrong about today's society, maybe there are some good people living within the criminal underworld. I don't know what will happen, but whatever the case, I'm in." Hearing this, Spinner jittered with excitement as Kurogiri went to shake his hand. "Welcome aboard." Just then, Todoroki walked up to the group, followed by Shigaraki, Uraraka, Momo, Kirishima, Uraraka, Sayu, Jiro and Kaminari. Seeing this, Iida clenched his fist. "You're all going to throw your lives away? We have already by getting ourselves involved in this war, might as well end it," replied Uraraka. Hearing this, Iida let out a defeated smile. "There's no helping you guys," said Iida as he stepped in himself. As the group approached the edge of the bubble, Kurogiri stepped up first. "I can occasionally locate a stable enough area to open a portal in, but it won't stay open for long. So get yourselves ready." However, as the students readied themselves, they heard a voice call from behind. Turning around, they ran face first into Aawa, who couldn't fight in the war and was forced to evacuate due to being now classified as civilian after a forced retirement, looking very pissed off, especially at Shigaraki. However, that look quickly faded as he instead gave an encouraging smile. "Some heroes tend to break a lot of rules and act irrationally to save a single life," said the former teacher, "and it's those heroes ones you can truly rely on to get the job done." Hearing this, the students let out a sigh of relief. "I won't be tolerating this kind of behavior again, mind you, but for the time being, stay safe," said Aawa, waving at them as one by one, they disappeared into the abyss. "Kitsuki, your breakfast is ready," Mitsuki called out. The blonde 15-year-old jerked up from his bed. He felt like he had a really weird dream, one where he was fighting alongside other famous heroes, as well as a fusion of All Might and some villain dude whose name he forgot to stop his childhood friend Izuku from destroying the world. Thinking back, the mere thought of that concept made him crack a smile. What a ridiculous dream for him to be dreaming, after all, he didn't even have a quirk. "Ah, Kitsuki. You're finally up," Mitsuki greeted as Kitsuki came downstairs. "Eat up quick, you wouldn't want to be late for your first day. It's your last year in middle school after all." "Most important moment in my life, you always say," Kitsuki replied. "I'm so proud. My little baby's finally growing up to be a handsome man," Mitsuki said, crying tears of joy. "Love you too, Mom," Kitsuki replied as he ran off to school. The fresh spring smell greeted him on his way to school, complemented by the sweet scent of the sakuras planted near the schoolyard. New year, new him. It wasn't gonna be like the last few embarrassing years, although he seemed to have trouble remembering what happened the last 4 years. He tried to recall anything, but all his mind could tell him was that it was embarrassing and humiliating, nothing more. However, a rough voice suddenly snapped him out of his trance. "Hey. Get the fuck out of the way." Kitsuki immediately recognized that voice. "Oh. Hi Midoriya," Kitsuki muttered nervously, turning around to face his childhood friend. Izuku. As far as he could remember, his childhood friend Izuku always seemed to resent him because he was quirkless. But he couldn't do much about it, as not only was the kid always accompanied by at least 2 of his goons, but should he cross him, he'll beat him within an inch of his life. "Still rocking that idiotic-looking All Might backpack, I see." Izuku laughed, knocking him over as he walked past him. "Hey. Don't say that. I waited 2 hours in line to get this backpack. It means a lot to me," Kitsuki retorted. Izuku turned his head, giving him a murderous glare as sparks formed in his palm. "Their point being?" Kitsuki shuddered at his aura of animosity as he quickly backed off, trembling. Izuku on the other hand just let out a small chuckle as he walked off. "Who was that loser anyways?" asked one of Izuku goons. "Oh, him? You know, just some good-for-nothing loser." Izuku laughed. Kitsuki got up, clenching his fist. "You take that back," Kitsuki yelled nervously. Just then, Izuku turned around, shooting him an anger-filled glare. "Excuse me, Deku. Stop calling me that." Deku was the nickname Izuku gave him way back when, at least that was what Kitsuki remembered. The name translated to useless, a perfect description for a quirkless kid like him. "Or else what?" Izuku asked in a vile tone as his 2 underlings ran in, restraining Kitsuki with their quirks. As the blonde student struggled to get free, an explosion shot out of Izuku's palm, blasting the student in the face as he fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain. As the two students picked him back up, Izuku continued his onslaught, leave Kitsuki a beat-up mess that was then thrown into the koi pond at the center of the schoolyard. Have fun being late, Deku. Izuku laughed, running off to class with only a few minutes left to spare. Kitsuki, on the other hand, slowly got out of the pond, dripping wet with blood running out of his nose. Picking up his All Might backpack, he noticed that the decorative strands that made All Might's hair on the back was burned off. Seeing this, he quickly opened it, only to see that all the books he brought were destroyed and burned, all but one. His hero analysis notebook, his 13th one. Seeing this, he took it as a small victory as he slowly limped his way into class. As the teacher was taking attendance, the sight of a blonde kid with messy hair, dripping wet uniform that was half torn and algae from the pond covering his shoulders, left the class in stitches laughing. "Boy Kitsuki. Did you do for a swim or something?" A random student laughed. "Oh, don't be silly, knowing how useless he is, he would probably drown." As a matter of fact, Izuku laughed back before turning to Kitsuki. "Hey Deku. Why don't you stop by the lake this afternoon? We'll go for a swim." The kids around him laughed. "You think he would fall for that?" asked another student. "Well, it would be the smartest thing he would ever have done in his life if he didn't." Izuku laughed, then again, if he really were that smart, he would have known how little his future would hold for him, and swan dived off a building ages ago. Kitsuki frowned at his comment as he aggressively stepped in to confront his tormentor, only for the teacher to get in the way. "Kitsuki Bakugo." The teacher said in a scolding tone, "You're late." But Kitsuki tried to retort, pointing at Izuku. "And not only that, you decide to show up in such a mess, leaving dirt and water stains all over the hallway." The teacher cut off. "But," and disturbed the class in the middle of attendance taking, while setting the whole class off in a riot. "I didn't," and was just about to attack Midoriya, who did nothing wrong. That last phrase made Kitsuki want to punch the teacher square in the face. For a brief moment, he could have sworn someone behind just whispered "do it," but he managed to hold himself back, knowing it would only get him in more trouble. Instead, he just breathed in and out. "I'm sorry sensei, I'll go change." "Then remember to show this afternoon for detention, you deserved it," said the teacher. As Kitsuki walked out of class to the locker room, a bird flew into the hallway, glaring at the blonde teen. "Cruel, isn't it? Don't you think everything that's happened up until now was unfair? You didn't do anything wrong, and yet they still mistreat you. This is no exaggeration, Kaken. Everything that happened so far was a step-by-step recreation of my first day in my middle schools last year, and things will only get worse and worse from then." The next day rolled around, and much of it was the same. Go to school, get bullied, get laughed at, get ignored and scolded, and return home. Any normal person would have long snapped. Even I admit that living through those days were a living hell. But what would you do, Kaken? Will you fight back? Take your own life? Or snap, just like me? Show me, Kaken, show me what you will do. Show me how to be Deku the right way. Things were already starting to go downhill by the first week. As Mitsuki walked up to clean her son's room, she found Kitsuki crouched up against the wall, crying. Seeing this, Mitsuki quickly ran up to her son. "Is everything alright, my baby?" asked Mitsuki in a worried tone. "Mom, I don't want to go to school anymore, can we please transfer?" Hearing this, Izuku, disguised as a housefly, lifted an eyebrow. "Transferring? Interesting approach, but feeble in the end." "I'm sorry Kitsuki, we simply cannot afford to move. Is everything alright? Why do you want to change schools? Is something happening?" Mitsuki asked with a concerned look drawn on her face. "Come on, Kaken, tell her. Do what I felt too afraid to do." "It's nothing," muttered Kitsuki. 10 more days passed. 10 more days of him getting picked on at school, park and even during field trips. "Hey Deku." Izuku called out for the nth time, slamming Kitsuki against a brick wall, grabbing his wallet. "I'm a little short on money, so I'll be taking these." But this time, Kitsuki came prepared. As soon as Izuku turned away, the blonde boy lunged at him with a baseball bat in hand, trying to hit him over the head. Instead, he received an explosive punch to the jaw, breaking a tooth as he collapsed to the ground. "Sneak attacks. I didn't think you were capable of such things." Izuku laughed as he grabbed Kitsuki's bat. "Too bad you don't know where to aim." Suddenly, with a heavy swing boosted with explosive power, Izuku delivered a wicked swing on Kitsuki's leg. The teen cried in pain, and he felt his bones break from the hit. Izuku then swung again, shattering his other leg, before dragging him all the way down to the bottom of the steep path they were walking. "Have fun crawling back home, nerd." Izuku laughed. "Oh, and one more thing. He then took Kitsuki's phone right out of his bag, throwing it into the lake. Just to make sure you don't cheat and call for an ambulance. Izuku laughed before walking away with his money. Kitsuki called out for help for hours after that, yet no one came. The ones who did just ignored him and went on. Help me. Please. Call an ambulance. Kitsuki kept on yelling out to passing students. Hey. Aren't you that kid to pissed himself in gym? Laughed a few passing classmates of his, not even taking notice as his broken legs. Please, help me. Sorry, my mom told me not to go near stray dogs. Another group responded. Help. You. Get away from me, perv. I'll call the cops. If only I had more power, Kitsuki uttered to himself. He was eventually picked up by social workers a day after and was sent to a hospital. Kitsuki spent an entire week lying in bed. As for Mitsuki, she spent that entire week weeping over her son, not even eating or drink for a week straight and instead spending time with Kitsuki. But that only added to Kitsuki's guilt as he saw his mother in such anguish. I'll raise enough money, Mitsuki muttered. I'll raise enough money to get you to the best private school there is. I will make sure you'll stay happy. Hearing this only made Kitsuki even more mortified. It wasn't her fault, nor his, destiny just happened to have played a misfortune and gave birth to him without a quirk. How saddening, your poor mother, the only one who ever cared for you, whereas the rest of the world only meet you with animosity. Doesn't it make you burn with hatred? Don't you want to kill them? No. Then how about this then? Suddenly, doctors ran into Kitsuki's room, dragging him out of his bed. What are you doing? Kitsuki wounds haven't healed yet. Mitsuki cried out. There's no time. This kid got injured and we're out of beds. Replied the doctor. Looking at the kid, he was nearly 3 years older than Kitsuki and only seemed to have suffered a broken arm. Kitsuki on the other hand was still in the process of healing. And yet here they were, dragging him out to make way for another patient. Are you out of your mind? Mitsuki cried. What kind of hospital would throw out untreated patients? The doctor grabbed Mitsuki, looking at her with aggressive eyes. Listen, miss, the fact that we treated your quirkless, worthless trash of a child is already a miracle. But keeping him in his hospital? That's just asking for us to lose half our funding. So how about you take that subspecies of a child anywhere else but back in this hospital? Don't you dare call my child a sub. It's fine. Said Kitsuki, limping on both feet. I'll walk. Kitsuki's mother started a campaign to fight against quirkless discrimination a few days after that incident. Some good things came out of it, yet also some bad, mostly bad. Now his mother has to attend conferences every day of the week and always comes back exhausted. Kitsuki quickly took notice of her deteriorating health. Seeing this, he had to be the man of the house. Looking at the All Might poster, Kitsuki clenched his fist, raising it into the air. For you, mom, I will become a hero and prove all of them wrong. Izuku, now in owl form, saw the whole thing unfold from his perch. A hero, huh? Well then, let's see if you can really keep that dream once the day comes. Months passed by, and it was finally coming close to the end of the year. You guys are all third year now. So it is time for you to start thinking about your futures. Said the teacher. I would hand out these career forms, but let's be honest here. The teacher then threw the paper into the air. You all want to be heroes, don't you? The class cheered in agreement until a louder yell forced them out of their celebration. Hey. Don't lump me with these losers. Izuku called out, leaning back with confidence, as if anyone would accept you rejects. You'd have better luck in a carnival, odding on heroin by the ring toss game, while getting an unenthusiastic handjob from the bearded lady. Hey. Don't get over yourself, Midoriya. The other students yelled and complained. Oh, can it you extras? Izuku laughed. We all know that Yuuei hardly accepts anyone, right? Have you forgotten who got first place on the mock exam? With a dash of egotism, Izuku jumped onto the table. You are all stepping stones to my success. Izuku exclaimed, once I graduate, I'll show the world a hero even greater than All Might. I'll stand above the world. A true god among men and among other gods. Hey, you're going to take a swing at Yuuei too, aren't you, Kitsuki? The teacher asked, breaking Izuku out of his fantasy. Kitsuki dug his face into his desk in embarrassment before getting blown off his desk by Izuku. Oh come on, Deku. Izuku laughed, forget their crappy ass quirks, you are completely useless. And you think you are on the same league as me? Kitsuki, however, didn't respond. What? Cat's got your tongue, too scared to reply. Izuku laughed, stomping his shoe in. How's your legs doing, by the way? Do they need a massage? I can get my massaging stick if that's the case. If quirks are all there is to being a hero, then what will make a man who gets beaten by someone who has no quirks? Asked Kitsuki suddenly. This question stunned not only the class, but even the real Izuku, who was scouting disguised as a fly. Is he serious? Some students asked among each other, he's gonna try and fight Izuku. Rebellious already. I like where this is going. Come on, show me what you got. Izuku, the fake one, laughed at his comment. Fine, lunchtime, school court, be there. Izuku ordered, and bring a body bag. Lunch arrived quicker than expected. Blood splattered on the pavement. Kitsuki leaned against the wall, dodging another explosion sent by Izuku. Just then, the student dislodged a piece of brick from the wall, smashing it into Kitsuki's shoulder, dislocating it. Izuku then delivered a stomp to Kitsuki's other wrist, before punching him across the face. And you thought you could stand a chance against me? Izuku laughed, picking up a can off the floor, pepper spray. That was your last line of defense. Fucking pepper spray. Picking up Kitsuki's beaten up body however, a notebook fell out of Kitsuki's jacket. Picking it up, Izuku read through it. For the future. Seriously, this guy just keep one-upping himself in stupidity. Midoriya laughed. Gee, give it back, Kitsuki uttered. Izuku placed both palms on the notebook, blowing it to bits. Deku, do you know what make the perfect hero? Asked Izuku, the ones who are born with God-given potential, the ones destined for greatness. Crappy losers like you will never even hope to achieve such a feat. So do us both a solid. He placed his hand on Kitsuki's shoulder. And stay out of Yuuei, Izuku said with a haunting smile, before blowing up Kitsuki's shoulder. As Izuku left Kitsuki's beaten up body prepped against the wall, some other students walked in to pick on him some more. Some even pissed on him. Come on. Say something. Laughed one of the students. He can't say anything. He's so lame, even as a third year, that he still can't face reality. Izuku laughed, but hey, you want to be a hero, I got the perfect plan. Kitsuki looked up slightly. How about you go swan dive off the roof and be born with a quirk in your next life? Laughed Izuku. Hearing this, Kitsuki shot up in anger. But he immediately backed down once he saw Izuku, fist sparking with fire. Yeah? What? Just then, something in him snapped as he aggressively walked up to the green-haired student, his fist sizzling with lightning. The other student saw this and ran up to him, blocking him. Hey. What do you think you're due? With one swing of his fist, every student besides Izuku were sent flying, crashing into walls and the pavement. Seeing this, Izuku, both real and fake, stood in shock. His anger was so great, he forced activated his one for all, through my 10 layers of quirk cancellation. Deku, what did you? Kitsuki grabbed Izuku by the neck, choking him with minimal strength. Deku, stop, I'll die. Yes, that's it. It feels amazing, doesn't it? The feeling of finally attaining that power you sought, the thrill, embrace it. Kill me. And become me. Suddenly, Kitsuki let go of his green-haired buddy. Apologize. Kitsuki ordered, now. Izuku immediately obeyed, groveling on his knees and apologizing. I'm sorry, no Kitsuki-sama. I'll never bully you again. Good to hear, now get back to class. Kitsuki ordered politely, ticking off the real thing. Even then, after all that you've been through, you still keep your vow to be a hero, thought Izuku. Fine, it's time to pull out the big guns. Suddenly, Izuku pulled out a gun, shooting Kitsuki in the back several times. Drop dead, you fucker. Izuku yelled savagely, die. However, Kitsuki dodged the bullets, punching Izuku through a wall and into the parking lot as he coughed out a heap of blood. Sit down. Kitsuki yelled out, clearly enjoying his newfound powers. Suddenly, a car pulled over, revealing Mitsuki. Kitsuki. My baby. What have you? However, panic coursed through Kitsuki as he saw Izuku, looking at his mother. You know, I'm surprised that your mother never disowned you. For a worthless shit like you to have such a good mom, Izuku yelled, pointing his gun at Mitsuki, pisses me off. He then fired 2 rounds. Kitsuki ran in as fast as he could, but it was too late. The bullet went right through Mitsuki's chest and the second one into her head, killing her instantly. Holding her dead mother in his arms, Kitsuki let out a cry of sorrow. Izuku tried to shoot again, but his ammo ran out. Instead, he walked up to him to try and finish him off by hand. However, Kitsuki then turned around, punching a hole in Izuku's chest. Deku, Izuku uttered in shock, what have you done? You're a murderer. So what? Kitsuki replied coldly, it's not like this world ever loved me to begin with. Burn in hell, you piece of shit. Izuku uttered with his dying breath. Well, at least I'll have you to keep me company there. maybe you and your mother too. No, Deku uttered, leave my mom out of this. Kitsuki smiled at Izuku's sorrow. And he finally begs. Kitsuki laughed. Please stop. It's over. The real Izuku smiled, your transformation has finally complete. Not on our watch. A voice was suddenly heard. Suddenly, out of a random trash can, half of Class A and the entire League of Villains were spat out. We made it, said Iida. As Kitsuki stared at the strangers in silence, his head suddenly started to let out a sharp pain, as if someone within him was trying to break out. On instinct, he tore his eyes away from them, trying to alleviate the pain. The group, however, looking around, noticed what kind of place they were in. Where are we? Asked Uraraka. I dunno, we were in the middle of the city just a minute ago, and now here we are in the courtyard of some middle school, said Jiro. Just then, Shigaraki ran in, drawing his heat blade and cutting the real Izuku, disguised as a raven, in two. That bird was looking at us funny. Said Shigaraki, if it was a scout, then I may have bought us more time, so let's take Kitsuki and find Izuku. Who are you people? Kitsuki asked nervously, assuming a fighting pose. What do you mean? We're your friends. Responded Uraraka, from Yuuei. Yuuei, you guys attend Yuuei? Kitsuki responded with a fanboyish tone, that's so cool. The group shouted in confusion. Hello. You also attend Yuuei, don't you remember? Glimpses of his first day in class suddenly flashed by Kitsuki's memory. Classes Aawa USJ, Kitsuki muttered, his scrawny body returning to its more muscular form. We teamed up in the sports festival. Uraraka added. Yes, sports festival internship. He's remembering. Kitsuki suddenly let out two explosions from his palm in anger. Best genist, he grunted in anger. Oh right, that happened. Said Kaminari, remembering when Kitsuki returned from the internship with a ridiculous new hairstyle. Kitsuki. Please. Remember. Kirishima ran in. Suddenly, at the sight of Kirishima, memories started to flood back to him, but also clashing with his newly gained memories. The way Izuku treated him paired up almost identically to how he used to treat him in the past. Suddenly, Kitsuki dropped to the floor, panting heavily. Kitsuki? Are you okay? The students ran up to him asking. Kitsuki on the other hand looked down at his hands, trembling. This was all my fault, uttered Kitsuki. What do you mean? Asked Sayu. But Deku, no, what Izuku made me go through were things I did to him in our childhood. Kitsuki uttered, and to think he still retained his sanity after all this. Kurogiri turned around, noticing a storm brewing in the sky. The once blue sky, covered by a dark gray blanket. Looking around, the students and League of Villain noticed all of the classmates that Kitsuki sent flying have now gotten back up, looking at them with murder in their eyes. Suddenly, the Izuku that Kitsuki strangled got back up. The raven that Shigaraki cut apart turned into black sludge, reforming into Izuku. It seems intruders have infiltrated my world. Izuku laughed, so, I suppose you came to bring me back. We will get you back, Izuku, no matter what. Todoroki claimed. Yeah. Everyone else added in unison. Well then, I must warn you, it isn't just this city. Explained Izuku, this country, no, this whole planet that you're standing on are part of my world, and its inhabitants are people who have ignored me, discriminated me, abandoned me. Everyone you see here are my past enemies. The middle schoolers' faces turned gray, their eyes, now two hollow holes, as they lunged at them like zombies. Save me, you say? Asked Izuku, can you really save me from the entire world? Suddenly, an explosion blasted apart several of the zombies that approached them. Yes, we will, Izuku. Said Kitsuki, and once we drag you back to reality, I will make sure you won't cry again. Seeing this, Izuku smiled. Bold words, Kaken, but how can you save me if you can't even save yourself? Suddenly, the fake Izuku, now also zombie-looking, charged in, ready to blow Kitsuki to bits, only to receive a much stronger explosion to the face. However, as the smoke cleared, Kitsuki witnessed in horror as the skin from the fake Izuku face cracked and shattered, revealing his face underneath. Useless, you are all extras, muttered the zombie Kitsuki. While that happened, the other zombies also charged in, using their quirks on the others. Stupid. Get a life, trash, they muttered, as they attacked. Shigaraki drew his blade, cutting down two. But then one with a saw blade launcher quirk fired at him. But a portal opened behind his neck, sending the projectile back at the user. Thanks for the assist. Said Shigaraki. No problem. Uraraka raced to eat his weight as he spiraled at nearly twice the speed he would have usually, delivering a tornado kick which sent several of the zombies flying. Saya then wrapped her tongue around him, using the spin to fling her into another group, knocking them over. However, more zombies started to pour out of the school. Seeing this, Kirishima ran up to Uraraka. Eyes. Time for combo attack D. Kirishima called out. Combo attack D? Asked Spinner as he cut down 2 zombies. Got it? Shigaraki and the rest replied. Uraraka erased Kirishima's weight, allowing Tsuyu to grab him with ease. She then ran into Iida, who grabbed her, using his engine quirk to spin at supersonic speeds, creating a giant spinning top, knocking dozens of zombies over. Tsuyu then let go, launching Kirishima into the crowd like a bullet as Uraraka released her quirk, returning Kirishima's weight as he launched himself into a bunch of zombies. However, just then, a portal opened where he was about to crash and shot him towards another group. Then, right before hitting the ground, another portal opened, shooting him into another, and then another. Seeing this, the class turned to the League of Villains. Hey. You guys aren't the only ones who can combo attack, check this out. Exclaimed Spinner. Spinner, Toga and Stain riddled one of the zombies with a barrage of throwing knives. Mr. Compress ran in, compressing the zombie pincushion, before tossing it at Arena, who used her quirk to make the marble as big as a watermelon. She threw it into the air with all her might as Mr. Compress released the marble, dropping a giant, knife-covered corpse onto the other zombies. Hey. Not bad. Complimented Todoroki, freezing a group solid while Kitsuki dashed in to blow them up. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Said Izuku, lifting his hand as grey hollow revenants came busting out of buildings and houses all across the city. Izuku's getting away. Said Todoroki. Then let's go after him. Replied Dabi, unleashing a wall of flames as the group dashed after Izuku. As they ran across the streets, more and more zombies came after them. There's too many. Sachi yelled, getting pummeled by a pack of them. Where did Izuku go? Asked Kaminari, electrocuting a bunch of them. Diro pointed her earphones to ground, creating a shock to knock over some zombies, but also used as a cholocation. He's on that building. She said, pointing at a yellow building. Running towards the yellow building, they shut the door behind them, with Momo creating titanium-reinforced bars to hold them back. This won't hold for long, let's go. Said Momo. As they made their way to the top of the building, they found Izuku, standing at the edge of the building. Congrats, you found me. Said the green-haired boy. Kitsuki wasted no time and made a beeline for Izuku. Suddenly, a bulky figure descended from the sky, smashing Kitsuki to the ground. Everyone gasped, bearing witness to who it was. I'm sorry kid, you can't be a hero. It was All Might, only in zombified form. His skin was grey and he had hollow black eyes like the rest. However, while he had the body of the muscular All Might, his face was of his deflated variant. Be more realistic, he moaned, punching Kitsuki in the guts, making him vomit out blood. Todoroki ran in, trying to burn him, but the clone dashed through the flames, punching him in the guts. This building was the one where I met All Might in his true form, where he rejected my dreams. Explained Izuku, here lies the source to the final nail in my coffin. If you want to save me, then defeat it. However, the 2 students stood up, not backing down. Got it? They said in unison. Meanwhile, a loud crash was heard from downstairs as the zombies have broken through. Seeing this, the rest of the group turned around to face the horde of dark clones. We got you back. Now win this for us. Ordered Shigaraki, cutting down an evil clone. Join my fan club, All Might muttered, dashing in for another punch. Todoroki created an ice wall, attempting to block the punch, only for All Might to punch right through like it was nothing. However, Kitsuki was hiding right behind the ice wall, and the second it went down, he clapped both of his hands together. Stun grenade. The flash of light blinded the dark clone of All Might, leaving him open for Todoroki to douse him in flames, followed by an explosive combo by Kitsuki. You can't be heroes with those weak attack. All Might yelled, forcing through the barrage and smashing both teens into the ground. Is that all you got? Kitsuki yelled, thrashing at him with all he's got, but to no effect. Just give up, guys. Izuku laughed as he watched his vengeful clones wear down the others. You stand no chance. Just then, as the students and villains were overwhelmed by the hordes for clones, Kirishima stood his ground, punching through one of the zombies. These are the ones who said no to you? Asked Kirishima, only them. Uraraka lifted a few of them into the air, tossing them off the building. The Deku I know knew better than to listen to these nameless nobodies. She said. We are all here for a reason, Izu bro. To prove these people wrong. Yelled Sachi, you can't save anyone, I was the first person you ever saved. You are useless, muttered one of the zombies. Tell that to us, people who would have just been your everyday thug if it weren't for you. Added Spinner, slicing down said zombie. You're alone, said one of the dark clones, only to get kicked off the building by Ida. You are not alone. We are here. Ida exclaimed. Suddenly, even though they weren't here, the rest of Class A became visible as they dashed in along with the League of Villains. Don't wallow in your past and look ahead. Kitsuki yelled out, I've changed, we have all changed thanks to you. All Might. Kill them all. Izuku ordered. As All Might dashed in, he landed a killer blow, sending Kitsuki flying back. However, everyone behind him caught him and like a slingshot, flung him back. And now we are here to finally answer those cries for help that went unanswered. You can stop crying now, Izuku. Kitsuki yelled to the top of his lungs, you are not alone anymore. Hearing this, Izuku felt something warm stream down his cheek. Touching the side of his face, he felt tears. No, Izuku muttered, no. Disappear. All of you. All Might dashed in one last time, loading all of his strength into his next blow. However, Kitsuki blasted towards him at near supersonic speeds. Nope. Detroit smash. As All Might ran in to land a punch, Kitsuki ducked under the hit, blasting a hole right through his chest. Impact. As the dark clone of All Might deflated, he let out one final smile. He can be a hero. All Might lost, Izuku exclaimed as he saw Kitsuki running at him, no. Suddenly, the city started to flip upside down, buildings started to distort like rubber, and the sky started to shatter. Stay away. Izuku roared as he sent several buildings flying his way. However, just then, as one of the buildings was about to smash into Kitsuki, Kirishima jumped in, taking the hit for him. Finish this. Yelled Kirishima as Todoroki created an ice patch leading to Izuku. Seeing this, Kitsuki dashed along the ice path, dodging several buildings flying his way. No. Izuku yelled as Kitsuki closed the distance. It's over. Kitsuki yelled, delivering a punch onto Izuku's forehead. Suddenly, Izuku shattered to pieces, the world around them shattered to pieces, as if reality itself was breaking apart. Suddenly, the sky faded away, revealing a dark purple ceiling. As everyone looked around, they saw that the world around them has faded away and that they were now standing on a glassy crystal-like pathway. That city we were in was just an illusion. Asked Irina. It seems like it. This whole time we were running in place. Explained Kurogiri, this is what the inside of Izuku's world really looks like. Looking around, they saw massive glowing bubbles floating across the storming void. The glassy path they stood on seemed to be only one of several thousand other paths, some even going right into other smaller bubbles. And at the very center of it all lies a giant swirling orb, from which every single crystal pathways connects to. That thing over there must be where the real Izuku is. Speculated Kaminari. That thing also looks like this small planet's core. Added Spinner. So, what do we do? Asked Abi. Isn't it obvious, we reach the core and pull Izuku out? Answered Todoroki. Alright then, let's go. Cheered Toga as the group made their way towards the core of the world. The dark figure flew through the infinite void until he finally came to a stop. In front of him stood a spark of light, eyeing the figure in the face. I have finally found you. Said the dark figure, the ultimate burden who is holding me back at any opportunity, the ultimate setback to my plans. Izuku Midoriya. Excuse me? Setback. I'm the one who is keeping you in check, Mightless. Replied the white glimmer of light. We failed to kill All Might back at Kamino, we failed to unleash out Plague, we failed to wipe out the planet as God, and now, your good-for-nothing friends are coming for you, and you're not even gonna let me stop them. Mightless yelled back. They aren't enemies, they are my friends. Must I remind you how I came to be? Some friends they are to have let such a thing happen. What about the League? Didn't you also trust them at first? That's because we were still one back then. Then we decided to absorb 2 nomus, and suddenly, the empty spaces in your conscience were getting taken over. Hence, you gave birth to me, expelling all of your darkness and using him to terminate any soul that may or may not intrude into our conscience. Explained Mightless, but now that I am born, I was the one in control, manipulating and using the League for our benefit. They were legitimately nice people. And yet they turned their backs on us once I revealed my ultimate plan. Killing Eri was never the plan. You tricked me. You tricked even yourself. And then you locked me up in my own subconscious once we became God. You aren't protecting me, you are imprisoning me. Izuku yelled, you have failed your purpose, so get out of my head. We are one. Izuku. Mightless explained, and now, in this world, I have the advantage, I have control over your body now, and soon, once I fully manifest myself into all 1000 quirks, I will leave your body and create my own vessel. Mightless exclaimed. Haken will save me. Izuku replied, I know he will. As the two sides passed by some of the bubbles, they took a peek inside. Suddenly, they realized what the bubbles were. Izuku's memories. As some of the Class A students took a look at his memories, they all of a sudden realized why Kitsuki looked so traumatized when they first found him. Kitsuki, did you really do all of this? Uraraka asked, slightly angry. The blonde student looked away in shame. I'm not proud of what I had done. Kitsuki explained, if I could change, then I would. But now, we have to focus at what's at stake here and save Deku. Meanwhile the league looked at some of his childhood memories. Hiya. Little Izuku is so cute. Toga squealed. Stain on the other hand seemed pissed off, coming out of a memory bubble. Stain. Is everything alright? Asked Spinner. I can't believe it. Ranted Stain. All Might actually gave Izuku a platinum gold VIP plus ticket, only 3 of those tickets exit in the world, and he received one. Wait, I thought you had one too. Of course I have one. Yelled Stain, pulling out a similar looking ticket, but mine cost me over 500,000 yen online. I spent 56 hours straight looking for it in the dark web, and this kid just gets one for free from the hand of the All Might, that ungrateful brat. Hey. Guys. Check this out. Kaminari called out. As the students ran in, they looked into one of Izuku's memories. In it, Izuku seemed to be sitting at a table, playing poker with Toga, Irina, Sachi and Spinner. Just then, a voice was heard from behind them. Ah yes, the strip poker episode, I should have known he would have kept this memory. Said Toga. Strip poker? Asked Jiro, embarrassed. Yeah, you see, Spinner was being a perv, trying to get Irina to strip naked. So me and Izuku tag teamed him and made him drop everything instead. Explained Toga. Oh. This is my favorite part. Irina cut in. Come on Spinner, you lost again, it's either your mask or the boxers. Said Izuku. Yeah. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Toga and Irina chanted, expecting Spinner to take off the mask. Just then Spinner jumped on the table. Loyalty before pride. Yelled the lizard, taking off the boxers instead. The whole table laughed, as well as the spectators. They then peeked into some more memories with Izuku and the league. And the more Class A watched, the more they realized how much they were wrong about the league. From Izuku's 15th birthday, to the party they had with each successful mission, to the intimate moments, showing the league members bonding. Everything about them felt so real, felt so loving, to the point where the students started to doubt them as villains. So what do you want to watch next? Asked Toga, as they came out of another bubble. How about that time we pranked twice by locking him in a room filled with mannequins? Oh. Or the one where Spinner smashed the karaoke machine. I dunno, do memories have a mute button, cause I wouldn't let my worst enemies listen to that mess. Spinner replied. However, just then, Toga bumped into something solid. As she turned around, she noticed that they had already reached the core. Wow, that trip was over faster than I thought, said Toga, so, after you. Wait. Said Momo as some of the students walked up to the confused league. We, wanted to apologize. Apologize? For what? Asked Sachi. Well, for doubting you. Explained Todoroki. You see, we thought we were the closest to Izuku, explained Iida. He is of our class after all. But after seeing his memories, we realized just how much more you guys mean to him. Said Kaminari. Yeah. You guys were manlier than I thought. Said Kirishima. We initially wanted to bring him back to Yuuei once all of this was resolved. Said Tsuyu, but now that we saw how much closer he was to you guys, we think it's best if you guys keep him. Hearing this, the league was speechless. We scrolled through his memory and, well, seeing how he has more memories about you guys than he does with his own mother, I think it's safe to assume that you are the true caretakers for him. Said Uraraka. Just lay off on the margaritas, okay? Asked Kitsuki. Hearing this, Toga ran in, hugging as many students as she could grab. Thank you, she muttered. Abi then looked at Todoroki, who looked at him back. Brother. Said Todoroki. Shodo-san, you've grown, Dabi responded. Stain on the other hand walked up to the core, cutting it open. So, are we doing this or not? The students and villains looked at each other. Together. And with that, they jumped into the void. An inky black abyss stood in front of everyone. While they could still breathe, it felt as if they were underwater. Swimming through this black inky abyss, they called out to Izuku's name, hoping he would hear his calls. Just then, a black figure emerged, towering over all of them, staring at them with menacing eyes. "Welcome to the core of my world," said the dark figure. "That voice, Izuku?" asked Ichako. "Close, but Izuku can't hear you as of right now," replied the dark figure. "There is only Mightless." Suddenly, the giant figure let out an ear-piercing roar before lunging in, his hand engulfing several league members and students alike. However, just then, the palm of his hand became white as the students and villains hit disappeared and as the giant beast clenched his head. "Damn it, Izuku. Let me kill them." Seeing this, Kitsuki dashed in, attempting to use his explosion quirk, but nothing came out. "Fool!" yelled the dark figure, punching Kitsuki in the chest, sending him flying back. "In the core of the world, I make the rules, reality itself is mine to control. And I can choose when to deactivate your quirks. Now die." Unleashing a volley of dark arrows, several students were hit. However, the arrow tips also turned white before hitting them, as they too vanished into thin air. "Stop it!" Mightless yelled, "Don't fight it and just let it happen. They will all die." Suddenly, Kitsuki and what remained of his forces understood what was going on. "Izuku, if you're really in there, hang on, I will save you. Don't be ridiculous." Mightless roared, swiping away what was left of the students, leaving only Kitsuki behind. However, white patches keep appearing all over his body as he thrashed around in pain. Seeing this, Kitsuki knew it was now or never. Running in, he reached into the soul of the black beast, crying out his name one last time. "Deku." Suddenly, he was engulfed into the black beast's body, as if falling through a tunnel. Memories of his past, flashing before his eyes, memories of Izuku, going all the way back to when they were 4. Just then, a light was found at the end of the tunnel, and he reached out, flying towards it for one last time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He found himself in a pond, wet all over. Looking around, the scenery seemed familiar, too familiar. This was the place where Izuku tried to help him up after he had fallen into the lake. It was, at the time, the most humiliating memory of his childhood. Just then, he heard crying coming from behind the tree. Running in, he found Izuku, as a 4-year-old, crouched against the tree, with a bunch of kids around his age, beating him up. Seeing this, Kitsuki ran in, unleashing a barrage of explosions, blowing them away. "Who are you?" asked the 4-year-old version of Izuku. "Hi, I mean kid," said Kitsuki, noticing that he didn't recognize him. "What are you doing here?" "It sniff it." "Was nothing," said Izuku. I fine." "You're bleeding all over." "You're not fine," said Kitsuki. "Tell me what happened." Hearing this, Izuku burst into tears. "I just said that I wanted to be a hero, but then they laughed at me when they found I was quirkless," Izuku cried. Hearing this, Kitsuki gave him a warm hug. "Quirks don't mean shy," said Kitsuki, near cussing. "Just because you are quirkless doesn't mean you can't be a hero. In fact, I encourage you. Be a hero and prove them wrong." Really? Even I can be a hero?" Izuku asked, his eyes full of hope. "Yes you can," said Kitsuki, giving him a reassuring smile, "and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, not even All Might." "Whoa. You know All Might too?" asked Izuku. "Don't we all?" asked Kitsuki. "Wow. You're so cool. I want to be just like you when I grow up," said Izuku, before turning around. "Well, my mom's calling me, better go." As Izuku ran off, Kitsuki sat against the tree, as the last phrase of Izuku resonated within him. "I want to be just like you when I grow up." Kitsuki crouched down, as tears streamed down his eyes. "So this whole time you just wanted a fan?" said a familiar voice, making Kitsuki jerk up. "This whole time, you just wanted me to admire you as much as I admired All Might?" Turning around, he saw Izuku, standing there, smiling. "Deku, I'm sorry for everything. Suddenly, Izuku jumped in, hugging Kitsuki tightly. "I missed you so much, Kaken," Izuku uttered, crying. Hearing this, Kitsuki hugged him back. "Glad to finally see you again, Deku." Suddenly, looking around, the world around them started to fade away as a blinding flash of light blinded both of them. Izuku felt nothing. It was as if he had been floating for hours. Suddenly, he came back to his senses. Looking around, he suddenly noticed Kitsuki, carrying him bridal style. "Welcome back, shithead," Kitsuki said with a triumphant smile. "Where am I?" asked Izuku, as he looked around. "Only outside the core of your world, so don't think we're out of the frying pan yet," explained Kitsuki. Suddenly, turning around, limbs sprouted out of the core as the opening from which the group initially entered turned into an eye. 8 long limbs total came out as the core stood on 2 legs and as a humanoid figure came out of the top. "You're not going anywhere, Izuku and Kitsuki," roared the figure. "Mightless impossible. You couldn't have already assimilated all of my quirks," said Izuku. "I came close," muttered Mightless, "but I only got 900, you have the remaining 100. I was forced to fuse with this planet's core. Now give them to me." "Hey, by the way, where did you send out friends?" asked Kitsuki as the giant spider came crawling at them. "I warped them out of my world," Izuku replied nervously, "they're probably unconscious in the outside world." "Well crap, looks like it's up to us to take this fucker down," said Kitsuki. "Then you'll be needing these," said Izuku, placing his palm on Kitsuki's shoulder, transferring a few quirks. "What were those?" asked Kitsuki. 7 layers of power regulation, 5 layers of power control enhancement, 3 layers of hardened muscle tissues, and 10 layers of reinforced bones," responded Izuku. "Now, you should be able to use one for all again without the need of Yuuei." As Mightless came in, ready to squash the two massive bursts of aura pushed him back. "Now let's take this fucker down together," said Izuku. "Now you're speaking my language," said Kitsuki, smiling. "Die both of you," Mightless roared, jumping at them. "One for all 100%. Odd." Mightless came jumping at both of them. Smash. The duo punched Mightless with so much force, the giant spider was sent flying into the air. Hey. Wake up." Todoroki shot awake, noticing that him and the rest of Class A and the League were now outside. "What happened?" asked Todoroki. "We found all of you a few feet away from that bubble, all unconscious. What happened?" asked Recovery Girl, who woke them up. "We went inside to get Kitsuki and Izuku out, but then something happened and we were thrown out," muttered Todoroki. Eventually, the rest started to wake up. Noticing that they were outside, Dabi ran out of tent they were placed in, staring at the bubble from a distance. "Is it just me, or is the bubble getting bigger?" asked Dabi. "It did," said Aawa walking in, "much bigger, and has doubled in size in fact. Even the military struck it with its missiles, but to no avail." Just then, the bubble started to distort and giggle around. Seeing this, everyone who were still active gazed at it in awe. "What the hell?" Suddenly, a beam came blasting out of the bubble as it flew off into the distance, unleashing an explosion that would rival a nuke. Seeing this, what remained of the reinforcing military fled in panic as multiple other projectiles were shot out. "What if going on with that thing?" asked some bystanders. However, noticing that Kitsuki wasn't with him, the students put 2 and 2 together and muttered to themselves. "You can do this, Kitsuki." Hitting the top of the world, Mightless was rubber banded back to the floor, smashing through several crystal paths beforehand. "You bastard," muttered Mightless, "eat this." His spider body fired a massive red beam from his eye, shooting it at Kitsuki. However, Izuku ran in, his body turning into glass. Mirror body. The laser scattered into multiple directions, piercing the walls of the world and flying outside. Seeing this, however, made Izuku gasp in horror. "That's right, attacks from in here can still reach out there, but attacks from out there will never reach in here." Mightless laughed. "I wonder how many people you just killed just then." Suddenly, Kitsuki came from above, slamming Mightless back down to the down. Izuku, seeing this, fired 4 cridal pillars, impaling Mightless midair. Kitsuki then boosted downwards with an explosion, drop-kicking Mightless through the pillars, hitting the ground. However, just then, the limbs retracted, as well as Mightless's body, as the core itself rolled into Izuku's supersonic speeds, slamming him through several crystal pathways and smashing him into one of the memory bubbles. Kitsuki came dashing in, punching the ball with all of his strength. The ball cracked open like an egg as Mightless coughed out blood from the inside of the core. Just then, a giant arm came out of the fissure, grabbing Kitsuki and slamming him through several floors. Izuku came dashing out of the bubble, delivering an axe kick with a literal axe blade on his feet, cutting off Mightless's arm. Just then, flames shot out of the severed arm as it turned around, delivering a rocket punch to Izuku's guts. Activating several layers of fire quirks, Izuku melted the rocket-powered arm, only to have the core, now in spider form, jump at Izuku, smashing him with 2 massive fists. Kitsuki tried to tag in, but webs came out from below the ball-shaped spider, nailing him to the ground as the spider descended, delivering a barrage of stomps onto Kitsuki. However, just then, Izuku sprouted wings, maneuvering around the two fists as he flew towards Mightless, punching his actually body in the face and sending him tumbling down several meters. However, the giant spider shot some web onto the ceiling, swinging himself back onto the platform, kicking Izuku in the stomach and sending him flying through several more memory bubbles. However, Kitsuki was able to break free from the web and threw it at Izuku, wrapping around his leg as the blonde teen flung him back into Mightless, kicking him with several layers of strength, speed and weight increase quirks, sending the spider rolling back a few feet before Izuku in turn grabbed the web attached on his leg, swinging Kitsuki into Mightless, allowing him to deliver a one-for-all charge punch, sending him flying through several crystal walls. While falling back, Mightless returned to his ball form, firing a barrage of lasers at the two. Knowing that if they dodged these lasers, they would fly out and hit something else, Izuku and Kitsuki stood there, tanking the barrage like a champ. "I see you improved, Kitsuki," said Izuku. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to keep up." "That's rich coming from you," laughed Kitsuki as the two dashed, punching the ball again. This time, however, wings sprouted from the dark orb, flying upwards before the wings clenched into fists as the orc fell towards them at incredible speeds, barraging them in punches. However, Izuku extended out both of his palm, creating a temporary force field, allowing the two to get out of the way in time before Mightless landed. However, the ball then came rolling out of the dust, slamming into Kitsuki this time as he was dragged through several walls, smashing through each of them. "Yeah. Not so tough now, aren't ya?" Just then, the two came to a halt as Kitsuki, using an impressive amount of strength, lifted the dark black orb, punching it into the air. However, tentacles then came out of the ball in midair as they fired down upon Kitsuki, one going right through his leg. Izuku flew in, but as he did, the tentacles wrapped around Kitsuki as the hundreds of tendrils formed into a fist, one that Izuku couldn't counter because Kitsuki was trapped inside. The punch smashed the two through a thick wall as they landed at the very bottom of the orb. Mightless, on the other hand, came rushing down at the two as they looked back up. Just then, Kitsuki and Izuku could have sworn that they hear the students hearing. "You can do this, Kitsuki. You can win. You gained quite a fan base, didn't you?" Izuku asked as the two charged up their fists. "Yeah, I guess. This is the end," Mightless roared. "Yeah. For you," the two yelled in unison. "All for one and one for all. Die." Smash. The two hit Mightless in unison, shattering the core and blowing him to bits. His body shattered to pieces, scattering into the wind. As the two dropped to the floor, exhausted, they let out a triumphant roar. "This battle is our victory." The voice was heard from the outside as people cheered collectively. Hearing this, Class A was at ease at last. Suddenly, a dark beam flew in, blasting away a huge chunk of survivors, incinerating them alive. "Are you sure about that?" Suddenly, Mightless, now with a pitch-black body that only vaguely resembles Izuku, reappeared, punching Izuku through the chest. "That hug!" Kitsuki yelled out, only to receive a fist to the stomach as well. "Have you forgotten that the core encompasses this very world? I am everywhere in this world. The only way to destroy me is if my body is blown into the outside world. Otherwise, you will never be able to kill me." However, those words Mightless said were also heard from the outside as a face formed on the giant bubble. "Are you kidding me? How the hell are we supposed to send him flying out of this place?" asked Kitsuki. I don't know," uttered Izuku. As Mightless's dark figure floated up, charging up another blast of dark energy, his face on the outside was also charging up to fire a similar beam, aiming at all the survivors. "So this is how it all ends," uttered Izuku, who can hardly stand. "I'm sorry I couldn't defeat my dark counterpart." However, Kitsuki didn't collapse and instead stood stoically, facing Mightless. "Haken. The true hero must never back down and must do everything he can to save those in need," said Kitsuki. "That's what All Might taught me." Looking down at his hand, it was sizzling with power. "Even now, I feel them, the ones who owned this quirks before me. They call to me and give me the courage to move on and push past my limits." As the beams was almost ready to fire, both inside and out, Todoroki walked up to face the giant bubble, charging up what could be his last fire attack. "And with that said, Kitsuki." "What are you doing?" asked Uraraka. "I'll do my best to win," the two yelled out in unison. "One for all. Perish. Final requiem. Smash. Prominence burn." As Kitsuki threw everything he had into his punch, his fist was cloaked in a layer of pure energy, which clashed with Mightless's massive death beam. Todoroki on the other hand seemed to struggle, as his flames are barely stopping the dark beam's advances. Kitsuki could feel his bones creaking, and yet, he couldn't back down. Ichako, Mina, Todoroki, Sayu, glimpses of one student after another passed by, as if his life was flashing before his eyes. However, as he was collapsing, he felt the hands of said students picking him back up. The power to have one user at the place of many, and to embody all of their power, their hopes and their strength, that was one for all in his purest form. Seeing this, Izuku slowly walked up to Kitsuki. "You're not doing this alone," said Izuku. "God smash." Izuku accompanied Kitsuki, as the two threw in all they've got, trying their best to hold back the beam. On the outside however, Todoroki was at his limit. Just then, Dabi walked in, with a familiar smile on his face. "To think my little brother would have grown up so quickly," said Dabi, "I'm so proud." Standing next to Todoroki, Dabi lifted both his palms, firing a massive cloud of blue fire, fusing with Todoroki's flames. "But this doesn't mean that the older brother can't help as well. Come on. Let's finish this together." Seeing the two work together to hold back such a powerful flame, the civilians felt moved. Suddenly, cheering and encouraging erupted from the crowd. "You can do this, guys," cheered the civilians, villains and heroes, "you can win." The cheering reached the inside as well, as Izuku and Kitsuki gritted their teeth and was slowly overpowering. "They're pushing through no matter, I'll just crank up the power a little more and..." Suddenly, the beam doubled in volume on both ends, as the two Todorokis were forced back. The younger one was on the verge of passing out, while the older one was burning up inside. The beam was overpowering Kitsuki and Izuku as well, as they were slowly getting pushed into a corner, losing strength. "Sorry mother, I couldn't do it," uttered Todoroki, "in the end I couldn't save anyone." "That's where you're wrong." Just then, a third person stepped in. As the two Todorokis turned around, their jaws dropped at the sight of who it was. Endeavor, the hero, whose entire body seemed to be made out of fire, approached his two sons. "I am so proud of you, my sons," said Endeavor, crying tears of joy. "I don't think I ever made that clear." Fire erupted out of Endeavor's body. "I hope this can clear my name for all the terrible things I've done." Shodotoya, Endeavor said, raising his right hand, "Live on and become what you dreamed to be. This old man is going to use what's left of his flame and help you one last time." The third beam of fire was blasted, as the flames went from blue to pure white, burning with the force of a supernova. Together, show them the power of the number 2 heroes family. The two sons generated flames far beyond anything like the world had ever seen, as their beam size dwarfed that of Mightless's, overpowering it completely. Todoroki fire. The flames shot a hole clean through the bubble. On the inside, both Kitsuki and Izuku were boosted from behind by a giant beam of fire, boosting them through Mightless's dark beam on the inside. "No. Impossible. Your reign ends now, Mightless." Izuku and Kitsuki roared in unison, punching him at the same time, breaking him in two, before leaping out of the way, as the giant beam of fire sent what remained of Mightless flying out of the bubble. "I am the only god," Mightless uttered, as his remains disappeared into the nothingness. We did it," Kitsuki uttered, falling to the floor. "Mightless is dead. It's finally over." Izuku laughed, collapsing. Back outside, the two sons watched as the bubble spiraled out of control, and as the face disappeared. "It's over, Pops, we did it," said Dabi, until the two realized that Endeavor was never here to begin with. Just then, they heard a flatlining sound coming from the tent. Running in, they were met with stumped doctors and nurses. "What happened?" asked Dabi. "I don't know. This defies all logic. He was stable a moment ago, and yet, his heart just gave away," uttered the doctor. As the two sons pushed the nurses aside, they saw their father. His lifeless eyes made it clear. He was dead. Tears streamed by Shoto's eyes, as Dabi tried to comfort him. "I should have known you would impersonate All Might in the end," Dabi muttered, looking at his father's dead body. "You died with a smile." Back inside the bubble however, as Kitsuki tried to pick up Izuku, the boy slapped his hand away. "Izuku?" asked Kitsuki. "Akin, I need you to go," Izuku muttered in an almost sad tone. "What do you mean?" asked Kitsuki. "It's over, right?" Izuku shook his head. "No, what the hell do you mean no?" Suddenly, the bubble was hit with extreme shaking. Screams rang out from outside as the whole thing seems to be imploding onto itself. "What's going on?" asked Kitsuki. "Mightless was the one operation this world, with him gone, it's become unstable. Soon, it will explode and take an entire chunk of the planet with it. Japan would sink completely, along with Korea and parts of China, Russia and Southeast Asia. The ocean's water will then flow into the crater, dropping sea levels across the globe, collapsing the ecosystem, and lead to earthquakes that will ravage the globe. Billions will die," explained Izuku, "unless I stop it." "Deku?" Kitsuki uttered, coming to the horrible realization. "I won't let such a thing happen. Hence, I will take Mightless's place and become one with this world and fly it into the sun, destroying both it and me," explained Izuku. "No," Kitsuki uttered. "No, no, no, no. This can't be true," Kitsuki cried as Izuku took him into his arms, comforting him. "I am so glad I got to see you for one last time," said Izuku. "No. This can't be the end. Class A still needs you, your League of Villains still needs you, I need you," Kitsuki cried. "It's okay, Kitsuki, it will all be okay." Izuku reassured, letting go of Kitsuki. "I will forever live on within your heart." Kitsuki got back up. "There had got to be another way," said Kitsuki. "There is no other way, Kaken. The only other thing I can think of is to launch the full power of the world at an equally powerful amount of force and have the two forces cancel each other out. While it will still cause a lot of damage, it should only limit it down to the city," said Izuku. Just then, Kitsuki stood up, raising his fist, sizzling with One for All's energy. Seeing this, Izuku protested. "What? No. Even if One for All is strong enough, the four will destroy us both. The chances of us both living through this are 1,000,000,000 to 1, said Izuku. "So you're implying that there is still a chance for this to work?" asked Kitsuki. "Yes. I mean no. I mean. Deku, you are my best friend," said Kitsuki. "I never realized that up until now. So if I had to choose between dying here with you and living out the rest of my life, regretting to not have been able to save you, then sign my funeral papers cause I'll be on a highway to hell." Hearing this, Izuku smiled. "You really aren't scared of anything, are you?" asked Izuku. "Oh, I am scared of a lot of things," replied Kitsuki. "You're just not one of them." As the world started to lose shape, slowly swirling towards Izuku's fist, Kitsuki channeled all of One for All's power, igniting into flames. Back outside, everyone who had received and given away One for All felt a tingling sensation in their spines. "Everyone lend me your power for one last time." That message went through the minds of everyone as they felt their last embers leave their body, flying towards the imploding bubble like fireflies. People across the world all felt a glimmer of hope that day, the day One for All and All for One were about to have their final clash. "Ready?" asked Izuku. "Ready," replied Kitsuki. "Then here I come," said Izuku. Collapsing worlds. As Izuku dashed in, Kitsuki unleashed it all, the power of One for All, along with the quirk altogether. Just then, he saw not only all the inheritors, but every single living being on Earth for a brief moment. "You have done well, Kitsuki," the voice of the brother called out. "Now, with the world united into one, tap into all of One for All's powers and win." One for All 7,500,000,000%. World united smash. The bubble imploded, disappearing into thin air, until a massive explosion followed, blowing everyone back on the outside. Uraraka was the first to get up, starting at the explosion from afar. "Kitsuki?" As the smoke cleared, Izuku suddenly shot awake. He couldn't feel anything. His body was completely numb and covered in blood. However, looking in front of him, there was a blinding light, the light of the sun, yet his eyelids hurt too much to blink. Just then, a figure became visible. That of Katsuki. "Looks like I win again," uttered Kitsuki. As the sounds of chirping birds was heard in the distance, Izuku looked into the air. "This blue sky, it's so peaceful. How long has it been since I looked at it without grudges clouding my mind?" Suddenly, Kitsuki lended him his hand, similar to what Izuku once did back at the bridge. "Need some help getting up?" asked Kitsuki. Seeing this, Izuku smiled, weakly extending his arm forward. The two hands, after all these years, finally met. And just like that, the illusion was shattered and reality was revealed to the two of them. They have both lost the arm they punched each other with. Staring at their bleeding stub of where an arm used to be, the two let out one last laugh before Kitsuki collapsed next to Izuku, unconscious. Minutes later, emergency vehicles arrived. "There's two bodies," said one of them. Just then, with the two bodies brought out, the Hero Corps students cheered, citing both Kitsuki and Izuku. "They did it," said Todoroki, "they won. The war is finally over." Everyone cheered in unison. As people were getting situated, the police arrived and emergency vehicles arrived. As the two sides chatted, they decided that it was best to send the villains to the hospital instead of prison. As such, the villains were sent to the hospital to get treated. As the battlefield was finally cleared, Izuku and Kitsuki were placed in the same ambulance. As the blonde boy looked over to Izuku, he touched his forehead with the arm he had remaining. It had finally happened, he was finally back. Chapter 61. We interrupt your program for some breaking news. Buzz Tokyo recovering from terrorist attack. Buzz over 10,000 dead and 200,000 injured. Buzz sources claim ones responsible for this attack was only 16. Buzz eyewitnesses claim to have seen the return of the retired hero. All Might. Buzz words spoken from the attack's ringleader has stirred major controversy. The news reporter was cut off as the TV was turned off. The whole world had apparently caught wind of the news. Back at the hospital, despite the many protests from police and heroes, the League of Villains were treated and housed at the same location as the heroes, Yuuei students as well as Izuku. Speaking of which, Izuku woke up to a throbbing pain, resonating throughout his body. Everything hurt besides his left arm, which was now permanently gone. Judging by how his entire body was covered in bandages, he knew what this meant. He had lost all of his quirks. Otherwise, his regeneration would have kicked in and healed him in no time. Just then, he heard the door beside him creak as most of the members of the League of Villains came bursting through the door. "Izuku, we missed you so much." They all cried out in unison as Toga lunged in, hugging Izuku, making him flinch in pain. "Ow. Toga. Please. You're crushing my already broken ribs," uttered Izuku. "Please don't scare us again," Toga cried as she didn't even listen to him, hugging him even tighter. "You really gave us a scare when the doctor told us that you may not make it," said Spinner. Looking around, he couldn't find any calendars. "How long was I out?" asked Izuku. 5 days. Most of us have already recovered, but we all refused to leave without you waking up," explained Twice. Hearing this, Izuku let out a flattered smile. Looking around however, he noticed that quite a few of the league were missing. Guys. Where's Dabi, Sachi, Irina and Yeung?" asked the bedridden ex-villain. "Sachi took some pretty serious damage after fighting a high-end nomu and you back to back. He's still in his bed, 2 rooms across," explained Kurogiri. "We tried to get Eri, but she is suffering from quirk exhaustion after overusing her quirk so much." Hearing that, Izuku suddenly jerked up from bed. "Oh my god. Is Eri alright?" Izuku asked in a panicked tone, only to realize he was handcuffed to the bed. "Eri's fine. She's resting for now," said Kurogiri. "As for Dabi," explained Toga, "well. Somewhere, in a different clinic, a young man, covered in purple patches, came into the lobby. Walking to the receptionist, he asked her for the whereabouts of a certain woman. Heading to the floor she was on, he approached the door, holding up his bouquet, shaking. Just then, he heard steps behind him and turned around, coming face to face with 2 of his siblings. One of them gave him a thumbs up, encouraging them. Seeing this, he took a deep breath and walked in. Through the door frame, he saw her, still sitting in her pajamas, looking longingly out the window. She noticed the door opening and turned around, suddenly gasping. "Hi mom, I'm back." Tears ran down her face as she tried to get up but stumbled. Seeing this, the son ran in, catching her in his arms. She clutched onto him tightly as her tears left wet patches on her son's jacket. "I missed you, Toya," she uttered. "I missed you too, mom," replied Toya. Shodo, Fayumi and Natsuo watched this whole thing unfold by the open door. The younger brother had to open his umbrella indoors to shield himself from the tears coming from his older brother and sister. "Should we tell her the bad news?" asked Shodo. "Will she even consider it as bad?" asked Natsuo. "I mean, I was pretty happy when I learned the news." "Natsuo?" Fayumi growled. Back this Toya and Rei, the oldest of the Todoricus, rested his mother on her bed, sitting next to her. "How many years has it been since we last saw?" asked Toya. 10 years. Replied Rei, "and up until then, I still sat by the window, wondering how you were doing out there." Hearing this, a stroke of guilt hit the ex-villain. "I kept telling myself that you were gonna be fine, that everything was gonna be okay," explained Rei, "but every night, I have the same nightmares that you had died and that your brothers were gonna be next." Seeing how much his mother cared for him even after being gone for so long, Toya shifted his eyes away briefly. However, his mother noticed. "What happened out there?" asked Rei. "Tell me, please." Seeing how concerned she was, Toya immediately spilled the truth. He told her everything, as if confessing to his sins. He told her about who he was with, who he killed, the alias he went under while doing all of this. But no matter how terribly accurate his descriptions were, no matter how much he exaggerated the stories, Rei was shaken one bit. Instead, as Dabi was on the verge of tears, Rei lended him her hand. Despite the nature of her quirk, it felt warm, it felt genuine. "You must have been through a lot," said Rei. "It's alright now, I'm here for you." "No," Dabi cried, "no, this isn't right, look at you. You can barely walk. I should be the one taking care of you." However, Rei placed her hand on his head, ruffling his bleached hair. "But in the end, I'm still your mother," said Rei in a comforting tone. "It's my duty to comfort my child, isn't it?" Suddenly, as if the guilt of all of his crimes hit him at once, Dabi burst into tears as Rei hugged him close. "It's alright Toya, it wasn't your fault," reassured Rei. "Welcome home, my son." Suddenly, she noticed a small puddle forming near a few feet away from the bed and looked up to see the rest of her children were present as well. "Are you okay, kids?" asked Rei. "We're fine," answered Shoto, who was now spilling as much tears as his two older siblings. Sachi woke up in a hospital bed. Looking around, he saw the room was relatively empty. "The rest of the gang must be with Izuku, bro," muttered Sachi, trying to get up until he felt his leg bump into something. Turning around, he saw Irina, asleep next to him. Her silky black hair covering her eyes as she snored softly while using his coat as a blanket. Seeing this, Sachi let out a flattered smile as he tried to take his coat and get up. However, as soon as he pulled the coat just a little bit, Irina started to mumble in her sleep. "Ugh, 5 more minutes," she muttered. Seeing this, he let go immediately. However, the piece he let go of fell over Irina's face. She clutched onto the sleeve, smiling. "Sachi," she muttered, "I love you." Smiling at her confession, Sachi flicked her awake as she opened her eyes to a wide smile. "Love you too, Rina." She suddenly jerked up, panicked. "Oh my god. How long were you awake?" "Long enough to hear you mumbling in your sleep," laughed Sachi. I didn't say anything weird, did I?" Sachi's smile took a sadistic turn. "Well, you did say how you wanted to redacted with some redacted, then have me come in and redacted before redacted, while rubbing peanut butter on my redacted while everyone watched. Then you." Irina leaped onto him, grabbing him by the shoulders, redder than a tomato. "It was dream talk, you hear me, dream talk," she yelled, embarrassed. Sachi simply laughed and let out a smile. "You know Irina, you're cute when you're upset," complimented the guy with a smile. Hearing this alone was enough to KO her as she fell next to him, steaming. Sachi, on the other hand, turned to her. "Hey, it's okay, everyone can have a crazy dream every now and then, even though he lied, just keep them to yourself next time." As the two lied in bed for a bit, Irina was able to get over Sachi's compliment, finally, as she then turned to her lover. "So what now?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we're finished, aren't we? We are villains in the end. I bet once we recovered, they'll just handcuff us and throw us in jail. Or even worse. I won't let that happen, Rina, I promise. We'll flee the country if we have to," said Sachi. "Sounds like a plan, but where would we go?" "I dunno, Germany." "I said you came from there." "Well, I dunno, I mean, you don't speak German, and I'm still a wanted criminal there too." "Then Germany better watch out, because you'll be returning with a partner," said Sachi. "So you promise you won't just leave me behind?" "Girl, I will be on your side like Batman and Robin." "Wait, Robin dies and/or becomes Red Hood, terrible comparison." "Damn it," cursed Sachi, hitting himself over the head. Irina simply chuckled at his clumsiness. "Just kiss already." A third voice was heard. As the two turned around, they noticed that Yeong was there the whole time, waiting in anticipation for the two to kiss. "Kim? What are you doing here?" asked Sachi. "Me? I just wanted to see if my two besties were doing fine," explained the young girl. "So, what was that about fleeing the country?" The two looked at each other. "Should we bring her along?" asked Sachi. "Sure thing." Irina smiled back. As Class A approached the room where Izuku rested, they noticed that it was already full. Those who weren't in Izuku's world quickly caught on, however, judging by how happy Izuku looked alongside his comrades, that the boy was a lot closer to the league than they thought. Instead, Uraraka knocked on the door nervously. "Oh, hi Uraraka-chan." Toga greeted in her overly friendly tone. "We kinda half expected you would eventually show up." "Oh, we're just leaving, but can you tell us where Kitsuki is?" asked the brunette. "Oh, he's on the floor below ours, 4040, I think," speculated Toga. "Thanks," thanked the student as the group headed for Kitsuki. However, before they were able to leave, Izuku spoke up. "Uraraka-san." "Hell, Kak and I said thank you, cause I'm not sure if I'll be able to in person." Alright, I will. Uraraka smiled back. Heading downstairs however, they bumped in a familiar face. Present Mick? Asked Iida. Turning around however, the teacher started to wave his hands in an awkward way. The student stood there confused, watching him flail his arms around like he was having a stroke. Just then, Kota walked up, waving back, before turning to his friends. He's trying to say hi, but only learned sign language yesterday, so he couldn't figure out how. Explained Kota in his far more fluent sign language, his throat was badly damaged apparently, so he can't really talk. Iida then remembered when he found him back at Yuuei, beaten and on the verge of death. For him to have left him there made his heart wrench. Listen, I'm sorry I couldn't help you back there, sensei. If I had been stronger, you wouldn't have suffered as much, apologized the class rep. But fine. Present Mick awkwardly waved back with broken grammar, eyes feel better all reds, ho ho ho. Kota tried to hold back his laughter, as he knew it would be disrespectful, but he couldn't help but chuckle. I go meow, dogs check my face. What he meant was that he needs to go, his doctor had a checkup appointed. Translated Kota. We'll see you around, Mick sensei. Said Sayu, as they went their separate ways. However, as Present Mick was heading towards his doctor's office, he bumped into Aawa, who looked awfully down. He couldn't blame him, after all, a man like him would obviously feel responsible for what he had done back then. Flashback. As the nomus flooded the office, the teachers had to fend for themselves. However, Mightless had come up with countermeasures to all their abilities, including a nomu with no ear to deal with Mick. The hero barely won with the skin of his teeth by bashing the beast over the head with a fire extinguisher, but then, he turned to his right and saw Aawa pinned down by a nomu with slippery skin, causing the hero's capture bands to slide right off. The beast came lunging in for a bite. Just then, Mick jumped in the way, as the nomu's teeth sunk deep into the pro hero's throat. His vocal cords were punctured and blood spewed everywhere. Mick! Cried the former hero. Off run Shota-san, uttered Mick. Get off of my colleague! Yelled the teacher, kicking the nomu in the guts, causing the beast to let go. As Aawa then picked his colleague up, trying to carry him away. What are you doing? Uttered the injured hero. I'm not gonna leave you here. Replied Aawa, as he struggled to carry his friend. Please, cough Shota-san, just let me go, uttered Mick. I still have enough energy for one last scream. If you take this time to carry me, your students will die. They will not. As Aawa yelled back, his voice trembling, I trained them hard enough. They'll be fine. Shota Aawa. Mick yelled out, I can't believe I have to remind you this, but think rationally. Those phrases served as Aawa's wake-up call. Mick was right, even if his students were okay, the ones in Gen Ed, Support Ed, Management Ed, they aren't made for fighting. Dropping Mick in a safe spot, Aawa ran off without a second though to evacuate the other students. Go get him, erase head cough, uttered Mick, as he forced himself back on 2 feet, facing the upcoming nomus. Hey ugly, this party's ending soon, so how about one final ya? Flashback end. Not only did he break his own ideals, but he left behind someone who was alongside him his first year in Yuuei. The amount of guilt and shame he's feeling must be immense. He knew he couldn't play the I don't know sign language gag anymore, so he went up to him for a formal mouth to hands. Hi, Shota-san, glad to see you're doing well, gestured the pro hero. How's your throat? Asked Aawa blunt and coldly. About as well as your eyes. Present Mick replied, them pointing to his bloodshot and dried up eyes. Good to know. Replied the former hero in a blunt and emotionless manner. Are you okay? Asked Mick, noticing his lack of emotions. I'm fine. Aawa grunted, why ask? Well, you kinda acted out back during that attack on Yuuei. Mick replied in sign language, I thought maybe you were still a little shaken up. Oh that? Yeah, I admit, lost control a little. Replied Aawa, drinking from a metallic bottle. Mick noticed the smell, and frowned a little. That's liquor that you're drinking. Waved Mick. It supposedly helps numb the pain. Explained Aawa. Pain? What pain? You said you were fine. Mr. Yamada. Your doctor wants to see you. A nurse cut in. Hearing this, Mick headed towards the office, that was coincidentally the room Aawa was standing next to. We'll continue this conversation after my checkup, okay? Who knows, maybe my voice would have returned by then. Waved Mick, so don't go bailing on me like you always do. However, as Mick entered the office, Aawa leaned against the wall next to the door. He couldn't hear that clearly what the doctor was saying, but he understood exactly what was going on inside. Asashi Yamada, according to your records, you have been a hero for almost 15 years and possess a quirk based around your voice, correct? asked the doctor. Yes, that is true. Mick replied in sign language. Seeing this, the doctor sighed, revealing his latest x-rays. The damage your throat and vocal cords have suffered are beyond words. We tried everything, even surgery. Sadly, and I really can't sugarcoat this for you, but your vocals are beyond repair. Mick froze in shock. You mean? Yes, your voice is permanently gone. The doctor revealed, rubbing his forehead in guilt. We understand if you can't take the news, but sadly, we've done everything we could. Your hero career, sadly, is officially over. Mick looked down in shock, reminiscing his past claims as a student. Flashback. You really want to become a hero? His teacher once asked him. Not just any pro hero. I'll be the one everyone cheers for. I will make my voice heard. Someone's in need of attention, muttered a random student in the back. Who said that? The young Mick yelled out. The kid with shriveled black hair raised his hand briefly, then dropped it. Hey. What's your name? Huh? Hello? Hello? Anyone home? Mick kept on yelling at the kid, but he never replied. As time went by, the blonde student made it his personal challenge to make that kid respond to him. Yo. Nameless kid. Hey. What's his face? Talk to me. However, no matter how much he tried, he just couldn't crack the kid. Eventually, the last year of middle school came, and the students were filling out their job surveys. To Mick's surprise, however, that same nameless kid picked hero as a profession. Baffled and shocked, he ran up to him again. Hey. Nameless kid. Why did you go for hero? Hello? Nameless kid. Hello? Suddenly, out of nowhere, that kid punched him in the face and left. Mick got back up rather quickly, running up to him in the hallways. Hey. What was that for? Nameless kid. Hello. Will you ever shut up? Asked the kid, finally. So you do so you do talk. Of course I talk, you nincompoop, now beat it. Wait. At least answer my question first. Why do you want to be a hero? None of your business. Is it cause you want friends? The kid froze. What? He asked. You're always alone, so I kinda just put 2 and 2 together. Is it because you want to have friends? Asked the young Mick. What? No. I swear, it's people like you why the future for heroes is looking so bleak. Yelled the kid, you and your selfish reasons to becoming heroes. I just want to save people and serve for justice. Isn't that enough motivation? Hearing this silenced Mick. He never thought anyone could be so serious at such a young age. Hearing how serious and adult he felt, he could have sworn he was from the DC universe. But he was too nervous to ask what happened to his parents, because chances are that they were shot by a thug in an alleyway. Instead, Mick simply lended him his hand. You don't have to be so serious this early in life. You're still young, enjoy yourself. Mick smiled. Whatever, the kid replied, slapping his hand away. Seeing this, Mick sighed in disappointment. Shoda's Aawa. The kid suddenly spoke up, letting out a small smile, as Mick looked up in confusion. You wanted to know my name, didn't you? Mick smiled back. Yeah. Well, good luck with your doomed hero career. As Aawa said bluntly. Hey. Doomed, I'll show you. When we graduate, I'll be 100 times a better hero than you. Really now? As Aawa asked, letting out a snobby smile. Fine, let's make a bet. Once we become heroes, we'll work for 15 years and see where we're at after that. And whoever win will. Will what? Asked Mick. We'll figure that part out once that day comes. Replied Aawa as he walked off. Mick smiled. Sure thing. The race is on. Flashback end. My hero career ended. Thought it devastated Mick, but it's only been 14 years. Back outside, Aawa dropped to the floor as he chugged down what was left of his bottle of liquor. Midnight told me that this would help ease the pain, Aawa muttered as tears flowed out of his no longer dried eyes. She lied to me. As Mick exited the doctor's office, he looked to his side to realize that Aawa was no longer there. Heading to the receptionist, she told him that he left a few minutes ago. Walking out, he looked around, attempting to call for him, but nothing came out but some barely audible grunts. Looking around, he eventually found the ex-hero, sitting on a park bench. Walking up to him, Aawa peeled his eyes away, not wanting to make any direct eye contact. However, Mick sat down next to him, knowing that he would eventually have to turn around. It was inevitable. Eventually, Aawa gave in. Listen, Mick, I'm terribly sorry about what happened to you. I mean, I never really cared much about my quirk, but you, that's your identity, it's who you really are, and I feel as though I ended up stealing that from you. Confessed the shabby-haired teacher. Mick listened with great interest. When I learned that you lost your voice, I was reminded of what happened back at Yuuei during the attack. I remembered when I lost my composure, when I tried saving you instead of my students. I was such a fool back then. As Aawa uttered, but then I wondered, why? Why would I have done such a thing? As Aawa turned to him, revealing to Mick the saddest face he had ever seen him in. I simply never realized how much of a good friend you were to me and how much I took that for granted. As Aawa confessed, I was never the kind of guy that would socialize, yet you never gave up on me. You did everything you could to show me that it was okay to drop the serious demeanor every now and then in life. Tears fell down his face. I'm so tired of being so damn serious all the time. I'm so sick of doing the things no one else does because it is too boring. I'm fed up with being the only hero that still takes his job seriously. You were the only one I felt comfortable unraveling around. I mean, we knew each other since middle school, goddammit. He added, to learn that I was responsible for the end of your hero career, I feel as though I have betrayed the only friend I even had. Suddenly, Mick put his hand on Aawa's shoulder, pulling him closer. It's okay, Shota-san. It wasn't your fault. Mick gestured, my voice may be gone, but I'm still here. Present Mick may be muted, but not forgotten. I'm just glad that you're okay. Seeing this, Aawa felt too moved, as he burst into tear, crying into Mick's shoulder as the two hugged tightly. Midnight saw this, walking out of the hospital, and immediately passed out, steaming red. Hubba hubba. Someone hold me, she uttered, nearly passing out from the intensity. Luckily, All Might, in deflated form, came in and caught her. Is everything alright, Midnight? Asked the skeletal figure. Oh, All Might. What are you doing here? Asked Midnight. Resting her on a nearby bench, the blonde man resumed his chase. He needed to find him, and fast. I'm dying. Asked All Might. Yes you are. Whatever you did to fuse with All for One has deteriorated both of your health. I simply amazed that you're still alive after all of this. Replied Recovery Girl, who was applying chapstick as her lips were getting dry from all of patience she's been kissing. I see, I don't have long, do I? Asked the former number 1 hero. No. Well then, I assume it's the same story for All for One at least. It is. Good. Just then, a nurse came bursting through the door. All for One is gone. What? The two yelled in unison. We don't know where he went, he just simply said, my brother is calling me, and suddenly, let out a flash of light before escaping through the window. All Might thought of those words, then it clicked. How far is the fallen hero cemetery? All Might asked Recovery Girl. About an hour from here. Answered the elderly woman. With that, All Might came dashing out of the hospital, catching a falling Midnight on the way and resting her on a nearby bench before resuming his chase. Despite his body feeling weak and his head spinning, he kept on running past familiar streets that he ran through countless times. Memories flashing by his eyes. There was where he beat that shark villain, there was when he chased down that snake villain, and that building over there was where he rejected Izuku, he finally remembered. Eventually, he made it to the graveyard, a grand, expansive field, filled with the gravestones of fallen heroes and great people alike. Then he saw him, kneeling down by the pink sakura trees to a small grave titled Chiasa Tachiro. Looking beside that grave, many name he has never heard of, but felt a familiar bond to appeared. Kuzo Momonoko, Shiteru Sensen, some famous pro-heroes, other vigilantes, but then, it all clicked when he saw the sixth and last gravestone of the row. Nana Shimura. It became clear to him, these were the graves of the former inheritors of One for All. You know, All Might, living for so long and having fought so many battles, really does things to you. Said All for One, so much so that you start forgetting that you are human when all is said and done. Why have you come here, All for One? Asked All Might. I've come to pay my final farewell to my beloved younger brother, what else? Asked All for One. Sitting down next to him, All Might was able to get a closer look on All for One's face. He looked calm, at peace, ready. All for One. It's Suzuki, actually. All for One cut off, my real name is Suzuki Tachiro, not really, but I ain't gonna wait for his real name to be revealed. Very well then, Tachiro, why did you do all of this? Asked All Might. The dying villain smirked. Funny, it's been so long that I don't even remember. Are you serious? All Might yelled out. Haha. No. Can you imagine? 7 generations and that's my explanation. Man, that would have been disappointing. Laughed Ichiro, but really though, I just wanted to make society a better place. So you killed hundreds of thousands of people to do so? I needed power. Explained All for One, because as long as heroes exist, there needs to be villains to keep them relevant. By bringing heroes into existence, you are guaranteeing the existence of evil. Think about it, would you really be as popular as you are now, had you not beaten up a villain? All Might thought about it for a bit, he was right. He gained fame through mindlessly beating up criminals, yet he never thought about what kind of life the villains he defeated had lived to reach this point. Much like how no one's born good, no one's born evil, they are shaped. And yet, by beating up those who are simply unfortunately shaped in villainy and in desperate need of help, he gained fame as a symbol of peace. Everyone is deserving of help, yet people are too blind to see that. People have tried to speak up for the ones crying in the dark. Stain is a perfect example, yet even their voices fade in the wind. While it is arrogant to think there can exist a world where evil does not exist, I feel it is illogical to create evil just to destroy it. Imagine that you were born into this world with the sole purpose of fueling other people's fame. Add it all for one, I just needed to make my voice heard. So you spent all this time just building up power. I did so to create a common enemy, one where the world will have to band together and defeat. Essentially, I was sacrificing myself for the sake of a better world. By becoming the one villain, I make the world the one hero. But in the end, I couldn't do it, as time after time again, I'm foiled by the next one for all successor. I needed an heir of my own. And he appeared under the name Izuku Midoriya, a kid neglected by society, shunned and discriminated, who wanted change as much as me. In the end, it worked, and now, this world will soon understand that heroes and villains aren't so black and white. All for One looked into the peaceful blue sky. Will the world take note of this event? Will they change for the better? Will my little brother finally get the justice he deserved? I'll never know. I'm so old, I'm so tired. His voice faded away, as All Might stood in awe. He's dead, he muttered to himself. Just then, a voice called out to him. Looking over Nana's grave, a vast endless field lies ahead of him. Nana was on the other side. Toshinori, she smiled. All Might smiled back, as clothes fading away, revealing a school uniform underneath. His voice became younger along with his body. We have so much catching up to do, sensei. As the last of the sakura petals landed on All Might's head, the last flames of life within Toshinori faded away. The symbol of peace and the symbol of evil had died. Kitsuki was showered in praise upon waking up. Most people from Class A were with him. Midoriya, Kitsuki uttered, "Where's Midoriya?" "He's fine, Bakugo. We saved him," said Uraraka. Hearing this, Kitsuki shot out of bed. "I have to go see him," Kitsuki said, trying to get out of bed. The rest of Class A saw this and ran in to hold him up. His body felt frail, as if he was gonna snap in two. As his classmates guided him to the door, however, he didn't try to push them away. Instead, he smiled back and thanked them. "Thanks, guys." "Whoa there. Did Bakugo just thank us?" Sira yelled sarcastically. "Call the press. Call the press." "Local crippled hand grenade just thanked group of high schoolers," added Mina. "Don't push it," Kitsuki grunted. However, just as he was about to reach the door, his doctor came in, with a baffled look on his face. Around the same time, another doctor entered Izuku's room. "Ah, Kitsuki Bakugo, I see you're finally awake," said the doctor. "Huh? What's going on?" asked Mina. Excuse me," the doctor said to the students, "it is preferable for you to leave, as I don't come bearing good news." "Just break it to me straight, doc," said Kitsuki with a hint of stubbornness. Taking a deep breath, the doctor explained. "While it is beyond me how this was possible, it seems as though after we found your body in that crater, some sort of mutation occurred." "Mutation?" "You see, this is your usual sweat glands, thicker than most, as it produces a nitroglycerin-like substance," explained the doctor, showing him his scan, "and this is what they all look like after the recovery process." "Looks normal to me," said Momo. "That's the problem, it's normal. Too normal," said the doctor. "Mr. Bakugo, I don't know how this was possible, but you're quirkless." Hearing this made Kitsuki fall back in shock. It couldn't be quirkless. That meant that he was down an arm and a quirk. When he used one for all at its full power, the flames that represented his original quirk must have went out with him. "I'm very sorry, Kitsuki-san," said Kirishima, patting his back, knowing that he must be going through a lot. "It's fine," Kitsuki said, with a determined smile. "If Midoriya was able to live with being quirkless for half his life, then so can I." Hearing this, his classmates let out a sigh in relief. "Come on now, let's go find Midoriya," said Kitsuki as he walked past the doctor. Looking at him, the doctor scratched his head. "What a hot-headed young fellow." Back with Izuku, he learned that with the collapse of his world, he had not only lost all for one, but also all of the quirks he stole using it. However, it seemed as though he managed to keep one last quirk. Explosion. Hearing this, Izuku tried to create an explosion from his palm, but was unable to. "We retrained you with anti-quirk cuffs," said the doctor. "You probably know why." "Ah, I see." However, right after the doctor left, Nezu walked into the room. Seeing this, the League held their breath for what he had to say. 1263. Said Nezu, "Prior to your attack on Tokyo, that's how many people you have killed officially." Hearing this, they knew arrest was imminent, but they were prepared to fight their way out no matter what. 13202 he then said, "That's how many people you saved when you decided to switch sides." The League of Villains were shocked. They knew they saved a lot of people when they turned against Mightless, but they didn't know they saved that many. The news spread like wildfire. Hundreds are protesting in the streets against your arrests. Real heroes trended on Japanese social media, and even heroes were for your pardon. Explained Nezu, "We're not deaf, and you made your message very clear even before this attack was launched. We looked into your files, and I must say, with the circumstances you were under, I fully understand why one would do such a thing. It seems as though the government turned a blind eye towards a noticeable percentage of victims." The rodent man took out a new paper, with villains' heroic deeds leads people to rethink their point of view towards heroes and villains, as the title of the front page. Massive backlash will inevitably occur, but the Japanese government is always open to new experiences and experimentation. So for once, we will take a risk. Explained the rodent. Izuku sat up as he realized what this meant. "League of Villains, you are hereby pardoned for all of your crimes," said Nezu. Half of everyone in the league nearly passed out from hearing such news. "Wait, pardoned? As in, we can go out there without the fear of the police?" Asked twice. "That is correct, you may all live normal lives now. As a matter of fact, several hero agencies have already sent many of you mails, wanting to hire a few of you," said Nezu. "That's great. That means we can finally walk free," cheered Izuku. "Not quite," said Nezu, "as much as we forgive the League of Villains, you, Izuku Midoriya, are a whole other story." The League, including Izuku, froze at the reveal. Not only were you not involved in the rescue of over 10,000 people, but with the League turning away from you, that leave you as the only culprit and responsible for the death of over 10,000 now, and hundreds of billions worth of damage. While you are still considered a minor by law, hence being unable to be sentenced to death, 15 years in prison is guaranteed, and a life sentence is also very likely. The tears came out of Toga's eyes. No. It can't be. I can't be separated from my Izuku-kun forever. It's not fair. There's nothing we can do about it, I'm sorry," said Nezu. "Then arrest me too." Toga yelled out, "I was still involved in the attack, I am just as guilty as him." "Yeah. Me too. Put me in the slammer, cause I ain't leaving Izuku behind," yelled Spinner. "Same here," said Magni. "Yeah." Added twice, "You lock him up, you're gonna have to lock all of us up." "I'm sorry, but that's just not possible," said Nezu. "Bullshit. I'm pardoned for now. Then I'll just go to the next room and kill whoever's inside. That'll land me in prison." "Sachi's next door," said Spinner. "Then the room after that." "Eyes." Izuku yelled out, silencing everyone, "Just stop, I'll take whatever sentence you throw at me without protest, alone. Keep my family away from this." Izuku, Toga uttered in tears, touched that he referred to them as family again. "Listen Toga, no everyone else listen too, I appreciate what you are doing for me, but I can't have you all suffer even more for my sake. I turned on you, I deserve this, me alone," explained Izuku. "We can't just lose you again," pleaded Toga, "Eri won't stand for that. Then who's gonna take care of her once you are all locked away? And what if only one of you stays behind? Wouldn't that make her even more sad?" That hit the nail in the coffin. Everyone looked among each other and gave a pain-filled nod. "We will miss you," Izuku, Toga said with teary eyes. "I'll write letters to you every day," Twice cried. "I'll make a news box account called Izuku in your honor," Spinner cried. "And I'll make a voodoo doll of you," said Mr. Compress, creeping everyone out. "Have you told the others the news?" asked Izuku. "No." "And how long until I get sent off?" asked Izuku. 2 days," said Nezu. As Izuku got out of bed, he walked to the door. "Then I better tell the rest of the gang the news," said Izuku. However, as soon as he left the room, he received a fist to the face. His attacker, however, fell over right after the punch. Izuku, rubbing his cheek, was shocked to discover that the one who punched him was Kitsuki. "What the fuck is this shit?" yelled Kitsuki in rage. "I come over to visit you and what do I learn? That you got your ass sent to jail forever and you're just accepting it. Hakan, I'm sorry but that's just how it is. Just how it is." Kitsuki yelled, getting back up and pinning Izuku against the wall. "I'm now quirkless. Not to mention I lost an arm, just like you, but you know what I said to the doctor who broke to me the news. I told him to fuck off cause I'm not giving up my dreams to become the #1 hero, so why should you? How early can we have a trial on this? I'll defend you, Midoriya. I'll go up to the stand and Phoenix Wright your ass back to being a free man. I've done so horrible things, I deserve this," said Izuku with regret. "I've done worse. And I got off scot-free. Why can't you?" asked Kitsuki, crying. "Why can't you?" Izuku took Kitsuki into his one arm, comforting him. "You'll come around to learn that this world isn't always the fairest, Kaken," explained Izuku. "I'm sorry it had to be this way." Silence followed as he felt Kitsuki calming down. 15 years, right?" asked Kitsuki. "That's the minimum they're giving you?" "If I behave well in jail, maybe," replied Izuku. Kitsuki grabbed him by the collar. "Promise me you'll make it out in 15 years," said Kitsuki. Izuku smiled, secret wishing this was the Kitsuki he got back as a child. "I promise, Kaken. We'll be writing to you too, Midoriya." A voice was heard from the end of the hallway as the rest of Class A showed up. "Eyes. Glad to see you back." Midoriya smiled. After that, Izuku told Sachi and the others the news. Well devastated, they came to accept it later on. The next day rolled around and everyone gathered at the hospital's lounge, having one last goodbye party for Izuku. It was a once-in-a-lifetime thing for Izuku to see everyone he loved dearly, all gathered in one area. His classmates shared with the league their best moments with Izuku, and the league shared theirs. Moments that were meant to be cherished forever, all revisited under the form of photos, videos and told stories. By the time the party was finished, the day had already ended, and Izuku and Toga had one last intimate moment they both wished would last forever, before Izuku's inevitable departure. The next day came, All Might and All for One were found dead by natural causes at the cemetery, and a funeral was planned. As for Izuku, he was handcuffed and gagged, as government officials came to pick him up. At the exit, he saw everyone for one last time, before the doors of his freedom were finally closed. The end? Or is it? 2 weeks have passed since Izuku's imprisonment. It was dull for our prisoner, as he sat in his solitary cell, watching All Might's funeral play on TV. Just then, a loud crash was heard, as a SWAT van came barreling through the walls, smashing open an exit for Izuku. As he got up, the tempered glass window opened, revealing the league inside. "Guys, what are you doing here?" asked Izuku, panicked. "Well, we tried living out normal lives, and it was boring, so we stole a SWAT van and came to pick you up," said Spinner. "Are you crazy? Do you know what that means? We're all gonna spend the rest of our lives as villains," Izuku yelled. "And that's bad because?" asked Toga. Izuku tried thinking of an answer, but failed. Instead, he smiled back at them. "You guys just can't live without me, can you?" "Hey, once a villain, forever a villain," replied twice. "We are a family after all." "I guess you're right." Izuku smiled, mounting the van. "Now, let's get out of here." Later that night, Kitsuki, sleeping in his room at the Yuuei dorms, the whole school having nearly finished repairing thanks to the help of Mei's ingenuity, woke up to a thud onto his left, by the window. Opening the lights, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest when he saw Izuku, sitting by his windowsill. "Hey Kaken, so, I made it out. And it only took me 15 days. Izuku smiled. "Jesus. What are you doing here? Did you break out or something?" asked Kitsuki. Actually, I did," said Izuku, as a drop of sweat ran down Kitsuki's head. "So why are you here then?" asked Kitsuki. "Simple," said Izuku, smiling. "I wanted to see you one last time before I do into hiding." "Hiding? Society is changing," they've announced it. However, with change comes violence. Hence, I will reintegrate myself into the criminal underworld and become the new kingpin once more, keeping the criminals in check to keep violence at a minimum, as well as spread hope that this change will be for the better," explained Izuku. 2 years, that's how long this process will approximately take, 2 years in hiding, as I rebuild the league stronger than ever before, then, after 2 years, I will strike again, hence I want to ask you a favor." "A favor?" asked Kitsuki, trying to process all of this. When I come out of hiding, you will all become amazing heroes, I'm sure of it. So when I resurface, I want it to be you who foils me, anyone else from Class A works too, but mostly you. If you're to become the #1 hero, then I'll be the #1 villain, the yin to your yang, the Moriarty to your Holmes. I will embody the evil heroes must face, so that people from the government can focus on the real would-be villains. Upon hearing this, Kitsuki smiled. Yes, I'll do it for your sake. He said with a smirk, but then, you have to promise me something. Oh? And that something is? Promise me you won't lose to any other piece of shit hero from some other academy, but me, the #1 hero needs a strong rival, after all. Replied Kitsuki, shaking his hand. Will do. Said Izuku, well, better get going, before the pro heroes arrive. Wait. Said Kitsuki, I have one last favor to ask you. Izuku turned around. What is it? The next day, classes started again. The first period was hero history, as Midnight came into class. However, she had different things planned. Okay, so before we get started, there are a few students who still haven't decided on their hero names yet. We made a deal that whenever they were ready, they can reveal their new hero names. It seems as though today is that day. Explained Midnight as Iida, Todoroki and Kitsuki went up front. Iida went first. After everything he's been through, he finally felt ready to inherit his brother's mantle. The turbo hero. Ingenium. The class cheered for Iida, complimenting his choice. Todoroki was next. The Icy Flames hero. Frostburn. The class sued at the named as Shoto looked back to when he created that name with Dabi, who wished him good luck before class. He was so happy to finally being able to see and spend some quality time with his brother. Then came Kitsuki as he walked up to the podium. Flashback. Why though? Izuku asked in shock. Why not? It suits my situation perfectly. Yeah, but are you really okay with that? Asked the green villain. Trust me, Midoriya, I'll show you where I can did it. So please. Let me use your alias as my new hero name. The determined hero. Deku. Hey, are you serious? Asked he of his classmates. I always felt that this name had a bad reputation. Said Kitsuki, so in honor of Midoriya, I'll take this nickname and take it to the top, so that the next time someone mentions this word, they will think of a determined man who never gives up, no matter what the circumstances are. If you are done talking, sit down. Said Midnight, classes are about to start. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hosu, Spinner walked up to a building, as the man whom he designed his costume after stood. I'm here. Said Spinner. As Stain turned around, he looked at his fanboy with interest. Blizzard, do you know why I wanted you to come here alone? Asked Stain. Not really, no. Is it to give me an autograph? Spinner asked in an excited tone. Not quite. Said Stain, turning back to face the city. You see, I sense great change coming, and the fake heroes I'm trying to purge are starting to dwindle at rapid rates. In other words, I feel as though thanks to Mightless, my mission here is done. Well, that's great to hear then. Said Spinner. However, that only covers Japan. I had a talk with Yeong and the hounds back at the hospital, and, apparently, the fake heroes in their country were worse, far, far worse. However, US and South Korea together will be too much for one man to purge. Explained Stain, and seeing how All Might already did it, I might as well do it too. You mean? Spinner shuddered, with excitement. Lizard boy, I'm officially taking you in as my successor. Said Stain, do you access? Tears of joy came flushing out of Spinner's eyes as he dropped to his knees, bowing. It will be my honor. Spinner cried in happiness. Very well then, lizard boy. Said Stain, let's get going. I heard there was a ramen place nearby. It's on me. It will be my honor to eat ramen with you. Stain-san sama sensei senpai. Stain let out a small chuckle as the two dashed off. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was called to the principal's office where he was greeted by Aawa. So, Shigaraki-san, ever thought of your future? Asked the ex-hero. Shigaraki thought for a minute. Not really. Well then, I have something in mind for you. Said Aawa, tell me what you think. As so, some took off to their new futures, while others like Dabi stayed to mend their past. Heroes of a new generation will soon be trained, and villains plotted deviously in the shadows. What about Eri? Well, Kurogiri defected from the league, and, after a few legal papers were signed, he got official custody of the girl. While the two couldn't meet up with the league, they still bumped into each other every now and then. Sachi and Arena did as they promised, and flew off to Germany. The old heroes retired, as from their ashes, new one rised. It was the end of an era, and the dawn of a new beginning. 1 year later, an underground criminal gang of kidnappers known as the Shadow Thieves just came back with their biggest catch yet. A millionaire's son. Just then, the wall of their hideout exploded and a young boy in a black formal suit walked in, followed by much more intimidating figures. "Good evening, gentlemen, I am Might said Izuku, and you are an unwanted threat I'm gonna have to clean." Chapter 62. Epilogue. Crowds gathered throughout the streets, littering the place with cheers and applause, as well as screams of excitement. Massive robots rampages through the city, as the police were keeping the civilians at a safe enough vantage point to keep them from harm. The news helicopters flew in, capturing this event for everyone to see. Calls rang out at nearby hero agencies, as one specific one found their star hero to have left, dashing off before the news even came on. The young hero quickly got himself dressed on his way to the action, as he pulled up his sleeve, revealing a prosthetic arm. Back at the scene of the attack, other heroes ran in, attacking the robots, but to little success. Suddenly, debris floated through the air, raining down the onslaught of machines. Following that was a stream of ice, creating a wall to block said robots from advancing. The woman with black hair dashed in, as grenades formed from her skin, falling on the front line and exploding, sending an electric pulse that disabled the front line. Seeing this, the middle robot's cockpit opened, as a familiar figure emerged, clapping his hand. "Well done, heroes, truly, a spectacular work," complimented the villain boss. "Now then, shall we? You're on." The woman in the pink uniform called out, dashing towards the boss, only for a familiar brown-haired male-looking woman to jump in, stopping her dead in her tracks. "Long time to see, Yura-san," smiled the villain. "Magni? Surprised to see you're still working for Mightless," smiled Uraraka. "What can I say? I'm just a fan of danger," laughed the trans as she swung her magnet at her. While that was going on, Todoroki and Momo jumped back as a barrage of throwing cards were launched at the two as two new figures arrived. I should probably take time to present to you my two newest recruits," smiled the leader, Solidar and Von Go. "I would tell you their quirks, but where's the fun in that when you can find that out for yourself?" Suddenly, a man came jumping out from one of the throwing cards, kicking the ice hero in the guts. "Pleased to meet you, Frostburn, I am the villain, Von Go. I'll show you the art of villainy." Von Go spoke in an accent that tried to sound Dutch, but came out Swedish, which was surprising since the dude looked Japanese. Meanwhile, the one who threw the cards was found by Momo, as he shuffled around his cards with finest. "Hello there, Miss Creaty, do you want to play a game?" asked the villain, revealing a full hand of fours. While the three heroes were busy fighting the villains, a fourth figure emerged from the top of a building. Some noticed him, as the crowd cheered. The villain boss took notice at the cheering, turning to look up, coming face to face with a longtime frenemy. "At it again, Mightless?" asked the hero. "I'd say the same for you, Deku." Mightless smiled back. "It's Deku?" Some of the crowd cheered, the number one hero. Hearing this, Mightless let out a chuckle. "Wow, are my ears deceiving me? A quirkless, number one?" Mightless laughed with sarcasm. "Yup, you heard it right, I finally outranked Icy Hot over there." Kitsuki laughed back, pointing at Todoroki, who was locked in a deathmatch against some demented painter whose quirk turns himself into a painting, allowing him to latch on to any paintable surface. "Well then, let's see if you truly live up to your rank, hero." Mightless smiled, assuming a fighting stance. "Likewise," replied Deku, assuming a fighting position. As Momo dodged Solidar's throwing cards, some hit the robot they stood on, blowing it up. As the ground beneath the two rivals shook, they dashed at each other, clashing fists. Mightless backed off, firing a series of explosions at Deku, who leaped side to side to avoid the upcoming blasts, then charged after finding an opening in between the barrage. Seeing this, Mightless lifted his prosthetic arm, as his forearm expanded, revealing a shield, blocking Deku's punch and pushing him off balance. He then blasted him with a point-blank explosion, sending him hurtling down the massive mechanized Goliath they were fighting on. However, a grappling hook shot out of the hero's own prosthetic arm, latching onto the giant robot as he swung himself around Mightless, drop-kicking him in the back and sending him tumbling back a few feet. "I see you've upgraded your prosthetic arm, Deku," Mightless said, smiling, as he aimed his metallic appendage towards the hero. "I've made a few adjustments myself." Suddenly, his palm opened, revealing a Gatling gun, as he fired a flurry of bullets at his opponents. Seeing this, Kitsuki pulled out his newly made compressible bow staff, rapidly spinning it in front of him, deflecting the bullets. Seeing this, Mightless fired 2 explosions below him, sending him flying towards his foe as flames shot out of his metal elbow as he attempted to land a rocket punch at Kitsuki. The hero blocked it, barely, as he was pushed back a little before hitting Mightless in the leg with his staff, followed by his face and sides. Mightless retaliated by pressing a trigger on his prosthetic arm as his palm became magnetic, pulling Kitsuki's bow staff towards it. With his weapon disabled, Izuku kneed Kitsuki in the stomach, then uppercutted him into the air before grabbing his arm and doing several mid-air spins, boosting his speed thanks to his explosion quirk before slamming him to the ground at full force. The hero let out a gasp before rolling out of the way as Izuku descended on him with a stomp, barely dodging it before landing a blow on the villain's sides again. The 2 fighters let out a small grin as they were locked in a fistfight, both evenly matched somewhat. In the distance, the civilians watched this all unfold with intensity. "Wow, this is like the 10th time I saw these guys fight," said a young kid, clearly not older than 10, they must be rivals or something. "Oh, they fought far more than just 10 times. Some older fans replied, "I remember their official match record was 24-21, 24 being Deku. Incredible. They fought that much. Deku must really want to catch this guy," said the kid. "Not quite," replied the older fan, pointing to the 2's head as their fight was being broadcasted on the big screen. "Take a close look at their facial expressions." Taking a closer look, the kid noticed. They were smiling. "They're having fun," said the older fan. "To them, this is like a round of Smash Bros. There's actually a betting website now, betting on who would win the next fight. And from the looks of it, looks like I'm gonna be winning 50,000 yen. Look," said another passerby. Mightless aimed and fired a powerful shot into the air as Kitsuki kicked him in the chest. "Were you trying to shot at birds or something?" asked Kitsuki, knocking him over. Mightless didn't respond and instead boosted himself into the air, knocking Deku back before charging at him with a series of explosions. "I recognize this attack," thought Kitsuki. "Oh, it's her impact." Izuku unleashed a massive explosion upon his rival. However, Kitsuki came charging through the smoke with minimal burns, pinning the villain down to the ground. "Looks like I'm at 25. Said Kitsuki, playfully. "I wouldn't bet on that." Suddenly, the shot Izuku fired off earlier landed, hitting Kitsuki directly on the back, forcing him to let go, as Izuku pushed him back, delivering a powerful punch to Kitsuki's abdomen with his prosthetic arm, sending him tumbling down to the ground and creating a small crater. "Mortar shot, a new move I came up with," Izuku explained, "beware of it next time." Walking up to Kitsuki, he leaned down on him, facing him, before flicking him on the forehead. "It's 22-25 now." Mightless smiled. Kitsuki smiled back. Just then, Todoroki took out Van Gogh and Momo restrained Solidar. Seeing this, Mightless talked into his earpiece. "Time to withdraw." Just then, a blonde woman in her 20s, wearing a somewhat revealing skin-tight latex suit, dashed in and in the blink of an eye, retrieved both of the subdued villains. A helicopter with League of V written on it descended as the villain withdrew. The crowd cheered as the fight was over, however, some of the cheers went to the villains as well. Seeing this, Mightless looked down. "Thank you all for watching." The villain thanked everyone, as if this was all a stage play, as the helicopter flew off before the arrival of the authorities. "Good work everyone." Mightless congratulated his group, sitting down and serving himself a bottle of high-brand champagne. The helicopter landed on a massive 150-story building with a giant Villains Incorporated logo slapped onto it. This was the League's new headquarters. Within these 10 years, Mightless traveled across the criminal underworld, gathering all of society's rejects and giving them a new place to call home. Eventually, he established connections with foreign crime gangs and, after several heists and business meeting, eventually got enough money for a massive formal-looking building. Nowadays, Mightless's League of Villains has over 25,000 men working under the criminal boss. His influence was so powerful that despite his headquarters being in plain sight, no hero dared to approach it. Not only that, but he had a significant impact on the country's economy as well. His company's net worth was already in the tens of billions, not to mention that the first 50 floors are a 5-star hotel, usable by the public, with a casino at ground floor to boot. And below this casino, at the basement, was an auction house where priceless goods are sold almost every day. Human trafficking often happened in said auction house, but Izuku always makes sure to make the most out of the human merchandise that he purchases. About 400 of his employees were sold to him in his auction house as a matter of fact. As the villain boss descended from the helipad, he got himself dressed in more formal attire. This was the main part of his day, working. As soon as he got indoors, several of his secretaries came running at him. "Sir. You have a meeting with the crime lords at 5. One of the secretary reminded him. "See if you can push it to 4, better to get this over with quicker," replied the boss. "Mightly, sir. Serpent just called, he's proposing an investment." Another one came in. "Tell him to shove it up his ass. If he doesn't pay up his 25 million debt, I'll have his head," replied the boss. "Boss. Your meeting with the ISIS leaders is in a week, would you like me to ready your private jet?" "Cancel the meeting, we'll probably just get high in a hot tub like last time, it's not worth the trip, nor the smell of goat." After getting past his wall of secretaries, he finally made it to his office. His mahogany desk, sitting in front of a massive glass window, allowing him to view the city beneath, sits in the center of the room, with marble floors, complementing the priceless paintings that decorated his hardwood walls, and blending into the bookshelves and chandeliers, which seemed as priceless and expensive as the golden and marble statues on his shelves. As he sat down on his leather office chair, with Toga following him, he received a video call from an old friend. A wave of excitement washed over him as he cleared out his work, answering. "Sachi. It's been a while." Izuku greeted. "Izu bro. Toga. It's been too long." Sachi smiled back. "How's things going with Irina?" Toga asked, smiling. "It's been going wonderfully." Irina replied, walking in the shop, holding a baby, wrapped in a velvet blanket. "Oh my god. You guys had a kid," Izuku yelled out in amazement. "Just wanted to announce the good news." Sachi smiled, "Beautiful, isn't she?" "Have you decided on a name yet?" asked Toga. "We had a few in mind," explained Irina. "In the end, we settled for Serena. Serena Tsukiyama has a good ring to it," Izuku replied. "By the way, how's your marriage been?" asked Sachi, again. "Sorry we couldn't be there during your wedding, I heard even your Yuuei friends were there, though we had a hard time believing that. They were there to stop us, that was." Toga laughed. "We had our wedding while holding an entire church hostage," explained Izuku. "And we blew up the wedding cake when they arrived, then ran off on a helicopter with a just married flag waving off the back." Toga finished. "You should have been there, I even tossed my bouquet filled with explosives at the few flying heroes that gave chase to us. I think the one who caught it was happy at heart, even if she spent her next 2 weeks in an emergency room. Marriage-wise, it's hard to describe. I mean, we were already so close that married life is basically the same, only with a ring attached." Izuku answered to the initial question. "Ah, I see. By the way, how's the rest of the league doing?" asked Sachi. "Well. Somewhere in New York." Stain jumped from one building to the next as he was relentlessly hunting down a certain American hero. The hero flew at incredible speeds, trying his best to outrun Stain, but the hero killer seemed to always be able to catch up. "You can run, Captain Celebrity, but you can't escape our justice." "You are mistaken, hero killer," replied the hero, as suddenly, several of other heroes lunged at him from all sides, dragging him down midair. "I asked the help of a few other hero agencies to help bring you down, your reign of terror ends here, Stain." The hero killer smiled, however, on his way down. "Spinner. Now." Suddenly, a red blur zipped past the famous hero as his chest was split open as the hero fell out of the sky. Meanwhile, Stain dispatched of the last of the heroes, intervening him. As the downed hero tried to crawl away, he stopped at the feet of the hero killer, as well as someone who seemed to be dressed similarly. Who are you?" uttered the hero, looking at the new villain with reptile features. "The name's Spinner, the hero killer's top disciple," responded the lizard, cutting a knife at his throat. "Now then, let's end this, shall we?" Meanwhile, somewhere in Siberia, the hounds were tracking down a former government official, one who was said to have exploited his people for 2 decades, starving 1,500 of them to death. As the officer was being escorted by armored truck, sniper shot rang out, taking out the truck's wheels. As the soldiers noticed, they exited the vehicle, trying to make out where the shots came from. However, as soon as they exited, a woman in a thin winter coat came dashing in, slitting the throats of the soldiers. Following this, the front truck of the convoy was lifted by a rabbit and thrown, crushing the remaining soldiers and smashing into the truck housing the government officer. As he crawled out of the flaming vehicle, bleeding, the leader, Alpha, walked up to him. Vladimir Bornagovich, responsible to exploiting 6 Iberian villages and executing over 50 civilians. "I can see why they would want you dead. Go to hell, you dogs." The officer spat back at them. However, as Alpha was about to land the killing blow, a woman with black hair came in from nowhere and with a swing of a blade, stabbed the man through the head, killing him off instantly. Seeing this, Alpha pulled out his combat knife as the woman then swung at him, the two blades clashing. Alpha noticed that the blade was coming out of her, a quirk, no doubt, as it cut through Alpha's knife, grazing his shoulder, as Alpha kicked her in the stomach, only for her to sprout blades from there, stabbing him through the foot. The kick connected however, as the woman was sent flying back a few feet. Rabbit came charging at her, but was stopped by Tracker. "No, this fight is Alpha's alone," said Tracker. Alpha activated his quirk, cancelling out his feelings of fear as he dashed in, not worrying about the pain in his shoulder and feet. He threw a punch at the woman, despite knowing that she would sprout blades where he will punch her. However, she dodged instead and aimed her blade at his neck. Alpha ducked, dodging the blade by a hair and elbowing her in the sides. She let out a gasp as the hound's leader took advantage of this opening to land a right hook square in her face. In doing that however, he let himself get stabbed through the leg. The two let back a little as Alpha broke off the blade lodged in his leg, using it as his own, as the two landed a shallow slash on each other, one of Alpha's arm and one across the woman's stomach. However, instead of continuing, the woman noticed the tag on Alpha's shoulder and retracted her blades. Alpha noticed this and dropped his weapon too, deactivating his quirk. "Alpha? Are you alright?" asked Doc, running in to patch up his wounds. "I'm fine," replied Alpha, sitting down while pulling out a canteen of ale. "Who are you anyways? Why did you attack us? Why stop?" "My apologies, I was under the impression that you were with Vladanov," explained the woman. "Well, our coats were stolen from his base," replied Alpha, an understandable mistake. "However, how did you know we weren't with him?" "You tag," replied the woman, pointing at the badge on his shoulder. "I recognize it, you're the hounds, aren't you?" "That's us, and you are?" asked Rabbit. "The name's Razor, from Butler." "Wait, I know that place," said Tracker. "It's an orphanage that raised children into top-grade assassins, isn't it?" "Right on the money." "Tracker, how do you know such a place?" asked Alpha. "I was raised there myself, that was prior to me joining the hounds." Replied Tracker, "To think I would run into another one of my kin. The world's a small place, huh?" said Razor. "So, what are you doing here?" asked Tracker. "To kill that son of a bitch," Razor replied, pointing at the corpse of Vladanov. "Apparently, he had connections with Shiro. I thought I could use them to bring him down for good." "Wait, Shiro? As in, the boss of Hades, Shiro?" asked Alpha. "You know them?" asked Razor. "Then again, who doesn't? Our former boss made alliances with him in the past 5 years, they even exchanged a few men here and there. Yeah, I remember, we worked with his elemental assassins at one point, that was before our contract with him expired and we parted ways." "So you mean you two know about Shiro?" asked Razor. "Don't tell me I have to torture the info out of you." "Hey, Shiro and us are neutral, but if you want us to help you take him down, we'll do it, for money that is," Alpha replied. Razor thought about it for a while before turning to them. "How much?" 150 million, 170 if you want him alive. 120 million, no more, no less," replied Razor. "Deal." As summer ended, Yuuei's entrance exam started anew. A young, horned boy stared longingly at the waving flag as he fidgeted nervously. "Alright Kota, this is it, this is your first step into your new future. Let's kick it off with a running start," Kota muttered to himself, dashing towards the school. However, right as he took his first step, he tripped on his own shoes as he fell forwards, nearly smashing face first into the pavement, closing his eyes as he braced for impact. However, opening his eyes, he was still standing in the same spot as if he didn't even take a step at all. "Are you okay?" asked a girl with white hair and a horn. She looked around his age. "I used my quirk to prevent you from falling. My dad told me that it was a bad omen to trip and fall. It sure is nerve-wracking." Kota didn't say a word, entranced by how cute that girl looked. "Anyways, I'm gonna go, good luck," she smiled, running ahead. "I talked to a girl," Kota thought, blushing. The exams went by smoothly, initially anyways, until the giant zero-pointer appeared, forcing many kids to run away in fear. Kota blasted the robot with his strongest water jet, but to no avail. Suddenly, he tripped, falling over. As the robot was about to crush him however, a white beam was fired as the robot was seemingly erased from existence. Kota, confused, turned around to see the girl from before, standing behind him, lending him her hand. "Are you okay?" Kota blushed like mad as he extended his hand to hers. My name is Eerie, just Eerie. The girl introduced herself. What's yours? KKKKKK Kokoda. Koda replied, jittering. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kokoda. Eerie replied, smiling. Koda was too flustered to correct her though, as the intensity of holding hands for the first time was too much for him to bear, causing him to pass out. A few days passed after that, with the feeling of Eerie's soft hand still embedded in the boy's memories. Eventually, he received the Yuuei admission letter, who told him that he had passed. A few days later, when the classes started, Koda found himself once again at the front doors of Yuuei. Meanwhile, as Eerie got ready for school, her father bombarded him with questions, asking her if she packed her tissues, backpack, if her needed water, etc. She eventually got to the door, as her dad hugged her for the nth time. Finally opening the door, he added one last thing. Eerie said Kurogiri, her adoptive father, I'm so proud of you. Love you too, Dad. Eerie replied, smiling. Arriving in class however, a familiar face caught the girl off guard. Dakota. She called out, over here. The boy saw her and immediately began blushing and quivering. Ah. Eerie. We're in the same class. Oh. Good morning, Asui-san. Call me Satsuki. Replied Sayu's little sister, who was also attending Yuuei. However, the reunion was cut short as a man aged in his middle 30s walked in. His white hair, neatly done hair and slightly chapped, would say otherwise though. Classes are starting soon, please be seated everyone. Said the man, clearly the teacher. As everyone was seated, Eerie's eyes widened as she recognized the teacher. Good morning class, my name is Tamura Shigaraki. Greeted the teacher, letting out a smile that looked similar to that of his grandmother, Nana's, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. Eerie, seeing this, let out a smile. Something tells me this won't be your typical hero course. She thought. Calls rang out in Todoroki's hero agency as his sidekicks all scrambled around to answer them all. One might think this is in state of emergency, but this is, in reality, just your typical day in the office before the arrival of the head manager. Thankfully, he had just arrived, as many of Todoroki's agency workers sighed in relief. Good morning Toya-san. The receptionist smiled. Good morning, I assume my brother's out again? Asked the former villain. Of course, he works really hard after all, replied the receptionist, not to mention how dreamy he looks. Ah. You're not gonna tell him, are you? You're not the only woman in this agency with a mad crush on him, Reina, so don't worry. Replied Toya, besides, if there's anyone he's gonna end up hooking up with, it's Yaoi Rozu. Can't argue with that. I wouldn't be surprised if half of the time he goes out, he's actually dating that heroine instead of patrolling. I mean, he's out working twice as more than even Deku, yet he's still only rank 2, something just doesn't add up. As Toya looked out the window, he smiled. Yup, totally. The island that the former prison known as Tartarus was formerly built on was torn down after the war and rebuilt as a monument and memorial to all the heroes and policemen who perished during the war. Many people attended every day. However, one specific grave, standing right next to the statue of All Might and All for One shaking hands, made to symbolize good and evil finally coming to terms and shaking hands, was a statue of Endeavor. The new number 2 hero, Shoto Todoroki, came to the grave once again, with a bottle of sake and some flowers. Paid to add, 10 years sure does fly, huh? Said Todoroki, sitting down cross-legged in front of the grave, putting the bottle by the grave, we have some catching up to do. Months went by, as a letter was sent by Momo to all of her friends from Yuuei, all of which are now famous pro-heroes. As she set everything up, using her creation quirk to help, one after another, her former classmates started to show up one after another. First one to arrive was Ayama. And the star of the party has come. Ayama cheered, sparkling as usual. You're actually the first one here. Said Momo. Oh hey, mind if I made this party a little most flashier? Asked Ayama. Trust me, if you did, we'd be visible from space. Momo replied. Heya. I brought the beer. Mina yelled out, in her cheerful tone. And I brought some food. Sayu added, coming in right after Mina. Oh, put them on this table. Said Momo. Yaoi Rozu. Mina immediately jumped at her, hugging her, it's been too long. It sure has. Said Momo, how's the hero business going? Oh. It's been going great. Say, did you catch my battle against Mightless last week? Was it the one where I jumped in and caught you when Midoriya sent you flying off that building with an explosion? Asked Ida, who walked in. Ida. Momo greeted, you made it. I hope I'm not too late. I took way too long deciding on what gifts I should bring you, especially for you, Momo, considering you probably have everything already, or could just make them," said Iida. "Oh, it's fine. I didn't really need a gift anyways, it's fine," it's Momo reassured, but couldn't help letting that reveal bring down her tone. "I made it," Achako said, running in. "Oh hey Achako, my god," Iida greeted before turning around to see what she was wearing. "Yeah, I had hero work to do prior so I didn't have time to change my uniform," Uraraka explained. "Never mind that, what's with your new costume? It reveals almost as much as Yuuei Rozu's," Iida exclaimed. "It's supposed to help me move better. Plus, I noticed that most of the male villains seem to lose focus when fighting me in this outfit, which is exactly what I want," explained Achako, though I will admit, it's a little embarrassing. "Oh. What are you talking about?" Mina butted in, her shirt unbuttoned and her face tomato red, groping her chest, "With your chest size and that slutty uniform, you're clearly trying to bait a trouser snake into your women hole." "Mina, are you drunk?" asked Achako, shocked. "She gets drunk at any party she goes to, that's kinda her thing," said Kaminari, walking in. "Oh, hey Kaminari," greeted Sayu. "Hey. Guys, wanna see something awesome?" asked Kaminari as he turned on the radio. Suddenly, Mina just started dancing on instinct, as if music was a natural trigger for her. However, as soon as Kaminari changed songs, her dancing style changed, from break dancing to slow dancing, to line dancing, to the robot, back to break dancing. She does it unconsciously too when she's drunk. Kaminari laughed, "It's hilarious." "Hey now. We shouldn't take advantage of a girl when she's drunk. That's not right," Iida called out. "Hey. Man up for once. It's a party, so let's party," Kirishima replied as he walked in as well. "Yeah. Come on already," Ayama added, shooting a beam into the air trying to catch attention. As the party slowly started to swing, Kota came in, bumping into Mina. "Kota." Iida and Kirishima greeted, "You came too." "Hey guys, long time no see," Kota greeted in sign language. The sweet scent of freshly baked pastries filled the room, completely drowning out the other fancy snacks Momo had set up as Sato came into the room, holding a plate of home-cooked pastries. "Hey there, I thought I'd bring some of my homemade recipes to the party," Sato greeted as all the women flocked towards him, all grabbing a handful of his desserts. "Wow. These taste even better than before." Sayu complimented him, "Have you thought of opening your own pastry shop?" "Well, I'm a hero so oh my god, why didn't I go for the pastry shop option?" asked Sato to himself. "Well, then we wouldn't have been able to have your delicious pastries, so thank you for being a pro hero instead," thanked Mina, still semi-drunk. "Did someone mention pastries?" asked Shoji, who just came in. "I would like some too." "Who's this Goliath?" To everyone's surprise, Shoji grew even taller after high school, growing to a whopping 7'8". As his towering figure bent down to pick up a snack, he looked around, seeing how much shorter everyone else were compared to him, and back off, embarrassed. "Hey. Shoji. Jesus, you're so much taller now," Kirishima cheered, walking up to him, which surprised him. Meanwhile, some of the Yuuei grads chatted among each other. "You also ran into Mightless. Wow. Have we all fought him at some point?" asked Mina to Kaminari. "Maybe we should ask everyone," said Kaminari. Jiro came in next, immediately running into Kaminari. The blonde man noticed and immediately imitated his dumb face as Jiro burst out into laughter. The two met up as they tried to catch up. "So, how's it been?" asked the blonde hero, still dating that Sukuru guy. "Nah, we broke up long ago," replied Jiro. "Really, it hasn't even been a month," Kaminari added. "I know but I don't know, he just didn't really click," Jiro replied. "I'm sorry to hear that. Kaminari, you think maybe we should get back together?" asked Jiro. "Us? But we broke up long ago, didn't we?" Two heroes dating attracted way too much attention, so much so that you couldn't handle all of the press that we've been getting. "Wasn't it always like this?" "Not this time," Jiro explained, "this time, we keep it secret." "Jiro? I miss you, Kaminari, I just wish we could be together again." Kaminari hugged her. "Me too, Jiro, me too." "Hey. Am I late or what?" asked Siro in the meantime, walking into a party at full swing. "Yo. Siro. My man," Mina called out, high-fiving him. "Sorry for being late, had some extra paperwork to fill," explained Siro. "Oh, it's fine. By the way, have you also run into Midoriya during your hero career?" asked Mina. Several times, why? Asked Zero. Is there anyone here who hasn't run into Midoriya? Asked Mina, in confusion. Why are you so concerned on that? Asked Tokoyami, who also just arrived. Everyone I met had fought Mitla several times. Yet I only ran into him once. Once. Why? Am I not good enough for him? Asked Mina, enraged. Whoa there. Calm down. Dark Shadow came out. I'm sorry you weren't there when he took an entire church hostage to have his wedding. He's married and you were there, Mina yelled out. I made it worse. Dark Shadow muttered. Yes you did. Tokoyami replied. Todoroki then came in and was met with tons of his friends running in to greet him. However, he walked past them and straight to Momo. His former classmate stared in confusion as Todoroki slowly walked up to Momo, who looked back in confusion. As he slowly approached her, he bent down, staring longingly into her eyes. Momo blushed in confusion. You have beautiful eyes, Yaoi Rozu. Todoroki said in an almost flirtish way. Excuse me? Momo uttered in confusion. Suddenly, Todoroki leaned in, kissing her in front of all of his friends. A mixture of confusion, pride and anger followed. Todoroki. What the hell? Mina yelled. Yeah? You can't just do that out of the blue, you know how shameful. Iida yelled, buoying the air. So manly. Kirishima cried. Suddenly, Todoroki's lips disconnected as he turned around. You see? I told you I could do it. Todoroki called out, that's 50,000 you owe me now, Hagakure. Oh. Alright. Hagakure grunted, coming out of hiding. It was a bet, everyone yelled in unison. Hagakure? You came. Ejiro came out of nowhere cheering. Ah. Ejiro, where did you come from? Asked Zero and Kirishima. I came right after Ichako. Replied Ejiro, did none of you notice? Everyone shook their head. Ejiro collapsed to the ground with a black cloud looming over him. So I'm even less noticeable than the invisible girl, huh? Ejiro muttered in a depressed tone as several of his friends ran in to comfort him. However, just they could say anything, Kitsuki came in as they all ditched Ejiro to go greet him, jamming that nail deeper into his chest. Maybe I should be a villain, maybe then they will finally acknowledge my presence. Ejiro muttered to himself. Kitsuki. Everyone cheered, hugging him. Hey. I came in expecting a reunion party, not a fan club. Said Kitsuki. Oh, sorry, it's just that you barely see any of us. Replied Ichako, in fact, we doubted that you were gonna come at all. Yeah? You're never around, what gives? Asked Kaminari. I see him pretty often though. Said Kirishima. Of course you do. Replied Jiro. Sorry guys, I probably should hang out with you more, but I'm still catching up with another friend of mine. Explained Kitsuki. Another one? But, we're all here. Said Ichako. Nope, there's still one missing, said Kitsuki. Suddenly, a thud was heard from behind them. Turning around, they came face to face with Izuku. Hey guys, did you miss me? Asked Izuku. Midoriya uttered Iida, but why? Why are you here? Hey, I may be a villain, but I was still part of this class, aren't I? So, I guess you're gonna kick me out. Just then, Ichako, Iida ran in and hugged him, followed by several others. Welcome back, Midoriya. As the party was slowly wrapping up, some highlights including the karaoke, that arm wrestling match between Kirishima and Sato, where Sato won by shoving all remaining cakes he baked down his mouth at once, but causing him to pass out shortly after, and Mina's drunken actions. Eventually, as they left one after another, Kitsuki and Izuku stayed behind for a bit, having a talk between friends. So, how's everything going back at the league? Asked Kitsuki. Good. Izuku answered, by the way, Kitsuki, I heard Sachi and Irina had a kid. Seriously? Asked Kitsuki. Yeah. They look so happy together. Which got me thinking, should I have a kid too? Asked Izuku. Well, why not? Asked Kitsuki. I'm sure Toga would love to have a kid with me, but my work is questionable, and with my connections, I don't know if my son or daughter would be able to live a normal life. Explained Izuku. Kurogiri, Sachi, Irina, Yeong, they have it easy, they gave up being villains, so they can be a normal family all they want, but me? Can a crime lord like myself really raise a kid in such environment? Kitsuki placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. You know what I think? Asked Kitsuki. I think a kid is still too early for you and Toga, you two make a great couple, but a bit is still too early for a couple who's still in their mid-20s. I think that should you have a kid, they shouldn't let society do the talking about what's good and what's bad. You claim to serve a noble cause, and you have millions of fans that have your back, so if you believe what you're doing is right, you tell your baby what's right, and if he or she disagrees, then see what her opinion is. Hearing this, Izuku smiled. I guess you're right. Replied Izuku, getting up, well, I better get going. See you soon Midoriya. You too Deku. A simple story of heroes and villains concludes. Record scratches. Eyes. I'm here for the party. Guys. Asked Mineta, who just came in. Now that will be unfortunately all for today's video, but do not worry, more will be coming soon for you to enjoy. Golden Fanfics out.